seconds until airtime.
Left wing, a three for the win. Yeah! They score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Several Wolverines billed last week's game at USC as a playoff game. And with the loss, Michigan is now in elimination game mode. The Wolverines set 4 goals each season: beat Michigan State, beat Ohio State, win the Big Ten, and win the national title. A loss today, and Michigan's 3rd and 4th goals would be impossible, barring the miracle of miracles, before getting a chance to accomplish goals 1 and 2. Like last week, this isn't easy. Washington comes in with just 1 loss. The Huskies boast one of the nation's best quarterbacks, running backs, and wide receivers, and they knocked off Michigan last season in Seattle. So here we are, back at the big house for a huge game. For there to be a November stretch run and a chance to make the game as meaningful as it can be, this is a must-win. We've got you right here until kickoff. Michigan and Washington. Let's preview the action on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
You may not be allowed a bad game in the Big Ten race because not everybody plays everybody. There could be 2 unbeatens at the end, but in a 12-team college football playoff era, you can have a stumble or 2. But Jack Miller, Michigan's out of mulligans now.
Yeah, they certainly are. Dropping, at this point in the season, dropping the Oklahoma game early and then dropping the the USC game last week. You've kind of run out of opportunities to stumble anymore, and going to have to piece the rest of this season together and build on some of the things that have gone right, fix the things that haven't, and really start to find a rhythm. You're out of opportunities to mess that up. You really, now it's kind of do or die for postseason hopes and dreams, and Michigan's got to figure out how they can take what they've done, and because there have been really good flashes. There's been a lot of good stuff out there. There's been too much poor things, and how do they correct that? And how do they move forward in a positive way? It's a big opportunity and a big challenge today with this Washington team.
Head coach Sherrone Moore was direct when discussing what went wrong for his team last week at USC.
You get in the red zone, you don't score, that hurts, especially against a really good team that's top 5 in scoring offense. And then, 12 plays, no points, 15 plays, touchdown, and then 1 play, and that's the half. So when you have those opportunities in the red zone, you got to convert on them. And then defensively, we got to tackle better. So, those are the 2 things that really stand out as you go through the game. There's opportunities to win it, but obviously we got to get better at it.
Let's start with the finishing drives aspect. As Coach Moore mentioned, not many opportunities in the first half, but there were in the second half. 6 drives. The only score was on a big play. It wasn't a sustained drive, the long catch and run from Andrew Marsh. Michigan just did not do enough closing out some of those drives.
No, and good teams do. And, you can look back at that game, and I have, and there's a lot of, I think, just kind of head-scratchers or things that didn't make sense as far as it wasn't just one thing that wasn't going right. It was a culmination of a lot of different things at different times. So, it's 11 guys on the field, and you can't play 10-man football. And so, all 10 get it right besides one guy. Then the next play, he gets it right, another guy doesn't. There were a lot of things out there. They struggled to extend drives and score when they had the opportunities. But more important, you're going to make mistakes, right, that the sack Bryce takes or the interception that he takes, that both of those drives lead to no points. But how about the series that we weren't able to extend drives to really, get anything going at all? And that's, not being able to convert on third down, but then you look even deeper into that, and that's a poor first down and second down. I mean, there was all of these things that weren't adding up that Michigan wasn't able to do. And at the end of the day, give USC credit. They had a really good game plan and were able to shut Michigan down. But a lot of it was self-inflicted, and I think that's the angst that the Michigan fan base feels right now is you can go lose games, but if you're competing and playing hard and playing well and playing to your level, people can live with that. But when you feel like you're just not quite there and it's not adding up in a lot of different ways, that's where a lot of that frustration comes from.
And you couple that with the fact that Michigan got out physicaled in so many ways against a USC team that if we were talking, 10 days ago, the thought was, just a matter of how much Michigan will out physical them. But the tackling was rough, and it feels almost like when you have a game like that, yes, you're allowed to have a dud in this 12-team era, but it was kind of an identity shift, which this team, even in last season's up and down run where they closed strongly, you could depend on physicality, you could depend on the defense coming together. It just wasn't there, that calling card we've seen.
Well, like I said, it's been a combination of a lot of things not being good enough. So historically, Michigan has always had to be in control of the line of scrimmage and be able to control the game itself, right? Keep their offense on the field, keep the opposing offense off the field, dominate in the trenches, and just kind of methodically wear other teams down, find enough scoring opportunities and convert on them, and then have a really strong defense that takes the other offense out of the game, so to speak. Michigan hasn't done that well enough this year. There's been moments where they've been explosive enough. You want to talk about the Justice Haynes runs. You want to talk about Andrew Marsh last week. Donovan McCulley's got the ability to go up and make a big grab over the top of a defender when all else has failed. But they haven't done that enough to be able to extend those drives. So it's like this weird place where we're not really doing anything at an elite level. There's flashes of it all the time out there. It's just not consistent enough. I think that's the sign of a young team. I think that's a sign of a team trying to figure itself out between coaches and players. There's a lot of good stuff out there. There's just not enough of it to go beat elite teams.
As mentioned off the top, Washington's got some real stars. Damon Williams Jr., their quarterback, a true sophomore who is third nationally, completing 74% of his passes. If he qualified, which he probably will by the end of the year, he would be the second best passer rating, passing efficiency in college football history from an FBS level since they've taken that stat. He is really good and dynamic as a runner, too. Running back Jonah Coleman tops nationally with 11 rushing touchdowns, 12 overall touchdowns. And Denzel Boston, the son of former Buckeye David Boston, he's got 444 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns, 2 of which came last Friday against Rutgers. This is a 5-1 Washington team that is emerging, and they feel like, similar to Michigan last week, where if the Wolverines got that win, things opened up for them, getting ready for, they have their big rivalry game at the end of the season when they take on Oregon. That is feisty as well. They win this game, and I think Washington starts to believe that there's a real chance to go to the playoff.
Absolutely. A lot of talent on that team, very well coached. Head coach Jed Fish spent a lot of time here in Ann Arbor. I can tell you for a fact he's going to have that team fired up and ready to play today. Jed's a great offensive mind. He's got elite weapons on the offensive side of the ball. Candidly, that scares me when we've played these offenses, whether it was John Mateer or Mayava last week, that are threatening quarterbacks with good receivers on the edge. We have struggled against that. We've struggled against really good offenses. I mean, even Wisconsin had us figured out, in their first possession, their first drive, they found rhythm. They knew how to scheme us up. Jed's going to have that. I mean, there's no doubt about that. The guy's a good offensive mind, and he's got the weapons to go, hurt this defense. They defensively struggle. We should be able to run the ball. We thought that a little bit last week at USC, and we weren't able to do it. So this is a really interesting point for this Michigan team. I'm interested to see how they come out, how the scheme is, and what they want to do against this Washington team. And more importantly, what's the vibe, what's the energy from these players on the field today, right? There's a lot of doubt, a lot of naysayers. We talked about it, however that USC game went for us. We knew that there were going to be narratives coming out of it, good or bad. Unfortunately, we ended up on the bad side of that. What's that locker room like? What's the culture like of Michigan football right now? How are these guys going to respond? How are these coaches going to get these guys fired up to come in here and play their best today and give them a good game plan to go execute? I'm really interested to see it. It's going to be an interesting day for Michigan.
It's a big day here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, and Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. One key storyline we will monitor when the availability report comes out at the top of the hour and maybe all the way until kickoff. The status of Michigan running back Justice Haynes seems like it's very much a game-time decision for him. We will tell you more about that talented Huskies bunch at 9:30 this morning. Our buddy Rob Joyce joins us a few times throughout our pregame coverage to preview the slate of games. First one up at 9:40. Great conversation with defensive lineman Damon Payne a little bit after 9:50. John Jansen joins us at the top of the hour. Then in our final hour of pregame, analysis from our entire crew and interviews with Andrew Sprague and Sharon Moore. All getting you ready for the Wolverines and the Huskies. 12:10 kickoff here at the Big House. We'll tell you about the week that was when we come back. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
When you're on the move and looking for nonstop college sports action, get the Varsity Network app and take the game with you everywhere. Stream live play-by-play from schools across the country right from your phone, free. Catch hundreds of weekly podcasts, including shows from your favorite teams, all in one place. From football Saturdays to midweek hoops, it's your all-access pass to the college sports world. Whether it's game day or just your daily drive, the Varsity Network app has you covered. Download now and listen live for free on the Varsity Network app.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
Overall, the response from a mental standpoint or, emotional standpoint, they were good. They don't really get flustered that much about that. It's more of, us not executing. It's us not playing to our standard is what makes everybody frustrated, But again, there's so many young guys playing on the field that's part of the game that we got to get better at.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
And as the head coach, Sharon Moore, certainly plenty of opinions flowing from the fan base after that loss to USC. Frustrating result, no doubt. I do think Coach Moore's point about youth is worth discussing. How much of a factor is that in what took place against USC?
Yeah, I think that's certainly some of it. It is a young team, and I think we oftentimes forget that. I mean, you got a guy at quarterback that's really just starting to get into what it means to play at this level. There are guys out there that have played a lot, but excuse me, all in all, there's really not. Like I said in the opening, it's tough to point to one thing. I think it's similar. Last week was similar to the Oklahoma game in the sense of it's not that they lost, it's how they lost. It's looking a little lost out there at times. Schematically, there always seemed to be a defender in the right place at the right time. And vice versa, we weren't in the right place at the right time defensively in those games. And so, just speaking candidly, you point to that to scheme, right? Like if there's an extra guy in the box that we can't block and he comes downhill, then okay, well he's not. So if he's there, then he's not somewhere else. So where's the ball? How's the ball get over to that part of the field? And then defensively, I think there's some question marks on those guys and are they bought in? Are they bought into the scheme that Wink wants to run? There were some inexcusable things, those little slip screens continuing to hurt us time and time again. Like, I think coaches sometimes overcomplicate what they're trying to do on the field and really read into things too much depending on formation and this and that. Like, there is something to be said for the fan perspective every once in a while of, okay, they keep doing that. Let's just go stop that, right? Go make them do other things. And I think sometimes coaches can make this thing a little too complicated. And if you don't have the buy-in of your players to do exactly what you need them to do in those schemes and in those systems, you will fall and falter. And so, there's an old expression playing offensive line that if we're all wrong, but we're all wrong together, it'll still work. And that's talking about how to block and block the defense. But the minute one guy thinks we're doing this and the other guy thinks we're doing that or chooses to do that, it's chaos. You can't succeed. You can't perform at a high level as a functioning team. And it feels like there's a little bit of that going on. And that's why I think today is really a big challenge. And there's going to be a lot determined on what's actually going on with this team. And we're going to see it by the game plan they have. We're going to see it by the energy level and the fight that this Michigan team has. And we'll see it by their execution as well.
This is not meant to try to sugarcoat or just say, hey, let's talk about the good on this team. But I think this helps, this exercise I'm about to ask you to do, helps in trying to figure out, okay, how far does this team have to go? What areas are you confident Michigan is good to great in their game? Offense, defense, special teams, any unit, any style, against good to great teams. I don't think there are many, but what can you pinpoint?
Well, I think the defensive front seven is really solid, and it didn't show up last week. I think that's a byproduct of Lincoln Riley had a really good scheme. I think it's a byproduct of they were on the field a little too much and getting worn down, and they were on their heels. They didn't really know what was coming, where it was coming from. They had USC had that really good scheme. Then they were, getting to the ball quick, and we just never really settled into a rhythm. However, I think the defensive line against the run, and I think those linebackers against the run are really solid. I think they're also pretty solid in a pass rush opportunity too. Yeah. Give credit to these other offenses. They haven't allowed for that. They've been getting the ball out quick, screens, short passes, intermediate routes. You haven't seen a whole lot of drop back pass against this team maybe since New Mexico, honestly. I mean, it just hasn't happened because we can't get after the pass rush. I think the secondary plays well at times too. Not consistent enough. Offensively, Bryce has every tool in the toolbox. He's just a physical freak of nature, what he can do, his arm angle, the way he can run, escape. He's figuring out things. I've been pleased with, I think, how he's played. Justice Haynes runs really, really hard. He's done a good job. There are moments where that offensive line can create seams and creases. The problem is the next play, there's four guys in the backfield, and they don't do it at a high enough rate. I think McCulley has played well. I think Andrew Marsh is coming on. The tight end group has struggled ever since week one, and I don't know if they're not getting the ball or it's just not happening, whatever that is. Again, I go back to what I said earlier. There are moments with every group out there where you go, man, look at that, right? Yeah. They can do it. They got it figured out. There's enough talent on that field. We're struggling to do it at a high enough clip. I think that, back to bring this full circle, talking about youth, I think that's a little bit of what's going on right now. I think everyone's trying to figure out their place in this and what we really want to do, right? You go from Jim Harbaugh, Sharon Moore, ground and pound, dominate, trenches, smash. Chip Lindsey isn't really that guy. So now you're conflating two different styles offensively. Wink, we saw it even last year. It took a while for him to start to settle in with those players on how to use them the right way and what to do and how to make it work. So that, on top of youth, on top of, guys coming into the program from the transfer portal. So maybe they're not young, but they're young to Michigan. Yep. They're young to this coaching staff. They're young, newer, right, to this coaching staff and to this program. I think you throw all that together, and it hasn't been perfect. But again, there are moments of all of it, coaching, playing, this position, that guy, whatever, where it's good. It's just not elite right now. And if they can keep the culture in the locker room, if they can stay together, if they can buy in and say, listen, we're in this thing, we're struggling, let's go figure this thing out, then they will be okay, because there is enough talent on the field to get to where that they want to go. I don't know that means this year, but they can build into something. There's zero doubt about that. That's why I think this game is so big today, coming off that USC, and it's really the first time in their Sherrone Moore era of question marks and, hey, that's not good enough, and wait a minute, that ain't going to fly around here. How does the team respond? How does the coaching staff get the players to buy in? How do they put a good game plan together? And how do those guys go execute? A lot of question marks and a good opportunity, good challenge to really find out a lot about this team today.
And something we're waiting to find out eagerly. The biggest topic this week from a personnel standpoint was the status of Justice Haynes. This was what started the conversation. Shortly after the game on Saturday, Sherrone Moore's answer about Justice Haynes.
Yeah, he just had an abdominal injury, and we'll see how he goes. Probably could have went back in. Cautious on us, just always cautious on guys and making sure that they're where they need to be. Don't want to put anybody at risk, so think he'll be back in the near future.
Will the near future include today? We shall find out. Big Boys serving the kind of classics you come back for. Go for the Big Boy Burger, seasoned beef, American cheese, crisp lettuce, and our famous sauce in every bite. Or try Bob's Bacon Cheeseburger with smoky bacon and melty cheese that always delivers. For a meal worth dining in, head to BigBoy.com. More on the Wolverines and our self-scout when we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show right after this. You're locked into Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Why are potatoes on my head?
Sebastian Maniscalco. 2 shows, Friday, November 21st at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
I had dry hands 3 months ago. Now I got no fingers.
Tickets for the 7 and 10 p.m. shows start at $72 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com.
If I'm not talking or smiling, it looks like I could murder your entire family.
Sebastian Maniscalco. The It Ain't Right Tour, November 21st at Soaring Eagle Casino. SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Hey, Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix at local retailers. Go Blue and go Zing Zang.
Hey Michigan fans, is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
It's a Michigan game day.
One drive where we start on our side of the field, go all the way down, and don't have a negative play. You feel it once, then you can make it a habit. You know what I mean? Once you do something once, you do it again, it starts to become a habit. And then if we can make it a habit on offense to score, we will crush other teams.
That is Michigan tight end Zach Marshall. Thought it was interesting how he put it because this Wolverines offense has had plenty of instances of something derailing a promising drive. Last week, you look back, the Marlon Klein false start pushing Michigan from the 27 to the 32 of USC. Then Bryce Underwood took a sack when he had the ability to throw it away. That pushed Michigan far enough back where they had to punt it, and it proved to be a critical juncture in the game, especially with just how few offensive opportunities Michigan got. It was a 3-and-out to start. That drive plus the touchdown drive, and then they had one play to finish the first half. That was it.
Well, confidence is a big thing, particularly back to that idea of it being a younger team. Confidence is really big, and momentum's a big thing in football. It's an emotional game, and when you instill, hey, if you're able to go down and score and play that mistake-free kind of football that Michigan really needs to play, and Zach Marshall was referencing, all of a sudden it's kind of just. It's subconscious, but it really does exist where you go, yeah, we know what we're doing. We can go do this. No problem. You feel, you feel out the other defense and you get a sense of hey, we got it. We're in control of this. But But when you never have the opportunity to do that, particularly early in the game, particularly on the road, it makes it really hard to find that energy and find that momentum to go forward. So I agree with what Zach said. He's a good interview. I like him. He's got great energy on the sidelines, too. He's always kind of an upbeat guy who's having fun. I like Zach Marshall.
Yeah, he's this year's honorary Jack Miller, talk to the media guy when things are going poorly. We were talking
I don't know
about
if we'll go that far.
I know, no.
He's got a long way to master that talent.
Thoughts on the offensive line last week with Giovanni Elhadi's return at left guard?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same story. It's Jekyll and Hyde. I mean, there were moments in that game, particularly in the first half, where Justice Haynes was running downhill, not getting touched for 4 or 5 yards, falling forward for 6 or 7. Looked really good. And then the next play, USC brings a blitz. There's movement. They're stunting up front, and the offensive line is just they're not seeing it. They're a little slow to react to it. And then there's 3 guys in the backfield all of a sudden, and so it goes from a 2nd and 4 to a 3rd and 7, and and that's just, this team is not built to come from behind necessarily and be able to drop back and air it out and find targets down the field. It seems when we do need to throw the ball, it's throw it up to McCulley and let him come down with a 50-50 ball, or good news, we've seen Andrew Marsh kind of emerge as a guy who's in that intermediate route and can find the open part of the zone. We got to be able to run the ball more consistently. Everything we do is kind of predicated off of that, and I think Gio coming back, that was the first week. Here we go, week 2 with him back. Maybe Brady Norton gets back today, and they can, start to find a little bit of a rhythm, get those guys, a break when they need, so those guys can come in fresh and they're ready to play. Again, it's got to be more consistent. It's there at times, just not enough.
So interesting. I think if you would have said at the start of the year, if there was one unit you could learn about in advance, I might have picked the wide receivers because that would help tell the story of how Bryce Underwood was also doing.
Yeah.
And Michigan had Donovan McCulley, 3+ catches in every game. He's made some highlight reel grabs. Maybe not the gaudiest numbers, but with the way Michigan plays, they're probably never going to have the number 1 receiver in the country statistically. Right. Andrew Marsh fully unleashed last week. The 8 catches on 9 targets, and the one was that PBU near the goal line. Chip Lindsey, Michigan offensive coordinator, told us this week that Marsh was kicking himself for it. And it was a makeable play, but that's a really tough one for a true freshman in that spot. Couldn't quite come up with it. But the fact that, he had that game, 8 catches, over 100 yards, a long touchdown to get Michigan back in it, and he's kicking himself for the 1 miscue. Marsh has a chance, I think, to be a real star.
I completely agree, and that's a great sign. I don't think anybody would say, at this point in the season, that our offensive passing game's been great. And yet still, when you look back at Marsh's stats last week, you look at Marlon Klein week 1, and McCulley had a great game against Wisconsin, right?
Yep.
And so even still, with a struggling passing attack to really find rhythm, even still, you got guys putting up big numbers. That's the sign of, hey, there's enough talent there. They just got to piece it all together.
Special teams, certainly not a weapon right now. That's going to be critical. And it was probably the worst game for the linebackers last week as well, which, that has to be a thriving group, a thriving unit for Michigan to have success defensively.
Yeah, I think Lincoln Riley did a really good job putting our linebackers in tough spots. So, they wanted to run the ball. They got downhill and did a pretty good job running. So the linebackers got to, kind of sell out for that. Then they throw those slip screens, and that's really the linebackers' play, to get out there, beat the offensive lineman to the point of attack, and go figure it out. They did a really good job using the defense's aggression against it. They did a lot of things where, Jay-Sean Barham on the edge, he likes to get upfield. He gets upfield, and they run the ball right underneath him. They did a really good job capitalizing on some of the things that make this Michigan defense really good, are also the things that make it vulnerable, and USC was able to pull that out.
Washington has a lot of those same characteristics. They have some real star power on both sides of the football. We'll talk about them as we continue. Michigan and Washington, a 12:10 kickoff on what will be an unseasonably warm day at the Big House. Especially if you are in the sun, it's going to be a warm one for mid-October. Wolverines and Huskies coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This football season, Detroit Wingco is officially in the Big House. Catch us at concessions serving up our award-winning boneless wings and crispy fries during every home game. And while you're there, don't miss your shot to win free wings for a year. That's right, free wings all year long. Just head to our spot in the Big House to learn more. Detroit Wingco, now serving the Big House. That's how Detroit wins.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Hey, Wolverine fans. As you head into the big house this season, cheers with a toast to Michigan-made excellence. Founded by U of M alums Susan and Will Bramer, Laurentide Winery is proud to debut their award-winning amazing wines as the house wines of the big house. 100% grown in Leelanau, crafted with passion, and perfect for your game day celebrations. You can find our wine on the concourse, club, or suites menus. Explore shop.laurentidewinery.com to learn more. Thank you, and go Blue!
If you haven't listened to the In the Trenches podcast, here's what you've been missing.
Two-time captain Rod Moore.
16 months since I played football, so it was kind of, emotional. Kind of didn't really feel like I was about to play until I got out there again. Like, my legs was kind of shaking. I was like, snap, I'm playing football again, but it felt great.
In the Trenches, presented by Meijer, covering Michigan football all year long on Go Blue podcasts. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Yeah, you'd always love to start fast and finish strong, but we talk to our team all the time that you don't win games in the first quarter or the second quarter or the third quarter. The games are decided at the end of the game when it's all said and done, and where I'm most proud of when you can outscore your opponents 80-10 in the fourth quarter. It's certainly a credit to the team's resiliency as well as our strength and conditioning program.
It's a pretty impressive stat there that second-year Washington head coach Jed Fish mentioned. 80-10 advantage. The only team to score against Washington in the fourth quarter was Ohio State. Kind of a weird low possession game out in Seattle a few weeks back. Of course, Jed Fish, a former assistant here. He was with Jim Harbaugh for Coach Harbaugh's first 2 seasons. Huskies 5-1 in year 2. Not without some drama, though. They fell behind 20-0 at Maryland before rallying for their 7th all-time comeback of 20 or more points. Then last week, trailed 10-zip early before really steamrolling Rutgers from there. We've talked about Damon Williams Jr. He is a star. 74 completion percentage. That's 3rd nationally. And last week, 538 total yards of offense. That set a Washington record, breaking Michael Penix Jr.'s from 3 seasons ago. He was the 16th FBS quarterback ever with 400 or more passing yards and 100 or more rushing yards in a single game. He's a fascinating talent, and it's going to be a tough out. What do you think of Damon Williams Jr.?
Very dangerous. Very dangerous. I mean, those stats you just gave are they blow you away, what he was able to do against Rutgers. Dual threat guy, can stretch the field, can get the ball down the field, very accurate. But he's lethal with his legs and can escape the pocket and get out of trouble and extend drives. Has that, that Patrick Mahomes-esque ability when all else fails to just figure it out. And that's really hard to defend. That's a really difficult spot to be in. This Michigan defense likes to play that aggressive style of football. They like to keep you guessing about where they're coming from and what they're going to do. He is a younger quarterback.
Yep.
And I think that Wink is going to have to balance that of being not too aggressive where it can really come back to bite you. You send the house, and if he gets through it, there's nobody there for 40 yards. A guy can take off and make you pay. But also being aggressive enough where you're not just lined up in base defense and he goes, okay, this is, one read, check down, boom, there's the ball, and he just finds a rhythm. I think it's really important to try to get after him early. If I had to guess, Jed Fish will do exactly what every other team has done to us to this point, which is get the ball out quick. Yep. Probably a few QB-designed runs at time to try to get him in rhythm and establish that run game. Give them credit, 80-10 in the fourth quarter. That's pretty remarkable. Jed said it. That's a credit to their resilience, to their strength and conditioning program, and to the coach's ability to go in and make adjustments when they need to. We've struggled early in games. Yep. It's nice to see that this team doesn't really play well to start. Because if we get into a heavyweight match back and forth and it's who's going to last longer, I like Michigan's odds at home. So I do like that. But Williams can make you pay. He can make you hurt. It's going to be really, really fascinating to watch what Wink dials up to try to slow that down.
Yeah, and Wink Martindale, Michigan's defensive coordinator, we'll hear from him during the pregame show. He told us this week, Williams, in his opinion, throws the ball on the move better than Jaden Mayava of USC last week, and also considers Williams to be a tier above him in terms of speed overall, so something to watch in this one. Now, there's plenty of talent around DeMond Williams Jr. Two true freshmen play significant snaps at wide receiver. Raiden Vinesbright had 3 catches for 50 yards against Rutgers. Desmond Roebuck, breakout effort against the Scarlet Knights last Friday, 4 catches, 108 yards. And they helped their star wide receiver, Denzel Boston, team's leading receiver for a second straight year. He had a couple of touchdown grabs a week ago. On the ground, Jonah Coleman. We saw him last year in Seattle. He leads the nation with 11 rushing touchdowns. His efficiency not quite as high. They've had some offensive line issues. We'll be watching the left side here in this one. Left tackle Carver Willis's knee. That was an injury against Ohio State. He's missed the last 2 games. John Mills, a true freshman left guard, hurt against Maryland. He missed last week. Assess what's around DeMond Williams Jr.
From a skill position perspective, very good. Very talented, in rhythm with Williams Jr., in rhythm with Jed Fish in that offense. They can put up points. They're younger, especially at tailback. They're a little younger, but they can make explosive plays. This is a typical West Coast offense when you think of guys that you can do everything right a lot of the times and still pay the price because they're just that good. From a skill position perspective, they're really good. And, candidly, if you look back at when Michigan has faced that this season, last week with USC, week 2 with Oklahoma, been a struggle. And so that is something they're going to have to look for today. The offensive line, some injuries. Again, you could stereotype kind of that West Coast team that maybe not as tough and as physical in the trenches. But let's not get ahead of ourselves because we said that last week with USC, and we paid the price for that. So be interesting to see. I think the advantage is for Michigan in that front 7. But from a skill position perspective, they're very lethal.
Defensively, oddity last week, they gave up 19 points to Rutgers, even though the Scarlet Knights had 493 yards.
There were finishing drives.
Yeah, no kidding. Rutgers had 5 drives that did not result in a touchdown where they gained 50 or more yards. That is a remarkable number. Now, the big return for the Huskies last week was number 8, Sicario Davis. He missed the previous 3 games. He had 3 chances last week for an interception. He's one of the best corners in the league. And their tone setter up front, number 11, Tai Uiagalelei. Also number 12, Alex McLaughlin. Really good, strong safety. He'll move around the defensive formation. An FCS transfer. He was an All-American at the FCS level last year. It does feel like a bend but don't break type of an offense because, Ohio State felt like they could probably have scored more than 24. That was, we talked about, a low drive type of a game. That was Washington's lone loss a few weeks back. Impressions of a defense that certainly benefits from having the explosive offense that Washington possesses.
They do, and they're on the field a lot, but you got to give them credit because they've kept people out of the end zone. They've found a way to do that. That's what we've been talking about too, which our offense has not been able to do. So that matchup is going to be really important to watch. I think, again, it's one of those defenses that maybe across the board isn't as consistent as they'd like or as deep as they'd like. There's 4 or 5 guys out there that can make you pay that are really good. I think that secondary in particular, look, they're going against a great offense every day in practice, so you can just assume that a lot of those defensive secondaries are really good. Washington fits the mold for that. I think that they are going to try to bait Bryce Underwood to make decisions that he would regret. I think that they're going to try to disguise, more so now than ever, these defenses are so good at it. Looks like it's this. Now they roll into that the minute the ball is snapped. Looks like man. Now it's cover 2, and so Bryce has to think on the fly, all right, where does this ball need to go? I think there's going to be a lot of that. They're going to try to confuse him when they can, and so it's really going to be important for that Michigan offense to not get in those positions where they allow him. You get in 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, or anything longer than that, it's a passing down. That's when things can get dicey. You get in 2nd and 3, 3rd and 2, where the playbook's open. You can do a play action, just kind of dump it off. Easy things to get in a rhythm early in this game. I like that. But, again, that's 1st and 2nd down. If you get into 3rd and longs, this team is not built to do that the right way. This defense, I think, wants to play that style of football, right? They want to pin their ears back, get after the quarterback, and let the guys in the secondary make big plays like they've done all season.
Ryan Walters is the Washington defensive coordinator, of course, the previous 2 years a head coach at Purdue. The last time he was here at the Big House as a defensive coordinator was that 2022 Michigan-Illinois game. It was the only game where Michigan scored fewer than 27 points. They didn't even get to 20. That was the Jake Moody game winner on a very chilly November day. It will be pretty warm for this one, Michigan and Washington coming up. We will preview a pretty impactful slate of games coming up with Rob Joyce here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, a slate that's already had an impactful result from last night. We'll talk about that with him as we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Call the right place this game day with Big Boy. Kick things off with loaded waffle fries, crispy waffle cuts covered in 4 cheese sauce, smoky bacon, and ranch drizzle to start the drive. Then keep the momentum going with Big Boy sliders, stacked with seasoned beef, American cheese, lettuce, and our famous sauce, or Dolly's hand-breaded chicken sliders topped with pickles and tartar. Make game day a win. Find your nearest participating location at bigboy.com.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lager, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com for Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
Michigan-Washington 12-10 kick here at the Big House. We're back on Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Champion Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. Champion Circle connects fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, offers club memberships, and operates an online retail store supporting Michigan student-athletes. Learn more at championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics. We bring in another outstanding member of our team, Rob Joyce, who, Rob, it felt like we talked to each other about 3 hours ago when that very long men's basketball exhibition ended last night. How are you?
Good. During that live read, there were 2 more fouls called.
It was, 198 total points. Michigan would have set a program record for free throw makes. But, hey, the whistles are well practiced.
Yes, absolutely. They're also well practiced in, or at least where do you want to start? I was going to start with Miami, but then, we'll start Big Ten. No, Minnesota, Nebraska. That was a fairly impactful game because Nebraska, they're ranked in the top 25. They're starting to feel good. They're thinking, all right, 2-1 Big Ten play. There's a path here, and then Minnesota changes that. 6 straight wins for the Gophers over the Huskers. 24-6. Wow, it wasn't even close in the second half.
Yeah, that's crazy. And what's interesting from the Nebraska standpoint is that, they lose at Cal. They barely beat Rutgers. They barely beat Purdue. So, good for them. They're 3-1 in the Big Ten, but that was not a Minnesota team that looked like they had the ability to really handle a Nebraska team like they did.
Well, no, but it's the typical Nebraska team where, there's a sign of life and everyone gets all fired up. And Matt Rule is a good coach, but, all this talk with Penn State and everything else and what's Matt Rule going to do? And then it's just kind of funny. I was thinking this whole week with that. I go, are we sure Nebraska's back? Are we sure that that's that good? That he, I think he deserves credit. He's done a good job, but it just seemingly is the same Nebraska. It's like good, not good enough. Get a couple big wins, everyone gets all fired up, and then they don't really do enough to deserve all that. What seems like that mid-season hype that they always find a way to get.
Yeah, it's really tough to gauge the storyline about Matt Rule and Penn State, especially with the Kurt Cignetti big extension that he just got, his second in less than a calendar year. That's going to ramp up because it felt like a dud, and there's so many connections there with Rule and Penn State. We shall see, but that was a dud where now Nebraska, who, the one thing the SEC I think has done better than the Big Ten, just in terms of sequencing, staggering, is that there are probably 6, 7, maybe 8 SEC teams that feel like, hey, we got a real shot, or maybe we should get to the playoffs. And there are varying levels of real, true expectation on that. For the Big Ten, it's really starting to narrow, and likely here today, one team will be eliminated from that with Michigan and Washington.
Yeah, I don't know if that's just the luck of the draw this season. It does feel like the SEC is in a position where they have half their conference really battling for that. Now, that's going to start to get sorted out here pretty soon, right? With some of these games, like even today with Georgia and Ole Miss, and some of these things are going to start to come to fruition. Maybe it's just happened a little bit earlier in the Big Ten. So I don't know. I don't really know what that's a byproduct of, but I know for certain that there are, when you talk about Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, that they are they're poised to do very well in the postseason. I think about where they stand right now. After that, though,
I far from the Big Ten being guaranteed.
No, I mean you have a bizarre situation this year with Penn State, right? I mean nobody could have seen that coming. Okay, you lose to Oregon, probably still in. Everyone would have thought. And then after what happened with UCLA and Northwestern, so you knock one out there, and Michigan obviously didn't do what it has needed to do against those bigger opponents to be in that conversation right now. Again, we're at a weird point in the season where some of these teams look like there's something, back to this thing with Nebraska, like, oh yeah, it's great. Not really. And there's going to be some teams that kind of come out of left field where we're not talking about them now, but they're going to go run the table and get to the end of the season and be like, hey, remember us? Remember what happened? So that's kind of where we're at this point in the season. There's a lot of there's some imposters out there. There's some real ones out there, but it's too early to really make that judgment.
And as we bring Rob back in to lay out the rest of the Big Ten slate, I mean, from a playoff standpoint, probably the most impactful game for a Big Ten team this week, playoff conversation-wise, is a non-conference game.
Yeah, the only non-conference game, USC, they're 5-1 now. They're ranked 20th. They're on the road at Notre Dame. That feels like a playoff elimination game because the Irish have played 2 meaningful games, lost them both, the 2 opening games to Miami and Texas A&M. This is their only other ranked game, at least as of right now. So 3 losses, no marquee wins. Must win for Notre Dame. USC, obviously an opportunity to really establish itself as a playoff contender. And then, because the other playoff contenders, obviously our game is pivotal, but Ohio State's at Wisconsin. Luke Fickell said last week was as low as it could be. We'll find out. And then Indiana's hosting Michigan State. And then Oregon even is at Rutgers. Now they have to go across the country, but you'd think the Ducks handle business. So, that USC game's probably the most pivotal one from a playoff standpoint.
I don't know what the next most interesting game is outside of USC Notre Dame and then what we're going to see here at the Big House.
I was going to say probably this one. But that USC Notre Dame game is going to be really intriguing. I think, if you probably compared Michigan and the style of play and what they do and, just kind of culturally as a program, who's the closest, cousin to us, it's probably Notre Dame and the way they play. Going to be really interested to see USC coming off a huge win. Now they got to travel, right? They got to go cross country. But do they use that momentum to spur themselves into that real part of the conversation or not? And then they're out. Then Notre Dame starts to rise again, right? That's, like I said, we're at that weird junction in the season where people are going to start to emerge or fall behind.
Yeah, that cousin you see every 12, 13 years now.
Used to see him all the time, but not anymore.
Family reunions getting a little more sparse. Top 25 layout, obviously, as we talked about, Rob, some pretty massive SEC games. Some of these teams will start to not be weeded out, but will start to get into kind of must-win playoff mode like there are several Big Ten teams now.
Yeah, there are 16 top 25 teams on the road this week. That includes Nebraska, who lost last night. Now, part of that is because there's lots of ranked-on-ranked matchups. SEC, Vandy, LSU at noon. Georgia, Ole Miss at 3:30. Alabama, Tennessee tonight. There's the Holy War in the Big 12 at 8. Ranked BYU, ranked Utah. And then, obviously, the big story going into the weekend is a home team loss last night. Second-ranked Miami falling 4 Carson Beck interceptions. Louisville pulls the 24-21 upset. So there's already been a shakeup in the playoff race, even though we haven't gotten to Saturday yet.
Yeah, that was a big one. Louisville, I think Jeff Brom is now 4-0 in the regular season against top 5 teams as a head coach.
Is that right?
I'm pretty sure that was the stat that ESPN shared last night, which tough to be better. That seems pretty good. But how about Ole Miss? We're going to see if they're a real-life contender. They are a touchdown dog against the Georgia Bulldogs on the road. That one, to me, SEC-wise, is the most intriguing, but there's some good ones. And, man, 8 o'clock tonight, that BYU-Utah game, that thing pops off the screen. There is real dislike in what they call the Holy War.
I'm looking forward to watching that one for sure. And I think the Georgia-Ole Miss game is a great example of we're going to find out. Is it kind of the same old Ole Miss? Always knocking at the door, gets a big win every once in a while. Lane Kiffin's flashy. They get a lot of media attention. Are they legit? Are they going to be able to knock off Kirby Smart and the Dogs, who Kirby's going to have those guys fired up. You know that they're going to play hard. You know that they're going to battle and have a great scheme, make big plays. Does Lane Kiffin finally have enough ammo to get over the top and get it done? There's been a lot of that this year of like, hey, we're back. We're in that top conversation because they might still be playoff teams. But there's still a line in the sand, I think, with a lot of these teams on, okay, you might be a playoff team. Would you have been a playoff team in the old days, right? Are you maybe that top 4, top 5? Indiana going to Oregon and getting that win. They said, yeah, we are, right? That was a game that was a statement game. I would have thought going into that, yeah, the Indiana thing's cute and they're good. They're a playoff team. Are they good enough? Yeah, they are. Is Ole Miss, right? Some of these teams we're going to find out now.
100%. Ole Miss's season is really going to be determined of what their upside is the next 2 weeks at Georgia, at Oklahoma. The month of November really opens up well for them. If they can even just split, have one loss going into November, we'll likely see Lane Kiffin and his crew in the postseason.
I hope they do. He's entertaining. He always brings some sort of drama and entertainment around, and it's good for the sport of college football. You get to laugh at it, that's for sure.
The pressers are fascinating, and, hey, with where Michigan is, I'd sign up for like a 7-10 Michigan at Ole Miss thing now. Like, cool. Let's do it. Let's get there.
Love to go check out the Grove.
This is a requirement, though. Michigan and Washington. Great conversation coming up with Michigan defensive lineman Damon Payne here in a little bit less than 10 minutes. Also, John Jansen standing by. He'll join us at the top of the hour. Michigan and Washington, a little bit more than 2 hours away from Michigan Stadium as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Champions Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. We connect fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, produce public and private events, offer club memberships, and operate an online retail store, selling exclusive apparel, trading cards, autographs, and other memorabilia featuring Michigan student athletes. To become a member or learn more about how you can support your favorite Michigan student athletes, visit championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Some drinks come in a bottle, some in a can. Only one comes in a ball and brings the buzz. We're Buzz Balls, the ready-to-go cocktail that's shaped like a ball. Coincidence? We think not. Big flavor, big buzz, ready to go. Buzz Balls. It's a ball. It's a drink. It's a whole vibe. Please drink responsibly. Buzz Balls, available in spirit, wine, and malt. 15% alcohol by volume. Buzz Balls, LLC, Carrollton, Texas.
Chrysler Center is the place to be on Sunday, October 19th, as Michigan Volleyball welcomes in traditional Big Ten power Nebraska. Fans can enjoy a pregame volley fest on the concourse with stations for photos, posters, and face tattoos leading up to the match at 2 o'clock. For your tickets, head to mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to support Michigan Volleyball against Nebraska on Sunday, October 19th at 2 o'clock.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Michigan fans, unique matchups are certainly a feature of the new Big Ten, and we get one of those matchups today with Washington coming to the Big House. As our tailgate festivities move on, let's check in with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Brian. For two teams that don't play regularly, there's still a lot of history. There's nothing like those epic Rose Bowl battles of the past, but I am still excited to see this game today.
Well, Andy, as you've told Michigan fans, there is nothing like the mission of Blue Cross. It is unique in the ways it benefits those who are most in need of help with health care. Considering our conversations about affordability, that mission seems even more important.
It is, Brian. A big part of our efforts is a grant program called Strengthening the Safety Net. For more than 20 years, Blue Cross has provided funding to support clinics that provide free or low-cost medical, dental, and behavioral health care services to people who are uninsured or underinsured. And that's critically important for people who otherwise don't have access to care nearby or can't afford care at all.
That safety net, supported by Blue Cross, keeps people from falling through cracks in the healthcare system. And the program you mentioned has helped more than 250,000 Michigan residents who have received essential care regardless of their ability to pay.
Brian, care made possible through our Strengthening the Safety Net program has meant more than 2 million doctor visits, and that has reduced unnecessary emergency room visits by 400,000, which has resulted in $200 million in savings across Michigan's healthcare system.
Andy, when you talk about savings, you're talking about upstream costs in the healthcare system that are avoided and don't end up downstream in our health insurance premiums and copays. But healthcare is personal, and for Michigan residents served by Safety Net clinics, that care can be life-changing.
Brian, Strengthening the Safety Net helps people get the care they need, takes away worry, and helps people be healthier. And it prevents costs in our system from impacting our insurance premiums. It's a win-win-win.
Wolverines fans, you can learn more at mibluedaily.com/affordability. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Great to visit with Damon Payne from the Michigan defense. First off, let's talk about what happened this past Saturday. What'd you guys see on film? How can you guys improve from that game to this one here on today?
I just seen a lot of mistakes on the field, a lot of minimal mistakes, a lot of missed tackles, miscommunication, all things that gratefully can be corrected in practice, can be corrected through communication and stuff like that.
Somebody that has mentioned you a lot is Wink Martindale, your defensive coordinator, talked about your performance. How would you assess your individual performance through the first 6 games of the season?
Through the first 6 games of the season, I'd say I played pretty well for the team. I brought something to the table that I think that I'm proud of for these guys and that they can be proud of me. And I obviously can do better. I obviously can do more, want to do more. But for my overall assessment, I think it's been pretty decent so far.
How do the linebackers and then the guys in the secondary make your job up front, your teammates' jobs up front, easier defensively?
They make it a whole lot easier. They make it a breeze, actually. Aaron, Jimmy, Cole, Troy in the back, giving us the call, giving us the adjustments, coming through like clockwork. It's been good having them. Actually, great having them behind me, giving me calls, giving me everything. So.
Your fascinating story, obviously, being from Belleville, going to Alabama for 4 years, then coming back. Take us through the process. You enter the portal, and you ultimately choose Michigan. Why did you decide to come to the Wolverines and come back to Southeast Michigan?
Just talking to the coaches, it was an immediate recognition that this is a great program for me. We clicked well right off the bat. And main thing, mom up the street, pops up the street. Take my little brother to practice. It's great being home.
What was it like the first time playing at the Big House? I have to imagine it was pretty emotional.
It was like a dream come true. It was amazing. I told Coach about 12 times, like, it's really 100,000 people in here. Like, wow. Like, it was amazing.
That's awesome. Has it been sometimes maybe overwhelming? Do you get a lot of ticket requests? Is it a pretty common thing to know that, yeah, I'm going to have people hit me up for some tickets for this game?
At first I was like, but now I thought about it, it's dope. I'm back home. I want to go to my cousin game too. He was at home, you know. It's great.
That's great. Tell me about the number 44, because obviously it's unique seeing a defensive lineman wear 44. Where did it come from? What's the motivation for it?
When I was younger, it was a commercial. I don't even know who it was. It was like, 44, that's me, baby. Get some cold cuts. Yeah, a little bit of Forrest Gump, too. Just being, that's what made me think of it. It was available. I took it.
So really from a commercial, how old do you think you were when you saw this?
I had to be like 7 or 8. It's just stuck in my head ever since.
So a sandwich shop? I heard cold cut in there. And no clue what it is?
No clue. I try to keep it blank because in my memory it's still like that childhood memory. I don't want to ruin it, so I'm just keeping it there.
You could have given me 1,000 guesses. I would have never guessed that is your motivation. To Washington, let's start with their quarterback, Damon Williams. Obviously, impressive player so far this season. What's critical for you up front to know when you have a guy who can do what he can, pass and run well?
With guys like that, you got to contain them, especially with great athletes like him, who can get out the pocket and really go anywhere on the field with his athleticism. You just got to contain them, got to bring them to the ground, and yeah.
Assess their running game. Jonah Coleman, obviously one of the top runners in the country, the offensive line. It had some shuffling, but what have you seen from the guys up front and the running backs?
I've seen a lot of aggression from the guys up front in the running back room, a lot of north and south runs, a good football team, a good offensive line, a good back room, and that's what you want to play against. That's what you want to play on the big screen for. It's big games like this against players like this to just test your skills, test where you're at as a team, and that's what I'm ready for.
After a loss, are you chomping at the bit? Is this something where you're just trying to get to game day, get back out there and get that bad taste out of your mouth?
I obviously wish I can just go play the game right now, but you got to focus on the main things during the week, the little things, because you got to fix the correction. You got to fix the mistakes that you had week by week. Just not letting the moment get too big and rushing throughout the week. You got to really take your time and study the game and study your opponent and make sure you fix your mistakes, basically.
There's number 44, Damon Payne. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the old Geico commercial. Ickey Woods celebrating having order number 44 at the deli counter. He was wearing number 30 in the commercial, but that 44 resonated with Damon Payne, and now Michigan defensive lineman wears 44. How about that? Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield, the Michigan Tailgate Show, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification time. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Michigan and Washington, rematch of the 2023 National Championship game, and a big one for two teams hoping to get into that playoff conversation. John Jansen standing by. He joins us next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the 2025-26 college athletic season? Check out the criteria and follow the year-long standings of your favorite team at L Directors Cup on the X platform or online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2026 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACTA, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer, and the newest member of the Michigan Athletics Hall of Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for John Jansen, who probably demanded today's game be at noon in honor of him.
Everyone listening, you're welcome.
There it is. John Jansen. How was last night, John, as we bring you in for your first segment presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix?
We had a great time, and I know that we weren't far apart because you were in Chrysler here for the kickoff of the basketball season, so it was great to see the town buzzing. We were over at the golf course, and it was a really special night, and I loved, had a chance to interview almost all of the new inductees, and I wasn't disappointed, but I was a little bit disheartened because as they are calling everybody up, the run of show was that Carol Hutchins was going fourth. And so I'm like, who's the sorry sap that has to go after Hutch?
Yeah.
And there I was. I was the one that had to follow the legend. The reason that the Hall of Honor was constructed was because of individuals like Carol Hutchins. So it was great to hear everyone talk. Dana Jacobson did a great job emceeing the event, and to hear the stories that were, in addition to the ones that I was told on the podcast by the individuals, it was really nice. It was a special night. A lot of people were there, and it was a night out for Lisa and I without the kids.
There you go. See,
most importantly,
don't look at it as following. You were just the Sabrina Carpenter to Taylor Swift in Life of a Showgirl. Just look at it like that.
John, you know what he's referencing right now?
I
can't.
I don't either.
You don't know either?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Is Kara a Swiftie?
No, not
really.
Okay. No, Jack's the one in the Swiftie in the house. He just doesn't want to admit to it.
John, I think it's.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Please move on.
Yeah. I think it's very important that we recognize that you got in as a player, not a broadcast
Yes.
analyst.
No, let's make sure we pronounce that right as a player.
Yeah, no.
Zing zang.
Yeah, there we go. Only took a couple more minutes this time. We eased our way into it.
I've never heard you say playa like that, and I never want to hear it again.
No, there's a lot of radios that just got turned down.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, it's time to turn them back up, and we'll talk.
Hope that wasn't part of your speech last night. My goodness. But no, in all seriousness, congrats to you.
Thank you.
Former Olympian, national champion Brian Deemer, his former coach on the track and field side, Jack Harvey, former Hobie Baker Award winner Kevin Porter. Was Kevin there last night?
Yes, Kevin was.
I heard he can't be here today, but I want to make sure he was there last night.
Yeah, he was there last night.
Star golfer Lyon Kim, field hockey national champ, and current head coach Christy Gannon-Fisher, which that probably was the coolest story from some of the conversations we have or will share on Conquering Heroes. The fact that Ward Manuel, Michigan AD, who calls each person to tell them about the Hall of Honor, it was, hey, I got two things for you. We want you to be the new head coach, and also you're going into the Hall of Honor. That is, my goodness.
And the way she tells it, too, is he slid an envelope over to her, and it was, stating that she was going to be in the Hall of Honor. And she thought that it might have been something from the background check.
Yeah, true.
And she was like, well, it couldn't have been too bad because he already offered me the job. So she goes in along with her sister, who was already in. So, a lot of great stories and just some great individuals. So thank you very much. And it was a special night. But hopefully today is the cherry on top of the ice cream sundae where we get a chance to get right and come away with a win against Washington.
100%. And again, I want to make sure we shout out the wildness of Carol Hutchins needing till 2025. She must have had some scheduling conflicts the last few years. So that is definitely something to monitor. All right, let's talk about this game, impressions of Washington, urgency in this game for Michigan. And, Sharon Moore talked about it this week. Offensively, got to finish drives. Defensively, got to tackle.
Well, so the sense of urgency is you have now entered the playoffs. It's a must-win every single week, and obviously the most important one is the task at hand today against Washington. And you got to finish drives, but how do you do that? To be able to sustain drives, you got to be good on first down. It goes back to the basics of football. Be good on first down, get to second and manageable, third and manageable. But at some point, you're going to have to block somebody up front, and you're going to have to do it more than 50% of the time. Yeah. You can't have one play where five guys are all on the same page, and then two or three plays where one guy messes up, or maybe it's the right side, or maybe it's the left side, or maybe it's the middle. You've got to have consistency up front. That's what will sustain drives. And defensively, it's all about tackling. The opening drive against Wisconsin, what was it? It was a lack of tackling. They fixed it, and obviously they won that game. But now against UCLA or USC, the tackling was horrendous. So they get that fixed, and we're going to be all right.
You can't play 10-man football. You got to have all 11 guys doing their job, doing what their assignment tells them to, and executing at a high level. And Brian and I were talking about it before. It feels like at times every position group, a lot of those players out there, there's moments of brilliance, and then the next play, it's real trouble, right? And it's just finding that consistency, getting in a groove, getting in a rhythm. across the board for all these players, all these positions, and the coaches to make sure they're calling the right schemes and calling the right plays, making sure they're putting their guys in a good position to be successful. There's moments where it's out there. How do they find a way to get that going at a more consistent level? And John, you're right. It always starts up front. It always has. It always will here. If they can get going, get that running game going, everything kind of branches off of that.
Availability reports out for both sides. Pretty self-explanatory on the Washington side very quickly. Their left side of the offensive line still out. Left tackle Carver Willis, left guard, a really good-looking true freshman in the season's first month, John Mills. They are out, so it'll be a backup left side of the line. We'll talk more about that as we continue for the Huskies. For Michigan, as expected, Justice Haynes listed as questionable from all accounts. It's felt like a game-time decision all week. That will be something we'll monitor as warm-ups get going down at the field. But also, Marlon Klein out for this ball game. Also, Brady Norton, Trey Pierce listed as questionable. Justice Haynes, we knew it was going to be a storyline coming into today. We shall see, because even if the numbers, the yards per carry were similar last week, it did feel a little different, Haynes versus Marshall.
Sure. I mean, so what you lose when you don't have Justice Haynes is the ability to bounce the ball outside and just simply outrun the defense for a first down. You don't have that top-end speed. So if you get a breakaway, hey, he can go 80. We've seen him go 80. But Jordan does a great job in between the tackles. He could still be a tremendous weapon for this offense. What is going to be the question is, it's been a two-back system. And so now all of a sudden, do we get a chance to see Jasper Parker? Who's going to be that other back that they're rotating in there so that, Jordan Marshall isn't going for 25 or 30 carries. He can. And maybe that's the path that they decide to take, but that's going to be, the question. If Justice can't go, who's going to be that next guy? And I'm sneaky. I do want to see Jasper in there. I've seen him at practice, and he is going to be a special back.
It'd be great to see a guy come in and have that home run ability like a Justice Haynes, right? Because Jordan Marshall is solid in between the tackles, but Justice gives you that ability when all else fails. He can just bust it to the corner and run away from somebody. Or if there's enough of a seam, he's going to break that arm tackle and take off, go to the races. Who's going to be that guy to step up and have that big play ability? Jordan Marshall's a guy, again, who can kind of churn it out, stay ahead of the sticks. We need that. That's part of it. But this team has really not been consistent enough where they've had to rely on big playability to get themselves out of trouble at times. Justice has been a guy to do that on the ground. Look to see who the next guy is.
Jordan Marshall only has one carry in his career of 25 or more yards. So he is the grinder. And remember, Bryson Cusdahl had that brief carry or that brief run when Michigan was playing. I wonder, Cusdahl might be the guy in a game when things change. But if you have a week and you're prepping, feels like that's more likely. I'm not saying it will happen, but more likely that Jasper Parker could get a look.
And it's going to be situational. You don't want to be predictable, but I would be surprised to see Jasper in there when it's passing downs, just because blitz pickup is a little bit more complicated. If it's straight, hey, 1st and 10, and everything is on the table, that's some of the situations where I do expect to see Jasper.
Good offensive line play. Doesn't matter. Anybody can run the ball back there.
No doubt. This segment presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix, proudly served at the Big House. Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. We'll go in the trenches with John and Jack next. Wolverines and Huskies coming up. We're less than 2 hours away. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
The Wild-Eyed Southern Boys return. 38 Special. With special guest Molly Hatchet. Saturday, November 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Tickets start at $39. On sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. 38 Special and Molly Hatchet. November 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino. SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
Can you believe these seats?
I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house. Are you kidding me?
Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, a soft pretzel, some dog food.
Yeah, I'll take...
What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything?
What are you talking about?
I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in.
Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Let's go in the trenches.
And this week on MGO Blue Podcast, we have been locked and loaded. A couple of episodes of Defend the Block. Matt Aldred, Michigan strength and conditioning coach. The postgame episode from last night's exhibition. Also Conquering Heroes, a tremendous conversation with women's gymnastics head coach Myliana Caneva-Hermelin. She's a really impressive young up-and-coming coach who takes over for the legend Bev Plotke. 3 episodes of In the Trenches presented by Meyer, including a post-game episode after this one. Wide receivers, the primary topic on Monday's radio show. That replay also up on the podcast each and every week. Breakout star lately, true freshman Andrew Marsh. 8 grabs, 138 yards, and a touchdown last week at USC. Here is wide receiver coach Ron Bellamy on where Marsh stands right now.
You know, catches the ball well, creates separation, gets open, has a understanding coverage-wise what the defense is trying to do, how to find his openings, and he's really good with the ball in his hands after the catch, as you saw on the long touchdown catch. And, you know, he's a guy that, you know, catch knifes, gets up the field, and, you know, hence why we got him back there on kick return, because he's dynamic with the ball in his hands. And, you know, he's a guy that will continue to grow. You know, as a young player, you know, just the play speed, the game is slowing down for him. You know, he's out there blocking Sam linebackers, cracking safeties. Like he's not afraid. And, you know, every week he's building that confidence. And, you know, like I tell him every week, no one cares that you're an 18-year-old freshman. Your number out there, you know, your name and number out there, and go out there and execute at a high level.
I love how Ron Bellamy put that. And, you know, we've talked about the potential for a lot of wide receivers over the years here. In this great era of Michigan football, that there hasn't been a guy who's emerged like Andrew Marsh has. And, I mean, for a freshman to have a performance like he had last week was pretty darn impressive.
It was, and I think we're on the verge of seeing 2 freshmen, Jamar Browder being another one. And so look for 4 out there, Andrew Marsh. Look for 6 out there, Jamar Browder. And what they're bringing to this offense, what they will provide, the options that they'll provide for Bryce Underwood is big targets, playmaking targets, guys that can go the distance. I mean, even that 69-yarder that we saw against USC, it didn't really, you know, obviously we didn't have enough of those moments to win the game, but when all of a sudden you keep showing those, we saw it against Wisconsin, we saw it against USC, now all of a sudden when you have the ability to stretch the defense vertically, it's going to help the offensive line because it takes that extra guy out of the box. It makes all the concepts appear to be a little bit easier and the picture is clearer. So I know everybody's sitting there, well, how does it always come back to the offensive line? Because that's where it starts, and you've got to have a guy like Andrew Marsh, Donovan McCulley, Browder, if he starts to get in the mix, that makes that picture clearer.
Even if it didn't start there,
we're always going to bring it back.
I know
you're right.
But that's what has to happen.
Right. It makes it easier.
And then all of a sudden, your protections, the schemes become clearer, and they start blocking them up. And now you get more of Andrew Marsh and McCulley and Browder and Goodwin.
You hear complementary football all the time. It's not just offense and defense. It's within an offensive scheme or a defensive scheme. Is all of a sudden, you know, Andrew Marsh gets going. Now that defense has to respect that. It opens up the box a little bit more. That offensive line, they know where they're going. They can get downhill a little easier, and the running back has to break an arm tackle instead of a safety right in the hole. Those things do matter. They balance each other out. You know, I think of a guy like Andrew Marsh. Yeah, obviously he's athletically really gifted. We've had a lot of athletically gifted wide receivers come through here the last 10 years. So what's making him better than the rest? To me, it's got to be the mental side of things. He seems to find a way to get open. He seems to be able to sit in the zone better than some of the other guys have as of late. And you heard Ron Bellamy talk about it. He's cracking back on safeties. He's getting Sam blocks. Like, he's a smart guy in that slot receiver position, which has probably allowed him to find ways to get open because we weren't doing that a whole lot the last couple years. Now, McCulley can go up and get a jump ball. he's not necessarily sitting open all the time. But Marsh is finding a way to do that. To me, that's a reflection on the kid must be a really smart young man to be able to understand the offense and read a defense and know where to go.
And you got to have the want to. You got to have that unbelievable drive to. I don't care if you can put 2 on me. We'll find a way to get open. Or if I'm not open, I'm still open because you can throw me the ball wherever and I'm going to catch it. Now the only drop that he had was an important one. It was down on the 1-yard line. Right. But for a freshman to be 8 of 9, 8 receptions on 9 targets. I'm really
and
excited.
Of all the drops that Michigan receivers have had, that was one of the more justified.
One, yeah.
Well, it was, but it reminds me a little bit, not that this one was contested, but remember the Penn State game, Ronnie Bell drops that big touchdown pass, or what was it, a touchdown?
Yeah,
in the end zone, remember that?
Thanks for the great memory.
Well, how did he rebound from that, though? How did his career go after that?
True.
My point is that, it was a really tough moment for the kid.
Towards ACL. Yeah, boy, it was a launching pad.
All right, I'm going down to the tailgate. See ya. Teachable moments.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
I thought he had a good career.
Oh. Yes, he did.
I thought he did okay.
Everything is true here. Everything is true. It's just about how you position it.
Yes.
Oh, my God. My eyes are leaking.
Timeline.
Oh, my gosh.
Guy gets in the Hall of Fame. He thinks he can just goof off on the pregame show.
Hall of Honor. Hall of Honor. Broadcast Hall of Shame. Donovan McCulley, he's been steady, too. At least 3 catches in every game. Back-to-back with a touchdown. John asked McCulley how he's helping those around him, starting with Bryce Underwood.
Helping, with his mentals and stuff like that, and, poise and things like that on the road, and just how to stay, comfortable and be calm and stuff like that. That's kind of what I help him out with. And
the other receivers in the room, obviously you're the veteran in that group. How have you been able to help some of those guys grow and progress? A guy like Andrew Marsh, who's really starting to come on.
Mars just I keep telling him, just keep working at it every day. Whatever he wants to do in the game, just emphasize that, in practice during the week. Write that in your notebook, just beat that in your head, this is what I want to do in the game, so I'm going to work on this week, and just emphasizing everything and really being practical with whatever you're doing.
McCulley, a 100-yard game against Wisconsin, then Marsh at USC. Jack, this is probably Michigan's best wide receiver duo, at least for a short-term stretch we've had in a while.
No, it absolutely is. It's great to see Marsh's emergence as the season's gone on. He seems in rhythm with Bryce. Hopefully they can continue to find him. And, hey, if these tight ends get back in the passing game, too, that's going to open up a whole other key for this offense that we haven't seen since week 1.
Yeah, and it's being able to use those receivers to, whether it's vertical or to keep the middle of that defense open. That's where you're going to see most of the targets on the tight end or underneath on the outside, a lot of those quick out routes. But to be able to have guys that you can rely upon, and that's where we're going to start to see more growth from Bryce Underwood, which is everyone is talking about. Unleash, unhook, do whatever you got to do to this offense to allow him the opportunity to throw it to Marsh, to McCulley, to the tight ends. And then, we saw, it was a great first down, but we need to see more called quarterback runs. I know that Sharon and Chip have talked about, we don't want to get him banged up, but if you have a guy that's part of his skill set, you've got to find a way to work it more into the offense.
Yeah, and it's a huge differentiator. We'll see it today from DeMond Williams Jr. That ability to take off and run, it put the defense on its heels. It's a whole other ballgame.
Yep.
Time to visit This Day in Michigan Football History, presented by Buddy's Pizza. By the way, that 2019 Penn State game was 6 years ago tomorrow. We're not going to do that one, even though Jack would want to. 28 years ago today, Michigan trailed Iowa 21-7 at the half before Brian Greasy, John Chanson, and the Wolverines led a furious second-half charge to stay unbeaten 28-24. You've told the story about the Brian Greasy, Lloyd Carr talk. At halftime or going up the tunnel?
Yeah. And Brian just said, hey, I played maybe the worst half of my career. Now let's go out there and fix it. And I get asked all the time about leadership on that team. And obviously I was one of the captains, but there are different guys that stepped up at different times. That Iowa game, Brian was the leader of that second-half comeback.
Yeah, no doubt. That is this segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game and has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. Also, just wanted to share some thoughts to the family of Zaya Combs, former Wolverine. He passed away last weekend. Of course, he had that scary injury here in 2002 that ended his career, left him briefly paralyzed. So thoughts go out to the Combs family. Definitely a bummer about that. We'll have one more podcast clip to share with you. Emotional one on what will be an emotional day, a special day here at the Big House. First ever block cancer game. Michigan and Washington, a big game in the Big Ten and college football playoff races. John and I are back. Jack will be back in the pregame show as we count you down. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Since 1980, Grand Traverse Resort and Spa has been a Michigan vacation tradition. A place where lake views meet legendary fairways, where spa days turn into starry nights, and where family memories last for generations. Whether it's a summer getaway, a fall color tour, or a cozy winter escape, your perfect Michigan vacation starts here. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, a Michigan tradition since 1980. Book your getaway at GrandTraverseResort.com. Proud partner of Michigan Athletics.
It's Michigan Football Saturday, and there's only one place to satisfy your game day cravings. Sticky Stuff Concessions brings the flavor with snow cones, slushy lemonade, kettle corn, caramel corn, cotton candy, and freeze-dried candy that hits harder than a Wolverine's touchdown. Look for Sticky Stuff Concessions behind sections 4, 10, and 25 here at the Big House. Sticky Stuff Concessions, proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beers for your game day traditions. Founders has been brewing up high-quality, highly rated beers like All Day IPA, MI Pilsner, and their Mortal Bloom Hazy IPA right here in Michigan for over 25 years. Whether you're at the game, tailgating, or watching from home, there's nothing like enjoying a Michigan-made beer from Founders Brewing Company.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
This is Michigan football.
Unfortunately, back in 2022, I lost my mom to stage 4 lung cancer. She had never smoked a cigarette a day in her life. My mom was healthy. She ran a lot. She ran half marathons all the time. She was always moving around and doing stuff for us as a family. She was a great mom. And yeah, we were just kind of just like, wow, like, how could this happen? You know, we didn't understand, especially given the fact that, you know, because of the stigma, like, you know, how did she get it? She didn't smoke. Like, that's an issue that we thought that in the first place, you know, so that's something we're trying to work out every day.
That is Michigan punter Hudson Hollenbeck. He's endured a great deal in his life. He joined John on Wednesday's In the Trenches episode in honor of Michigan football's first ever block cancer game here at the Big House. Great job by Jake Stocker, the entertainment team here at Michigan, working with the Rogel Cancer Center at Michigan Medicine, organizing some special features here today. Fans have been able to and still can submit photos of their loved ones who have fought, are fighting, or working to prevent cancer. You can head over to mgoblue.com for more information. And if you're coming to the game, you're in the concourse, gates open a little bit less than a half an hour ago, find one of those block cancer recognition cards. We've seen it at the Super Bowl, the World Series, first time here at Michigan, end of the first quarter. You can write in a name of somebody, again, fighting, who has fought, who's helping to prevent cancer. And at the end of the first quarter, you can hold it up. There'll be an opportunity to honor those. Here's more from Hudson Hollenbeck on his mom.
It was confusion. It was sadness. We kind of just didn't really know what to do. But my mom was the one who was the tone setter, and she was like, "No, we're not gonna just sit here and pat about it. Like, we're gonna do something about this. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna fight this, and I'm gonna win." You know. And that was honestly her attitude every day. She had a quote that went like this. It was 2 men sat behind prison bars. One guy saw the mud on the ground while the other saw the stars in the sky. So, like, what's going to be your perspective on life? Are you going to see the mud or the stars?
Really inspirational message, John. It was a great conversation. And Hudson has a Punting Away Cancer campaign. He's donating $50 for each one of his punts of 50 or more yards. And each punt inside the 20-yard line. Inspirational message, and obviously trying to make the most out of a tough situation.
Yeah, and I mean, you get a chance to really understand a lot of these student athletes and the players from Michigan's team when moments like this come up, and they've done such a great job of sharing personal stories, over the years. And this is the one that has affected Hudson, is the one that we're talking about today. But, cancer it's one of those things, and it doesn't matter the form or where it is in your body. I think everybody knows of someone either they're related to that has had to either fight or lost a battle to cancer, or somebody close to them. It's one of those things that it literally has affected every single individual. So I'm looking forward to seeing the signs today, and I think it's going to be one of those moments that you look back in the big house and it's kind of etched in your memory, because there are so many people that are going to participate in it as well today.
100%. Obviously no easy way to transition, but John, we talked plenty about the Washington Huskies with Jack Miller. Star-studded offense. Your overall takeaways, thoughts. We'll get your keys coming up in about 25 minutes or so, but initial blush of the Huskies.
Explosive offense, and I know that they're missing the left side of their offensive line, but they were last week as well, and it certainly didn't slow them down against Rutgers. So when you have a quarterback that can throw for over 400 yards and rush for over 100 yards, it's an explosive offense. You've got a running back that has 11 touchdowns. And so you look at some of those and you say, okay, yeah, there's some explosive runs in there, but he is so good inside the red zone. And so you have the explosive plays to either get down there, and then you have the ability to finish it off with the running back like they have. So the task is there for this Michigan defense. And I look at everything as an opportunity. And this Michigan defense is wounded. Their pride was definitely scarred last week against what happened against USC. So they have an opportunity today to come out and reset the tables. And what better opportunity to get against an offense with playmakers like this?
Yeah, Carver Willis, the left tackle, he will miss his third consecutive game. Got rolled up on against Ohio State back in late September. And John Mills, he hurt his ankle a couple of weeks ago at Maryland. So it'll be Max McCree at left tackle, we expect. He started against Michigan last year. And then Paki Finau is the left guard in there, who he and Mills were in a camp battle, similar to kind of Michigan's right guard situation where they had multiple guys that they trusted. If you're just joining us, no Marlon Klein. He was ruled out for this game. Justice Haynes listed as questionable. Michigan in the early stages of some of their warm-ups. We'll keep track on that, have Jason Avant keep an eye on what Justice Haynes is doing, if anything, down there on the field. But a real game-time decision, and obviously one that both teams have been thinking about game planning for this one, what it looks like with and without Justice Haynes.
Yeah, and, hey, you got to step up. Jordan Marshall, we saw him step up last week when he went in the USC game, and he's been a guy that we've seen a lot of touches this year. But whether it's Kuzdal, whether it's Kaapana, whether it's Jasper Parker, it doesn't matter. It's the expectation, and I've said this all the time, expectation for the position, not the guy that's wearing the jersey. So, talents change, the things that you do well, and now all of a sudden, Chip Lindsey's going to be calling a game simply for Jordan Marshall versus if Justice can't go. So that's going to help as well.
No doubt. All right, we got much to do here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Up next, an out-of-town scoreboard preview with Rob Joyce. Michigan, Washington, rematch of that national title game from back in January of 2024. You're locked into Wolverines football from Learfield.
Hey Michigan fans, is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
It's time to think forward first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Easy Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months, with only $359 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCO cash, $1,000 Open Trade Assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Yeah, the big thing is that we got to really focus on anything we need to fix from the game that just happened, and then move on quickly to this team that's coming in here and worry about this team and don't worry about anything else, because as you've seen in college football, who knows what's going to happen, who knows who's going to win, who knows who's going to lose. So, like, all you can worry about is this game, and then just go game by game, let everything play out. We're 6 games in, and we got 6 left, so we just got to go 1-0 this week.
That is head coach Sharon Moore as the Wolverines prepare for Washington. John, college football isn't to the point of the NFL where it's such a week-to-week league. What you think you learn in week 5 can be completely blown in your face in week 6. But you can't afford to have a dud. You just can't have another one. And Michigan has to go 1-0 the rest of the way. The goal would be for the Wolverines to allow fans to start scoreboard watching in the Big Ten and the college football playoff race. And I mean, we said the same thing last week, but this is probably the toughest game before the game at the end of the year.
It is. I mean, because you look at anything else that's going on in the rest of Michigan's schedule, whether it's Northwestern, it's Purdue, it's Maryland, Michigan State. Like, there's just not the same weight as there was on the trip out to Southern Cal or facing the Washington Huskies today. This is a team, and I can't believe that this team is not ranked. Yeah. They're 5-1. They've got some good wins. And,
their only loss was to Ohio State.
Yeah, and so it's a shocker to me that they're not in the top 25. But and so they're feeling disrespected. They know that they're going to come in today, and they're going to, Michigan should be ready for the best punch that Washington has.
Let's go through some of the other storylines in college football. Big Ten, top 25. We bring in our guy Rob Joyce from the studios.
Hey, Brian, John, there's already a game last night. Nebraska, team that just entered the top 25. It'll be a very quick stay for the Huskers. 24-6, Minnesota defeats them. Otherwise, the day outside of our game, a little meh in the Big Ten. We're the only noon kick, 3 o'clock, Northwestern, Purdue. Wildcats could be 3-1 if they win that one. Ohio State's at Wisconsin. Indiana hosts Michigan State. Oregon's at Rutgers. Narrative in Iowa City more than anything else between Iowa and Penn State, with Terry Smith now the interim head coach for the Nittany Lions. Then UCLA could also be 3-1 if they can take care of Maryland at home.
Yeah, and then USC at Notre Dame from a non-conference standpoint, John. That's the biggest Big Ten game outside of Ann Arbor involving a Big Ten team. Who do you like in that one coming up in South Bend?
Well, I mean, obviously we learned a lot about USC last week, and if Lincoln Riley can construct that offense to play against a really good Notre Dame defense, I'm not going to call them great, and I think USC could go into South Bend and come away with a win. Yeah. That was a well-balanced team. It was a well-called game. Ball is in and out of the hands of the quarterback quickly, and they've got some playmakers on the edges. So that one's going to be fun to watch, and I think all eyes right now are going to be on, just because we got Michigan State next weekend, and Kirk Cincinnati signs that new contract, the trip that Michigan State is taking down to Bloomington for the old brass spittoon.
Yes.
Trophy game.
How about it? Of all the trophy games, that's one of them.
them.
All right, top 25. Rob, what do you have your eyes on here today?
Already a big shakeup last night with Miami falling at home to Louisville 24-21 for Carson Beck interceptions. A lot of ranked on ranked today, mostly in the SEC. Vandy is a favorite against a top 10 team for the first time since the 70s. They take on LSU. 3:30, it's Georgia hosting Ole Miss, and then Alabama, Tennessee tonight in Tuscaloosa. Then 8 o'clock, Holy War in the Big 12, BYU and Utah. Both of those teams are ranked.
Yeah, that game, as we've talked about, really resonates. But how about Jeff Brom improving to 4-0 against top 5 teams in the regular season as a head coach? Louisville knocks off Miami last night. 4 interceptions for Carson Beck. to the point of Sharon Moore off the top. You never know what's going to happen, except for apparently Jeff Brom against top 5 teams. We know that.
Yeah.
But I mean, Miami it looked like they might have, a clean runway to get to the playoff and maybe to a bye just based on their schedule. And they have a home hiccup against Louisville that just shows you that there's a lot more randomness here this season.
And there was a report that I think James Franklin was actually down at Louisville just to see how that happens. Like, how do you win those big games?
Yeah.
Since he's got some spare time.
He had the one.
Yeah. Yeah.
He couldn't have been there. He's too busy getting ready for his game day interview in a few minutes.
That's true. Has that happened yet, Rob?
11 o'clock, allegedly.
All right.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we can't live stream it. I know that would be much entertainment for John Jansen. The
guy
stereo,
gets the random shot at James Franklin. I just can't let it go.
No, you won't for years.
No.
But man,
it's just a shame that Scott Frost is out of the Big Ten.
Just imagine.
Yeah.
Maybe if things go a certain way, could you imagine if James Franklin were up the road in East Lansing?
It's a possibility. It would be okay. They have a coach. We're going to play them next week.
For sure.
Yeah, we'll talk about that next week.
Good point. Fair enough. Time for the tailgate tip brought to you by Meyer. Smart tailgating is all about the prep work. Do as much as you can in advance, like shaping burger patties and preparing toppings. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Doug Karsh is here. He'll talk about the matchup. A big one, 5-1 Washington here against 4-2 Michigan. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
When big boy's in the playbook, you can't lose. Start with Bob's Sampler, hand-breaded tenders, golden onion rings, crispy fried pickles, and mozzarella sticks, all sharing one plate for the perfect kickoff. Then turn up the heat with our Buffalo Ranch fried chicken sandwich on a soft brioche bun. Or go all in with the crispy chicken wrap packed with flavor. Make your tailgate complete. Find your nearest Big Boy at bigboy.com.
Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. It's the super easy app that opens the door to great fuel savings and more. Sign up and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up, plus everyday savings that really add up. You can also enter our sweepstakes with multiple winners and giveaways, like free gas for a year. And Club Citgo makes paying easy with a convenient mobile pay feature. So welcome to the club where all the action is. Download Club Citgo today. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Hey, Wolverine fans. As you head into the Big House this season, cheers with a toast to Michigan-made excellence. Founded by U of M alums Susan and Will Bramer, Laurentide Winery is proud to debut their award-winning amazing wines as the house wines of the Big House. 100% grown in Leelanau, crafted with passion and perfect for your game day celebrations. You can find our wine on the concourse, club, or suite menus. Explore shop.laurentidewinery.com to learn more. Thank you, and go blue.
It's time for the annual Team Impact All-In 5K. Join Team Impact on October 19th and help support their mission to create a world where every child facing serious illness and disability feels supported by something bigger, and every collegiate team is transformed by a greater purpose. Remember, there's no wrong way to 5K. Run, walk, or roll a 5K in your neighborhood, at your local college campus, or join one of Team Impact's hub locations. Join the movement to get all kids in the game. Team Impact. All in, all together. Learn more at teamimpact.org/allin5K.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Doug, you've been starstruck to be sitting next to a Hall of Honor inductee.
I really am.
You were there last night, right?
Not worthy. Yeah, I was there.
Awesome.
It was a great moment. And my favorite thing is John got up there and he immediately started to praise basically everybody around him. He praised everybody that was going in the same class. He went down his offensive line. Shouted out Chris Zeman, who used to step on his feet.
I thought you'd appreciate that story.
Yeah, that was funny. Chris Zeman was a guard tackle, played with you, and then notoriously stepped on John's feet. I found out about this. I missed 2 games in the 16 years doing sideline reporting. One of them was a Colorado game where I had a work commitment, and I went to a Buffalo Wild Wings in Vegas to watch the game, and there was this big dude watching the game, living and dying with every snap. And then probably about third quarter, I wandered over, and we started to watch the game together. And I said, you played, right? And he said, yeah. I said, I kind of recognize you. And he said, I'm Chris Zeman. And I'm like, oh, my God. So I told him about John, and he immediately said, oh, God, I got so many John stories. I sent John a text, and John immediately said, watch out for your feet.
Yeah.
You guys going to step on your feet.
Yeah, and you probably met his wife, too. Chris is he's about my height, 6'7", and
he's
his
a big
wife
guy.
is about 5'2".
Yeah.
So.
Good dude.
Yeah.
Good dude. But so's John.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Were there any Aaron Shea stories last night?
No.
Okay.
Dana did ask me about because Brian Greasy was my host on my official visit, and so her first question to me when I got done rambling was, hey, what were some of the stories that you could share on your official visit? And I just said, no, if we were in bed by 9 o'clock and up at the crack of dawn, ready to get a workout in.
Yeah, sure.
The honest John Jansen with us
right.
here today. Must win today, Doug. Must win rest of the way. This is an elimination game.
Yeah, look, you don't want to emphasize how important this game is. I'm not sure that you can. In this day and age, in this era of college football, and so much focus on the playoff, you win this game, the arrow points back up in a big way. Washington is really, really good. And you lose this game, and I think you have concerns of where the season's going to head. Playoff will most likely be, out of the picture at that point, and, it's going to happen every once in a while. You're going to have one of those seasons where you're not, but you don't want to have them back to back, and you really want to be in this mix. Now they're a young team, we all know that, and they've got a lot riding on some young players. I mean, right now it looks at any given time they can have 4 or 5 freshmen or redshirt freshmen on the field offensively, but defensively last week was disturbing. Second half, the run defense in particular, that was out of character. I mean, it really was. They had been very good against the run. They'd hit people hard. They'd won at the point of attack with a physicality that Wink Martindale loved. And then last week, I was in shock at what happened in the second half. And sometimes you just have a bad day. Let's hope that's what it was, but we'll find out today.
Yeah, and it's time for these guys to respond. And I mean, their backs are against the wall. All 3 phases in this entire team, but especially the defense, because Wink had praised the physicality. And I had talked to him, on the pregame show a couple of weeks ago about watching all these other teams and how violent that this defense will play. And we got guys with the name of Hitman. Yeah. And we just didn't see any of that last week.
Yeah, it was jarring. And there are some similarities USC to Washington, especially on offense. Wink Martindale wouldn't say this to us, but I get the feeling that he thinks that Damon Williams Jr. is even better than Jaden Mayava, who Michigan saw last week. And they've got the top touchdown rusher in the country in Jonah Coleman. Denzel Boston had a really solid game against Michigan last year. He had 2 touchdowns last week. Some shuffling along the offensive line, but playmakers, stars, Washington boasts plenty.
Yeah, and it looks like their left side of their O-line is out today, and so that's going to be a challenge for them. Damon Williams, you think about Michigan's 2 losses. They lost to John Mateer and Jaden Mayava. Those 2 quarterbacks have some elusiveness to them, but they're dual-threat guys. Damon Williams might be the best of them. Yeah. And those 2 quarterbacks that Michigan lost to earlier this year, they sacked 1 and 0 times. And so Ohio State got to Damon Williams 6 times. We know Michigan has that in the bag. We know that they can rush the quarterback. We've seen it. But this is going to be a challenge because that kid is as slippery as they come. I cannot emphasize, if you have not seen number 2 play for Washington, look out today. He is something special.
Well, and so the book is out there on this Michigan defense, and it's, hey, let's get the ball out quick because they can rush the quarterback. And let's test that secondary. Secondary hasn't passed that test in those 2 games. And so it's going to be a matter of what are they going to do in the secondary to be able to apply some pressure early on. Don't let them have some of those quick outs. Let that pass rush get home. Because if they don't, I mean, Jed Fish is smart. He's a really good coach, and he's a good play caller. He's going to sit there and do the same thing Wisconsin did, the same thing that we saw USC do last week.
And then Justice Haynes, if you're just joining us, listed questionable. We will see. It's felt kind of like a game-time decision all week. And it changes. How much to you does this offense change? Does the outlook change without Justice Haynes?
Well, it's a huge difference. Everybody likes the other backs, without a doubt. But the home run hitting ability of Justice Haynes. You look at Michigan's explosive plays. A year ago they had 36 plays of 20 yards or more. Yeah. This year they're at 30 already. And in a large part because of number 22. He might be the best back in the country. He makes something out of nothing, and when there's something there, he can take it to the house. So he's one to watch during warm-ups, and we'll keep our eyes on him. And, they're out there in T-shirts. The guys are going back to put the pads on. But, yeah, this is one to pay attention to in warm-ups. How does he look? Because if he's going, it's a big difference for Michigan.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, I'm excited to see some new blood back there, and it might be Jasper Parker.
Yeah, they like Jasper Parker a lot. They may integrate something else. You never know what they might do in the backfield, but keep your eye. And then there's, my best friend Jordan Marshall. I'll be rooting like crazy for him. Yeah, the two of us being downhill skiers, but he's had to give it up. I could keep going, but he can't ski during football season, during his football career.
There's some downhill running today.
That's what we're looking for.
That's the goal.
Point those skis downhill and just go.
Getting ready for a, 79-degree.
No French fries.
French fries.
Yeah. Pizza.
You got a pizza.
Pizza.
Oh, not pizza. Not pizza. No pizza.
Yeah,
French fries.
Pizza when you got a French fry. You're going to have a bad time.
No S-turns. Straight downhill and go.
Hey, October 18th, and it's going to be a high of almost 80. How about that? No skiing today.
Yeah, a little too hot for my life.
Yeah,
it is.
I'm a fan of seasonally appropriate weather.
Yes. Well, this is most certainly not. Hopefully, it is an important win for Michigan. We'll get Doug's thoughts, much more coming up here on the pregame show. But the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show concludes with John's keys to the game. Coming up next, Wolverines and Huskies. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This football season, Detroit Wingco is officially in the Big House. Catch us at concessions serving up our award-winning boneless wings and crispy fries during every home game. And while you're there, don't miss your shot to win free wings for a year. That's right, free wings all year long. Just head to our spot in the Big House to learn more. Detroit Wingco, now serving the Big House. That's how Detroit wins.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base.
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
If you haven't listened to the Conquering Heroes podcast, here's what you've been missing.
Athletic Director Ward Manuel. And that's part of what being here is about. It's about that connection, not only to a great university and a great athletic department and your team experience, but to great people like your coaches, your head coach, your assistant coach. All those people make a difference.
Conquering Heroes, covering Michigan athletics all season long on MGO Blue Podcasts. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
For a 12-10 kick, Michigan and Washington coming up. Are you ready to upgrade your outdoor living space? TimberTech is the #1 premium decking brand and the official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. It looks like real wood, but won't rot, warp, or splinter, and comes with industry-leading warranties. Order free samples at TimberTech. That's TimberTech.com. John, keys to the game, starting with a Michigan offense that only had 2 touchdown drives last week. They went for 2 on the second one. Got to find something because Washington, they're likely going to get theirs.
Yeah, and it's offensively, it all starts up front. You've got to win at the line of scrimmage. And I think the biggest thing is just being consistent, because we've seen this team, whether it was at times against Nebraska, against Wisconsin, even, some plays here and there against USC, they can be a good offensive line, but we need to see it not just 6 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10 times. It needs to be 10 out of 10, or at least 9.9 out of 10. We need to have more consistency up front. And it's about all 5 guys being on the same page. That starts with the communication coming from that center position, and it's guys being able to go out there, no missed assignments, eyes up, so you're seeing the defense move. Everything's going to change at the snap of the ball, but it really comes down to finishing. And whether that is that little bit of extra effort in protecting Bryce Underwood or it's finishing on a run block, all of those things add up through the course of the game, but it's simply about, hey, I've got to go out there and just win this play. Take some vertical shots. That's my second key. We've seen Andrew Marsh and how important and how impactful he can be to this game. Donovan McCulley. And I'm begging for more, or at least a little bit of Jamar Browder, because I've seen him at practice. I know he is right there. We talked to Ron Bellamy about his. He's right there. The coaches think he's right there as well, and I think it could really open some things up. But it'll help open up the run game, and this may be a game where you need to match them score for score, and you might need some of those explosive. And then number 3, I need to see more Bryce on the run, and whether that's rollouts, getting outside the pocket so he's got a good view downfield, or it's just simply called quarterback runs. Let's open up this offense more.
Yeah, you mentioned finishing drives. Rutgers last week at Washington, they had 5 drives of 50 or more yards that were not touchdown drives. 2 field goals, 2 failures on 4th down, and then an interception late. Defensive keys against the dynamic Huskies offense.
It's very similar with how I'm going to start this one as I did with offense. You've got to find a way to win up front. You got to stop the run. You've got to control the line of scrimmage, and by doing that, you're going to allow linebackers, corners, nickels, safeties to be in position to make tackles. And the next step is, hey, let's just simply make an open field tackle or tackles that are supposed to be made. And if you can't get them down, hold them up, hold on for dear life because the cavalry is on its way. You got to take good angles and play within the defense. Especially if you get down, this happens a lot, especially with some young players, but it can happen with veterans as well, where you feel like I've got to make a play on this play. This is my chance to turn things around for Michigan. You can't get out of the scheme of the defense because you think you could change the course of this game. So be disciplined up front. Don't do your own thing. Number 2 is keep the quarterback in the pocket. It gets really scary when he gets outside the pocket. He starts extending plays and throwing the ball downfield or running him. So be disciplined on those rush lanes. Keep him in the pocket. Settle down. Don't miss. When you have a shot at the quarterback, we saw it against John Mateer. We saw it against USC. When you got a shot at the quarterback, you got to make sure you hit those shots. And then in the secondary, you got to vary some coverages. Don't be playing, off so much, and especially late in games. If you are coming from behind, you're going to have to change things up. I know, Damon Williams is really good at the quarterback position right now, and he's playing at a high level, but he's still only a second-year player. Wink needs to design some things that change. Once the snap happens, show man and then, back off into zone, or show some zone and go to man, zero coverage. A lot of different things you can do to try and confuse still a young quarterback.
Special teams have not been a weapon for Michigan so far this season. How can they be here today, or at the very least hold serve to let the offense and defense try to win it?
Do something big on special teams. Let's get one big play, and whether that's a block punt, a block kick, it's a punt return, kick return for a touchdown, force a turnover, steal a possession from Washington, and give it back to the offense with a momentum shift. Just a big play on special teams. And then number 2, I would not put it past Jedfish and this team to have a fake in place for the Michigan game. So make sure you're disciplined, you're understanding your keys, and it really comes down. It's the same thing that we're talking about offensively. Finish blocks, be disciplined up front. Defense, simply be disciplined. Play within the realm of the defense and the way it's constructed. And on special teams, that's got to be the number 1 key every single time, is just be disciplined in, these are where my eyes are supposed to be. This is where I'm going to stay.
It's a big one. It's a must-win elimination game. It has that feel to it. And, listen, when you come off a loss, there's some frustration in the fan base. There's some angst. It can go a long way because you win this one, you're going to be a favorite heading into the game.
And all of the potential is there. And, is this the game where we see Bryce Underwood perform at an elite level for a freshman against a good defense? Is this where we see some of that young talent offensively that we see all of a sudden, hey, things click and there's explosive plays defensively as well? This is the opportunity. Your backs are against the wall. It is must win from here on out. How are these captains How are the seniors, how are the leaders on this team going to respond?
Lots to do. Getting ready for that 12-10 kickoff. And coming up on our pregame show, presented by Morgan & Morgan. Full analysis from our crew. John Jansen, Doug Karsh, Jason Avant, Jack Miller. Interviews with offensive lineman Andrew Sprague and head coach Sharon Moore. Plus, clips from both coordinators, Chip Lindsey and Wink Martinet, all in preparation for a 12-10 kick. 5-1 Washington, 4-2 Michigan. This was the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Pumpkin picking is here at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, and this patch is packed with prizes. Every Friday in October from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 4 lucky guests will step into the pumpkin patch for their chance to win. Pick the perfect pumpkin and win up to $1,500 in premium play. Pumpkin picking is here at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. It's all treats, no tricks this October. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Michigan fans, Kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Michigan basketball season is quickly approaching. Both the men's and women's programs have high expectations along with jam-packed home schedules. And now is your chance to secure single-game tickets for the upcoming season. Visit mgoblue.com/tickets to lock in your seats as the men's team tries to hang another banner after last year's Big Ten tournament title, and the women's squad builds around the loaded core of Olivia Olson, Silas Swords, and Mila Holloway. We'll see you at Chrysler Center this winter. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left wing, a 3 for the win.
Yeah! They score! Quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah! The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Back to the drawing board, right? Every week is a new week.
All you can worry about is this game and don't worry about anything else.
Us as a team, we got to come together more than ever now.
We have to trust ourselves, and we have to trust each other, and we have to trust the coaches that we're going to make adjustments.
Just focusing on our next week and focusing on us so we can do better and execute well.
Focusing on making perfect execution on every play.
We just got to make sure we're all doing what we're supposed to, doing our assignments and really straining through the plays.
It takes all 11 to do their job and do their job right.
Big Ten conference play, bro. We just got to keep going, keep rolling, and then we'll be all right.
All our goals are still in front of us, though, so we just got to keep going.
We just got to go 1-0 this week.
We will persist until we succeed. That's what we will do.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan athletics. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is also brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Game day deserves the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar because fan work is thirsty work. By Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
What type of man are you going to be? How are you going to respond? That was the message from Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale to his defense this week, according to fifth-year senior Damon Payne, and that is a huge question today. How are the Wolverines going to respond to last Saturday's disappointing performance at USC? Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside one of the most recent inductees into the University of Michigan Athletic Hall of Honor, the captain, John Jansen. John, congratulations.
Hey, I appreciate it, and congratulations to the other 6 that were inducted. It was a special night last night, and but it will be even more special if we could pair that with a win.
There we go. The backdrop to this game, a lot of questions. All in all, who needs to step up today, in your opinion?
This is a game that is going to be led by captains, juniors, seniors, upperclassmen. They're going to have to step up, and then you're going to have those other guys that are in leadership positions, like a Bryce Underwood. He's got to be able to protect the football, go out there, make plays, and I really see this game as a game where you can't play tight. You play tight, you got no chance. You still have to go out there, be willing to make plays, and hey, there's risk involved, but there's plenty of playmakers out there to win today.
Offensively, Michigan hoping to have their big play back today in Justice Haynes. He just ran down the tunnel fully uniformed, and he is just starting his warm-up. So we are optimistic that he will be on the field and playing for the Maize and Blue.
It's exciting to see him in his pads, and I know he's feeling things out. He'll take a couple of pops here to see how everything's feeling, but it's a game changer if you have him out there because he has that game-changing speed.
Explosives are up offensively this year, and we'll have more on that later. Something that has evolved in recent weeks, wideouts are making more plays. Donovan McCulley and Andrew Marsh.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Marsh has 9 targets, 8 catches, and honestly, I mean, I know that the one that was down on the 1-yard line against USC, 8 at him all week long. That's a play that I've seen him make in practices. He can do that. But to have that threat, that explosive vertical threat, is huge for this Michigan offense.
Yeah, they look different in the pass game the last couple of weeks. Washington defensively, not elite, but not bad. They held Ohio State to 24, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and, I mean, there's nothing that they do defensively that really knocks your socks off, but they're really well coached. They're disciplined. Yeah. And that's, I mean, honestly, I know Jed does more with the offense, but that is the what he has put out there on both sides of the ball. This is a disciplined team.
John, a year ago when we were in Seattle, they were already buzzing about young Damon Williams, a quarterback. Then last week he threw for over 400, rushed for over 130, and those are video game numbers.
They are, and he's got unbelievable, game-breaking potential. When you have that ability at the quarterback position, it really puts the defense in a pickle. Are we going to try and keep him in the pocket and make him a passer? Well, he just threw for 400 yards. Well, are we going to, let him get outside and try and pressure him? And as soon as he breaks the pocket, he's as dangerous out there as well.
Jonah Coleman has over 518 yards rushing this year, and there hasn't been a ton of room for him between the tackles in recent weeks. We'll watch that today. On the outside, wide receiver Denzel Boston, big wide receiver. He's a problem. He's getting some first-round projection. So last week against USC, the Michigan run defense, very disappointing. What are you looking for today versus Washington?
Well, it's a matter of physicality, but I don't know that I was disappointed that they weren't more physical, but we've seen this team be a violent physical defense. To me, it was more of a breakdown in responsibility, and guys that you don't want to – you can't have guys that are going to try and take over games. One, because we don't have those guys on this team, but as soon as you do that and you think, well, I'm going to change the game on this play, now all of a sudden you make a defense vulnerable. And if you have 2 guys doing that on a play, all of a sudden you get the ability to convert a 3rd and 25 with a 45-yard run.
Yeah, John, I think this game today against a 5-1 Washington team is simply huge for the arc of the rest of this season. I don't think we can understate how big this game is for this Wolverine team.
No, it definitely feels like this is an inflection point, and you can go one of 2 ways. It's hey, all of a sudden things are looking good. You're still in the playoff run. Maybe the Big Ten is out of reach. You're not going to get that trip to Indianapolis. But on what follows, Michigan State, and then you get to go to Wrigley, and then you've got Ohio State at the end of the season. Things start to feel better, and the projection is great. You lose this one, and now all the questions surround the program.
All right, it's Michigan and Washington. The weather today, 65 degrees right now. It's on its way to the mid to upper 70s. There will be gusty winds, 10 to 15 miles per hour. There is a 15% chance of rain as this game progresses. Coming up, we'll preview today's opponent in depth, the Washington Huskies. Also, scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll hear from former Wolverines, Jack Miller in number 8, Jason Avant, and later, Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. It's Go Blue versus Bow Down to Washington. We ride at noon. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
When you're injured, the first thing you need is a huddle. The right offense, the right plan, the right call. For 35 years, Morgan & Morgan has been that huddle, fighting for the people and recovering more than $25 billion for our clients. This season, we're teaming up with the University of Michigan Athletics because the right huddle doesn't just protect you, it helps you win. Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Injured? Just dial pound log. Morgan & Morgan, Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, 48266.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Deep in the end zone, touchdown, Desmond Howard! What a catch and what a call!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain for Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, official partner of Michigan Athletics. Whether you're tailgating or headed to the Big House, Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. New or pre-owned, our team has a large inventory of vehicles ready for you today. And a special offer for Wolverine fans, receive a $1,000 discount and 3 years of maintenance on any new Lexus purchase when you mention this ad. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor or get started at LexusofAnnArbor.com.
Introducing Celsius, the energy you need for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience a refreshing taste made with proven ingredients, 0 sugar, and essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the Big House or cheering from your couch, Celsius keeps you energized for every quarter. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Celsius. Live fit. Go.
Another Michigan-Washington matchup is on the air, and today's game is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com.
Last week, Michigan had a chance to announce itself as true Big Ten and college football playoff contenders, but the Wolverines did not finish drives offensively and did not tackle well defensively in an 18-point loss at USC. Life comes at you fast in college football because at 4-2, it is must-win territory for the Maize and Blue. One more loss, and barring the miracle of miracles, the Wolverines would be out of the Big Ten and college football playoff conversations. Here's Michigan defensive back TJ Metcalf.
Us as a team, we got to come together more than ever now. We know us taking 2 losses, we can't really just harp on that. Of course, we got to do what we need to do to get better and improve for, this upcoming Saturday. But, we don't need to harp on that loss. We just need to, what, Coach Trish said before I left, figure out what we need to do to get better and keep improving.
John Jansen, you've been around Schembechler Hall this week. What to you has the response been like?
They're not going to let a team beat them twice. And, yeah, you've got to be aware of the big picture. You've got to know that you are in the playoffs right now, but the sole focus has to be on this Washington team. You can't go back and beat USC. You can't go back and beat Oklahoma. And you're not competing against those teams in the future. You're preparing for them, but to prepare for them, you've got to beat Washington today.
Offensive scouting report now. Michigan only mustered 13 points at USC. Only 3 true drives in the first half. A 3-and-out and a touchdown sandwiched in a frustrating second drive that was inside USC's 30 before a false start and a sack forced out the punt unit. Second half, outside of the 69-yard touchdown to Andrew Marsh, Michigan was unable to score on 5 other possessions, with just the second interception of the year by Bryce Underwood ending the best of those drives. Here is offensive coordinator Chip Lindsey on Michigan's inability to close out some key drives last week.
When you have an 11-play drive, I think, and a 12-play drive, and you get no points, I think
you've done something to shoot yourself in the foot, and we did that. We took a sack when we shouldn't have because we blew protection, and then, we turned the ball over. And those are things that are really important when you're playing good football teams. And, that's the thing. We had good long drives and then really just didn't finish the drives. And I think that's going to be our emphasis all week. And, and part of that is, hey, when we get down there, we got to understand that we have points. We got one of the best kickers in the country. And not that they don't know that, but at the end of the day, we got to make sure we do a better job in those situations.
The fix has to come quickly, John, against a Washington defense that has some bend but don't break in them. Rutgers last week only scored 19 points against Washington, even though they gobbled up 493 yards of offense. And availability report-wise, Michigan might have some disadvantages. We know for sure Marlon Klein is out. Justice Haynes listed questionable. We'll get some thoughts from the field with Jason Avant shortly, but your impressions of what Michigan has to do to bring that together against a Washington defense that has done good work in bending but not breaking.
Well, you've got to find a way for other guys to step up. We've seen Hogan Hansen do that in the absence of Marlon Klein, Zach Marshall in the absence of either of those guys, and Jordan Marshall has to be that guy in the backfield if Justice can't go. But I'll take those opportunities. If you could tell me that Michigan's going to rack up 450 yards of offense or near 500 yards of offense, I'll take those opportunities in the red zone. And whether it's coming away with 3 points with Dom Zavada or taking shots into the end zone with a quarterback, Rutgers, with all due respect, they don't have an athlete like Bryce Underwood operating at quarterback. And you can do a lot of things in the red zone. Now, that's where Michigan really needs to take steps forward, is being much more effective in the red zone. But I'll take those shots today.
For what it's worth, Justice Haynes is full pads. He is out there going through regular running back warm-up drills. Again, we'll talk with Jason Avant. He is field level on that in a bit. Washington's defense, their strength is the secondary. Number 8, Sicario Davis, returned last week after a 3-game absence, and he had a chance at 3 different interceptions in that ball game, one of the best corners in the Big Ten. Impactful strong safety is number 12, Alex McLaughlin, a little undersized, but an FCS All-American last year. And up front, kind of their tone setter is number 11, Tai Uyunglele. Here's more on that Washington defense from Chip Lindsey.
I think they got a very talented defense. They do a great job of challenging the wideouts and also at the line of scrimmage with bodies and so forth. So I just think you see a good defense, guys that play extremely hard and running the ball. They're very well coached, and a big challenge for us for sure.
John, your impressions of that Washington defense?
It's a scrappy defense. And, you talk about McLaughlin, and you look at him, and he walks out, and you're like, whatever.
Yeah. Then you watch him play.
Yeah, then you watch him play. And, this is a defense that they're not going to give you anything. You may be able to get some of those yardage and rack them up, but that's why they're so tough in the red zone, because they know when they've got to draw a line in the sand, they're ready to do that. So it's about physicality.
Yeah.
All right? You just have to go out there and play your game. Don't worry about Washington. Don't worry about, and yeah, you're going to game plan against McLaughlin or Demond Williams. You're going to game plan all these things, but it's simply about focusing on what you're doing. Michigan has to be a lot better than it was last week against USC, but if they get a performance like they had at Lincoln, I think they might be able to beat Washington. If they get a performance like they had against Wisconsin, they should be able to beat Washington. But you have to continue to improve. That's where this team is at.
Yeah, biggest test for Michigan at home this season by far, and maybe the biggest test before the game at the end of the year. There's plenty more to do here on the pregame show, which is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Our defensive scouting report comes your way next as we count you down to a 12-10 kick here at the Big House. Wolverines and Huskies. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
The official podcast home of the Wolverines is Go Blue Podcasts. Join John Jansen and me, Brian Bush, as we cover Michigan athletics all year long. Get the latest on Michigan football on In the Trenches, presented by Meyer. Defend the Block focuses on both the men's and women's basketball programs. And Conquering Heroes covers all other Michigan sports. Enjoy all of those episodes and much more on Go Blue Podcasts. Just search Go Blue Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs is probably the best you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
For the fourth time in 5 seasons, Michigan squares off with Washington. There have been some big games, of course, the national championship game in January of 2024, but each team also has a huge home win over the other. Remember the maze out early in 2021 for Michigan to start that incredible bounce back from 2020. And then Washington last year earned arguably its best win of the season, and that was the one they needed to get to bowl eligibility out in Seattle last October. 12-10 kick for another installment here today in Ann Arbor. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app. It's available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage on the Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Defensive scouting report now. The issues from last week were quite simple in defensive coordinator Wink Martindale's eyes.
It's real simple. It's just tackling. We were in position to make a lot of plays, and we just didn't make them.
Wink to the point there was a frustration all game long.
Yeah, that's really what it came down to. And you go to that first drive against Wisconsin. It was tackling. It's angles. It's the basics. And you would think, and this is the wild thing about coaching 18 to 22-year-olds, right? It's any day you're never really sure how consistent they're going to be. The more consistent you are, the better team you are. And that's where Michigan has those 2 losses right now. They just have played inconsistent football.
Wolverines must be better because for as strong as Jaden Maiava is, the USC quarterback, and he had great success against Michigan at times last week, Washington quarterback Damon Williams Jr., he's probably better. Wink Martindale told us this week that Williams throws the ball on the move better than Maiava and is faster than the USC signal caller. Last week, Williams broke Michael Penix Jr.'s Washington record for total yards in a game. He had 538, 402 through the air, 136 on the ground. He was the 16th FBS quarterback ever with 400-plus and 100-plus. Your thoughts on the true sophomore quarterback, Damon Williams Jr.?
He is a dynamic playmaker. And you want to talk about a guy that, try and find flaws in his game. And, yeah, he's a young player. He may put the ball at risk, but he's got guys like Boston that can go and make plays. He's got guys in the backfield that can make up for maybe something he does wrong on a play. So, and they've also shown up front when you have your entire left side, left tackle and left guard, that are out, which they have been for a couple of weeks. You insert a couple of new guys, and, other teams may struggle. They didn't. They had their best offensive output in a number of years with a couple of backups in there. So this is a well-coached team. It's a disciplined team. They coach to their strengths, and their strength is Damon Williams. He's going to go out there, and you have to understand that at times he's going to make plays. And accept that. And not sit there and look at your shoes and be like, oh, man, what are we doing? I mean, I can't stop. No. you got to bow your neck and find a way to respond.
Yeah, you can't let up, though. In the first quarter last week, he was 2 of 6 for 30 yards. By the end of the game, he had 538 total. As for the skill weapons, Jonah Coleman leads the country with 11 rushing scores. Their running back had 18 carries for 80 yards and a touchdown last year against Michigan up in Seattle. The top receiver, number 12, Denzel Boston, 2 touchdown grabs last week against Rutgers. Here is Wink on Coleman and Boston.
I think he's, a tremendous back. You saw the problems he gave us last year, and he looks like he's right on pace to, have another really good year. They got a couple really good football players, but it all runs through 12, and they got a good connection that he and the quarterback, and it's going to be a tough challenge.
And I mentioned the offensive line shuffling. No left tackle Carver Willis missing his 3rd straight game. No John Mills, the left guard, missing his 2nd straight. So Max McCree, who started against Michigan last year in this meeting, he goes at left tackle. Paki Finau is the left guard. He was in a big battle with Mills during camp. A lot there. Certainly Michigan could try to exploit that left side, but there are playmakers in around Boston. They got a bunch of young guys, kind of like Michigan.
They do, and this is where, if you want to take a couple of chances against McCree, more power to you. He's a guy with some starting experience. He's a senior, and you talk about Finau. When you're in that battle, and it's really neck and neck, and it's all the way down to the first game, it's not like there's a huge drop-off in regards to who's going in there, and they've shown that. So it's up to Michigan to construct some of those blitzes, and how they're going to use Jayshawn Barham. And I think that's an ever-evolving process in regards to when and how they use him as a pass rusher and when and how they use him as a run stopper.
We will visit with a member of that Michigan offensive line, Andrew Sprague, with the pregame show presented by Morgan & Morgan continues. Michigan and Washington coming up in less than an hour. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champions Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. We connect fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, produce public and private events, offer club memberships, and operate an online retail store, selling exclusive apparel, trading cards, autographs, and other memorabilia featuring Michigan student athletes. To become a member or learn more about how you can support your favorite Michigan student athletes, visit championscircleUofM.com. Champions Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's good! Rebby Hamilton has done it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think forward first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Easy Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months, with only $359 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for a low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCL cash, $1,000 open trade assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Michigan and Washington less than an hour away from kickoff. We're back here on the pregame show presented by Morgan & Morgan. Great to visit with Andrew Sprague from the Michigan offensive line. First off, the response from last week. How has it gone? How have you guys bounced back from that loss?
I think we've really just been trying to attack this week and try to learn from last week, but then flush it and not let one loss become two.
What lessons have you guys learned? We'll start just with the offensive line. What have you guys gleaned from that last week?
that against the better teams, we really need to focus on our technique because they can expose flaws in technique.
Something Coach Moore talked about was not being able to finish drives. It felt like there was some meat on the bone out there. How can you guys do that in this game and beyond?
I think we just have to continue to just work on it, work on finishing our drives and wearing down the defense.
Giovanni Ohadi returned at left guard. What does that do when you have a captain like Gio, a guy who's been through a lot of battles, back in there, healthy, ready to go?
It really just brings another leader on the field and really just helps unite the line.
It's been interesting, you over there on that right side, you've had some different people to your left, whether it was Brady or Jake or Nathan. How do you kind of help with that process, and is it unique to have so many different guys standing next to you sometimes?
I don't really help with the process at all. I kind of just see who's next to me and ready to go. But, yeah, it's been cool to be able to play next to all three of those guys. I mean, I'm great friends with all three of those guys, so it's been fun.
Of those three, who's the most competitive? Who's the one who you think would maybe run through a brick wall the most of those three guys?
They're all pretty competitive. Yeah, they're all running through a brick wall.
All right, being a good teammate there. I totally get it. The running game. Obviously, Justice goes down. We'll see on his status. But Jordan Marshall, some of the guys behind him, Bryson Cusdahl, Jasper Parker. How deep is that running back group?
Well, it's a very deep room. It obviously hurt losing Justice, but I don't really think we missed a beat, and Jordan ran the ball great all game. So,
to Washington, what stands out on film? What do the Huskies do well defensively?
They really stack the box. They have good interior players, good edges, and their linebackers come downhill and attack.
Playing back in the big house, how much can fans help in a spot like this? Such a big game, a big opportunity, and a chance to bounce back.
Yeah, the fans can definitely make a big impact. Just be loud and be loud all the time.
Andrew Sprague, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Andrew Sprague from the Michigan offensive line. Much more to do on the pregame show presented by Morgan & Morgan. We'll come back, hear from Jack Miller and Jason Avant as we count you down to the Wolverines and the Huskies. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. Let's go, Wolverines! SeatGeek.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
They will not catch Donovan Edwards. He will score.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your Barbasol shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. The big game is on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of Michigan athletics, has the perfect beers for your game day traditions. Founders has been brewing up high-quality, highly rated beers like All Day IPA, MI Pilsner, and their Mortal Bloom Hazy IPA right here in Michigan for over 25 years. Whether you're at the game, tailgating, or watching from home, there's nothing like enjoying a Michigan-made beer from Founders Brewing Company.
Here on what is quickly becoming a warm day at the Big House for a mid-October game. Wolverines and Washington Huskies, fourth time they're meeting in the last 5 seasons, and this is a big one. Washington comes in at 5-1, Michigan 4-2 after that loss against USC. But we start with Jack Miller high atop here at Michigan Stadium. Jason Avant on the floor. Jason, the big story, questionable tag for Justice Haynes. Seemed like a game-time decision all week long. Now it's almost game time. What have you seen from Justice? He's in pads. He's going through warm-ups.
Yeah, so I just came down from that side of the field where Justice was. He looks like he's ready to go. I saw him take a few handoffs. It looks like he's pretty good. I will say that he's moving kind of tender. I don't know if that's because he's trying to conserve energy or he's being bothered by the injury, but it looks like he is in gear, ready to go. He did look good when he was cutting with the football, so hopefully he's ready.
Well, that'll be something we will be monitoring all game long. Now, Jack, the issues last week, pretty easy to identify. Sharon Moore basically opened his press conference with them. Offensively, an inability to finish drives, and defensively, tackling. Simple to say, difficult to fix. How do the Wolverines go about doing it against a team in Washington that probably is every bit as good as USC?
Well, offensively, you got to be good on first and second down. If you get into third medium, third and long, this team is not really built to drop back and find receivers downfield. Just hasn't been their MO as of late. Don't really have the scheme to do that. So, first down, whether you're going to run or throw, you got to make sure that you're getting positive yards out of it. And then the other thing is, too, let's say it's a positive gain on first down. We had that a lot against USC. You get 6-7 yards. Then second down, you go run the ball into TFL 4 yards the other way. And so now you're in 3rd and 8 all of a sudden. Really difficult for this offense to succeed when they're playing like that. So stay ahead of the chains. If you happen to get to 3rd down, at least you're in a 3rd and manageable. You can convert, extend drives, go down and score. That's the key, first and second down.
Jason, your thoughts on those two areas to improve?
Well, so I think that you're going to have to stay committed to the run game with this type of a ball game. I think Washington starts, fairly slowly. The last 2 games they were down 10-0, and then they were down 20-0 to Maryland. So they kind of start slow, and that gives you an opportunity to stay committed to the run game. They are going to try to use a 5-man front in order to stop Michigan's run game, and that's a feast or famine defense. You can get a couple tackles for loss, but if you don't give up, you can pop through that 5-man front and get an explosive run just like Rutgers did of last week. So with that being said, I think they're going to have to stay committed and stay out of the negative plays like Jack talked about. I think they can do it. There are some weapons on the outside for Michigan I think that Washington's going to have a hard time with. They play with 2 6'4" corners, and I think a guy that is athletic and nimble side to side like Andrew Marsh can be a problem for Washington's defense.
Talking about our defense now, got to stay committed to whatever the scheme is. Got to be all in on what we're trying to do. I think a lot of times last week, yes, we didn't tackle well. The underlying issue in a lot of that was being out of place, taking bad angles, not being where you need to be. And so all of a sudden, everything falls apart from there. Got to play 11-man football, can't play 10-man. Everybody's got to be committed to their assignment, be where they need to be. This offense from Washington, a lot of weapons. Jed Fisher, great offensive mind. They're going to do what every team has done so far this season. Short, intermediate passes, not allow our pass rush to get there. Go to the line of scrimmage quick, sometimes push tempo, get the ball out, and really try to keep this defense on its heels. When this defense knows what's coming at it, they can stop anybody. They can get a pass rush. They got a great linebacker core. The D-line is solid. The secondary is solid. Offenses have gotten us out of rhythm when we're guessing. We don't know what's coming. It's a slip screen. It's a run. It's a drop back long ball. When we can dictate what we're going to do by being good on first and second down, getting into 3rd and longs, and not let this offense start to dictate the tempo of the game, the defense will be all right.
And it's interesting, Jason, because the quarterback Michigan will encounter, Damon Williams Jr., he can throw it, he can improv and run it, he can design run it. There's a lot that Michigan has to stay focused on, and even when the play breaks down, it goes back to what they had to struggle with last week. You got to tackle.
Yeah, you got to tackle, and you have to plaster in the secondary. This is one of those games where the play is never over, so you can't look back at the quarterback at any moment. That's how you get something behind you, so we have to plaster when it comes to that. But I will say with this offense for Washington, they're limited over the field, over the middle of the field, because their quarterback on paper is 5'11". I just saw him in person. He's 5'9" at best. Right, so he's not a big guy, so you're not going to be able to see over the middle of that defensive line, so we have to be willing to put our hands up. When we stopped USC the few times that we did last week, we got tip balls in those possessions. And this is a perfect game for tip balls over the middle. We have to be able to be we have to out-physical them on the outside. Our nickelback, our safeties, our corners have to be able to defeat screens when it comes to their cheap offense, throwing slip screens to receivers and bubble screens. We have to be able to dominate that part of the game, and we can limit them in that way. Down the field is going to be another story. We have to play well on the outside because Denzel Boston and, Pricestock, Rock on the outside, the other receiver, Roebuck on the outside,
Roebuck, yep.
is going to be a challenge for us, so we have to do well in the back end.
Quarterback Damon Williams Jr., a lot of Kyler Murray comparisons. Really shifty, small guy back there. Gets the ball out quick and can hurt you, even though he's undersized like that, like you mentioned, Jason, can hurt you with his ability to run and extend plays. I think it's going to be interesting to see what is Wink Martindale's style of defense today. We want to play an aggressive style. We want to get after the quarterback. I think you have to do that to some degree. However, USC did a great job using that aggression against us and putting us in situations, whether it was slip screens or running the ball at Jayshon Barham, who likes to get upfield and getting underneath him. They use that aggression to our disadvantage. So you got to be able to get after the quarterback. You got to be able to confuse him. We show it's man, it goes to zone, it's too high, now all of a sudden it's 4 high, whatever it might be. You have to be aggressive enough to keep this offense guessing from Washington, but not too aggressive where they can use it against you.
Yeah, you have to cage rush this quarterback, Damon Williams. Cage rush means that the defensive end never get past the quarterback. You have to be willing to trace your steps and come back up the field and be ready to tackle. That's the only way you'll have a chance. Very rarely you get a chance to face the offense 3 times. This is the same offense at Oklahoma, same offense at USC. We get a 3rd time with Washington with this air raid style offense. Will we pass the test this game? And I think it's a challenge for Wink. He doesn't want to go 0-3 against the same style offense.
Yeah, Michigan needs this to be 3rd time as the charm, or Michigan will be out of Big Ten and likely college football playoff conversation. More to do on the pregame show, which is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Sharon Moore coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes. We'll have Rob Joyce's preview of the other games in college football in about 10. But up next, we'll hear from Jack and Jason to see what they think we'll be talking about on our postgame show here on the pregame show presented by Morgan & Morgan. Wolverines and Huskies coming up. We are a little bit more than a half hour away as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
When people yell, "Go Blue," most people think of the Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victors, the maize and blue. But what does Go Blue mean in the liquor store? It means go for a long drink. Go for the blue can with undefeated flavor, a refreshing mix of citrus, sparkling soda, and a kick of real liquor. So go blue. Then go blue. For the Wolverines, we mean long drink. Proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume. Gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024. The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Greasy bootleg right, firing deep for Tooman. Touchdown, Michigan!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the energy you need for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience a refreshing taste made with proven ingredients, zero sugar, and essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius keeps you energized for every quarter. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Celsius. Live fit. Go.
Chrysler Center is the place to be on Sunday, October 19th, as Michigan Volleyball welcomes in traditional Big Ten power Nebraska. Fans can enjoy a pregame Volley Fest on the concourse with stations for photos, posters, and face tattoos leading up to the match at 2 o'clock. For your tickets, head to mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to support Michigan Volleyball against Nebraska on Sunday, October 19th at 2 o'clock.
Today's game is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit michiganswers.com. Wolverines, Huskies, we're live in Ann Arbor for this Big Ten showdown.
So here we go. Wolverines and Huskies coming up. 5-1 for Washington, 4-2 for Michigan. Jack Miller, what do you think we're going to be talking about postgame?
How Damon Williams Jr. plays. If they shut him down, if our defense comes out strong, like Jason had mentioned, this is a 3rd time this season already. We've seen that air raid type of attack. If they're able to shut him down, cage him in with the rush, don't let him escape and extend plays, and then be able to get after him so the ball has to come out of his hand, be schemed up, right? We're going to be okay. If he has one of his days and he's running all over the place and our defense is on its heels and confused and we're guessing and we're trying to figure out what's coming next, whether it's run, pass, screen, then we might be in trouble. So I think it's really about how this defense plays and how DeMond Williams Jr. plays relative to that.
Jason, what do you think we're going to be talking about after this one?
I think it's going to be the defense, and so I'm going along with Jack there. I think our defense has to play well in order for us to win this game. And I think, yes, the third time's a charm for Wink. Seeing this and seeing how poorly they played last week, I think it's fire under their belly, in their belly to come out and play well. A guy that we didn't talk about is Jonah Coleman, 5'9", 220. A guy that we have to stop, and I think we have the weapons to stop him. He's a Jones-Drew type guy, and I think we're going to do it. Defensively, we'll be talking about the defense.
Look, I think it's a big statement game. It's a statement about where the program's at right now. You know, you have a poor loss at USC, a lot of question marks, a lot of naysayers coming out of the woodwork. It's finally happened, right? How is this team going to respond? What's the culture like in that locker room? How bought in are these players to what their coaches are preaching, the scheme that they want to have, the effort, the ability? We'll see. We'll see. I think it's a big statement today about how this team can rally, where they're at, and how much they're really together. There's finally some noise. We'll see how they respond.
We've seen Donovan McCulley and Andrew Marsh have a big game. I'm not saying there's going to be somebody at that level necessarily who has 100-plus yards, but I think a third target has to and will emerge, something like 50 or more. Get a few catches, open up another option. Maybe Hogan Hansen, maybe Samaj Morgan. There are plenty of candidates. All right, that is some thoughts on what we will be talking about. For now, we'll have Rob Joyce tell you about what's to come in college football here as we get you ready for a busy week and a big game to start it here in Ann Arbor. Wolverines and Huskies. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
When you're injured, the first thing you need is a huddle. The right offense, the right plan, the right call. For 35 years, Morgan & Morgan has been that huddle, fighting for the people and recovering more than $25 billion for our clients. This season, we're teaming up with the University of Michigan Athletics because the right huddle doesn't just protect you, it helps you win. Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Injured? Just dial pound law. Morgan & Morgan, Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, 48266.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
This is your home for the Hometown Call, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ed Council.
Put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It's a matchup that conjures memories of Rose Bowls gone by and a national championship season that will always be near and dear to the hearts of Michigan fans. It's the Huskies versus the Wolverines at the Big House, and as we get set for kickoff, let's welcome in Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Doug, there's a lot of history between these two teams and a whole lot of happy memories for Michigan fans. I hope we get to make some more of those memories today.
Andy, we've been talking about the affordability of health care. You've been straightforward with Michigan fans. Health care is expensive, and health insurance premiums and copays are under pressure. We've focused on upstream costs and how they collectively impact downstream health insurance prices, but there's another cost in the health care system, one that no one wants, but we all pay for.
Unfortunately, you're right, Doug. The U.S. spends trillions of dollars on healthcare every year, but it's projected that between 3 and 10% of that spending is driven by fraud. And that means more than $300 billion could be tied to things like claims for services that weren't provided or for medically unnecessary procedures.
When we hear those dollar amounts, it can be hard for people like me to see a direct connection to our own budget, but it does affect us all, right, Andy?
Yes, Doug. Healthcare fraud leads to higher health insurance premiums and out-of-pocket expenses for all of us. It's a major financial crime that also puts patient safety at risk. Healthcare fraud happens across the country and here in Michigan almost every day.
I know it's something Blue Cross takes very seriously, Andy, because there is an important role that your company plays in safeguarding your members and customers' money. I read at mibluedaily.com/affordability that you got a whole team of experts fighting healthcare fraud.
True, Doug. Our team of healthcare fraud investigators, registered nurses, and billing code analysts work to identify suspected fraud, and then they work with law enforcement. That often leads to criminal investigations and convictions. It saves money, and it protects our members and customers.
It's clear that fighting healthcare fraud is a major priority for Blue Cross, and that is important given the existing strain on affordability. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Counting down to Michigan and Washington at 12:10 from the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the network studios with our first look around the rest of college football here this afternoon. Full slate of Big Ten games today. Everyone but Illinois in action. Actually started last night with Minnesota upending Nebraska 24-6 in Minneapolis. Sixth straight win for the Gophers over the Huskers. Everything else comes later on today. We're the only noon game in the conference. The next game to kick is at 3. Northwestern hosts Purdue. 3:30, Indiana welcomes in Michigan State. Hoosiers up to third in the AP poll, highest ranking in school history. Spartans, meanwhile, still in search of their first Big Ten win of the year, as is Wisconsin. The Badgers at home, also at 3:30 against Ohio State. Coming off its first loss of the year last week, Oregon heads east to face Rutgers. That's at 6:30 from Piscataway. 7 o'clock, Penn State looks to right the ship on the road at Iowa. Terry Smith, the interim head coach in State College. He was the associate head man before James Franklin's firing on Sunday. Also at 7, UCLA tries for a third straight victory. They're hosting Maryland. USC, the only team with a non-conference game, a top 25 clash at Notre Dame at 7:30. To the top 25, we've already had one upset last night. Number 2, Miami goes down at home to Louisville 24-21. Today, a lot of intriguing matchups, particularly in the SEC. 3 ranked versus ranked contests. First up, noon in Nashville, Vanderbilt against LSU. First time both teams meet as ranked teams since 1947. 3:30, number 9, Georgia faces 5th-ranked Ole Miss between the Hedges and Athens. Rebels smothered the Bulldogs last year in Oxford. Then at 7:30 tonight, number 6, Alabama plays a 4th consecutive top 20 opponent. This time, it's the form of 11th-ranked Tennessee. Tide have won 10 straight against the Vols in Tuscaloosa. Outside the SEC, one other top 25 matchup in the Big 12. The Holy War renews in Provo at 8 o'clock, number 15, BYU, and 23rd-ranked Utah clash. Again, Michigan and Washington in a few minutes. Coming up in the pregame show, presented by Morgan & Morgan. We'll get the thoughts of head coach Sharon Moore. He chats with Doug next as we listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
A lot of life can happen between sips of Dasani. You know, the life moments, big and small, that are worth getting thirsty for. Like organizing a family movie night under the stars. Or hearing an old favorite song and having an impromptu dance party. Or finding a new dinner recipe that the whole family loves. The crisp, clean taste of Dasani was made for all of life's thirst-worthy moments. Dasani, because life happens between sips.
Forward down the field, a charging team that will not yield.
Lions fans have even more to cheer about with the new Detroit Lions games from the Michigan Lottery.
Rah, rah, rah.
Featuring a roster of fan favorites, instant ticket, pull tab, fast cash, and online play, you could win prizes up to $500,000. With the new Detroit Lions games, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
It's time for the annual Team Impact All-In 5K. Join Team Impact on October 19th and help support their mission to create a world where every child facing serious illness and disability feels supported by something bigger, and every collegiate team is transformed by a greater purpose. Remember, there's no wrong way to 5K. Run, walk, or roll a 5K in your neighborhood, at your local college campus, or join one of Team Impact's hub locations. Join the movement to get all kids in the game. Team Impact, all in, all together. Learn more at teamimpact.org/allin5K.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Well, Coach, responding to adversity is a big part of a season. Did you get signs in the week leading up to this Washington game of the response you were hoping to get?
Yeah, I mean, the plane ride over wasn't fun coming back, but the response was really the messages, the work that was put in on Sunday. You know, we got back late, and guys went home, got to sleep, got rest, but you saw guys in the facility early on Sunday trying to get after it and go to work. So the response on Monday was awesome, and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday practices were the same. So we're in a good place.
What about the captains? Did they step up in their roles?
Yeah, definitely led by example. You know, there were some messages from a vocal standpoint that they put out, but there was a lot of just leading, you know, in practice, making sure everything's going the right way. In meetings, you know, extra meeting time, doing different things, organizing things throughout the building that they were doing, but just even more emphasis on getting everybody there, not just the guys that are playing, but guys that aren't playing.
And I know every game is big, but I'm not sure it can be overstated how big this game is against this opponent. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, I think every game is a huge one. And I think when you're at Michigan, you feel like that. Every game's a big one. So I don't know if there's really one that you feel it's bigger, except for that one on the last one at the end of the year. That one's always different. But every game is a big game, and we know what's at hand and what's at stake by winning this game. So we're going to do everything we can to win it.
How about the fact that all the big games have been on the road, and now you have one at home? What difference can that make?
Huge. We need our crowd to be fired up. We need them to be loud. We need them to be part of the game and affect the game. For us, being at home obviously provides a comfort for our players, you know, sleeping in, you know, the same hotel and having that same routine. And we love noon kickoffs, so it's going to be a fun game.
Earlier in the week, you talked about a couple things you were hoping to see get better during the week. Let's start with defensively, tackling. How did they respond, and do you expect better today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first thing you talk about in tackling is, you know, getting to the football with hustle, angles, and pursuit. I thought we did a really good job in practice emphasizing that. I thought the coaches did, but the players did. You know, wrapping up, you know, sometimes there was a couple times where guys went to the ground where we didn't want them to the ground, but that's okay. That's part of wrapping up. That's part of the tackling. And there was a good emphasis on that because we know we got to do that with this team. All
right, offensively, you talked about finishing drives. How do you try to work on that during the week, and what were the results like?
Yeah, the best, you know, the most thing you can do that can affect it is, you know, working on third downs to stay on the field, and then working on your red zone efficiency. So those things were things we really harped on because we felt like we moved the ball well last week, which we did. But when you have drives of 10 plays and 12 plays and don't come up with any points, that becomes difficult to beat really good teams. So, you know, emphasis of third down conversions and doing, you know, execute on third down and execute in the red zone.
One thing that's obviously gotten better in recent weeks, the pass game and the playmakers at wide receiver. Let's start with Andrew Marsh with the explosive play last week. Each week, do you put a little more on that freshman's plate?
Yeah, absolutely. He's an extremely talented kid that works extremely hard and put more on his plate, put more on Bryce's plate, put more on everybody's plate to be more explosive. But with that, we got to continue to do that, put him in different spots, which we will today, and we also got to open up that run game.
And Donovan McCulley, earlier in the year, like the Oklahoma game, there were some miscommunications with Bryce. Those seem to be in the past. They're really dialed in right now. They
do a really good job of getting together before and after practice. There's a lot of post-practice work that you see getting done there, and those guys are really on a really good page. So, you know, looking forward to watching them work today.
All right, it's Michigan and Washington. We'll talk more about the opponent straight ahead. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits. We have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
When you're on the move and looking for nonstop college sports action, get the Varsity Network app and take the game with you everywhere. Stream live play-by-play from schools across the country right from your phone, free. Catch hundreds of weekly podcasts, including shows from your favorite teams, all in one place. From football Saturdays to midweek hoops, it's your all-access pass to the college sports world. Whether it's game day or just your daily drive, the Varsity Network app has you covered. Download now and listen live for free on the Varsity Network app.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Coach, offensively, Damon Williams, he is so fast. He got counted for almost 550 yards last week, and this is a problem.
Yeah, he is a problem. He's probably one of the most dynamic players in college football, honestly. He's not a big guy, but he's dynamic with the ball in his hands. He's dynamic throwing the football. He's dynamic running it. So we got to do a great job of keeping him in the pocket, keeping him, throwing from the well, making it hard for him to throw, and then not letting him get out and scramble.
Both Mateer and Maeva, when you face them, can you draw from that experience? Does that help you in a game like today, having faced two guys that were tough to get to the ground?
Yeah, Maeva, not as, he didn't run as much. He was really good in the pocket, but he's a bigger guy, so you see a lot more. And then Mateer, again, same thing. It's going to be about tackling and keeping those guys in the pocket. For the most part, we did that, but when Mateer got out the pocket, he made more plays with his arm than with his leg, whereas this kid's going to make the plays with his leg. So we got to do a really good job of just great angles and pursuit when we go attack him.
Defensively, what stands out on film about their defense?
Sound, physical, not very complicated. I know Coach Walters does a really good job with his scheme. Obviously, we faced him in 22. We faced him in 23. So a guy that's got a really good handle on the defense and how to do it. And they've changed and molded a little bit since he's been at Illinois and Purdue. So it's going to be a big challenge for us.
Okay, this may be completely irrelevant, and feel free to tell me that it's irrelevant, but long drives to start games for the opponent against you, and yet Washington's fallen behind big in recent weeks. How key is the start today?
Yeah, it's huge. It's one of the key emphasis of the game. We got to start super fast in all three phases. You'd love for it to be a 3-and-out and score on the first drive, and that's what we're going to aim to do.
Anything new to expect today?
We're going to put some playmakers in some different positions, experiment a little bit with Samaj. Morgan in the backfield doing some different things. He's a great ball-in-hand guy, and he runs very strong for how big he is. Example is the Nebraska game and making that third down play and running over guys, and what he did his freshman year against Rutgers. I forget about that sometimes. He made about 5 guys miss in a phone booth and scored a touchdown. So he's got ability back there, and we'll continue to move everybody around to see what happens.
All right, final thing. If you're celebrating a Michigan victory and talking to John Jansen after this one, what are some of the key things that need to happen?
We got to win the trenches on both sides of the football. We got to be able to run the football, but obviously protect the quarterback. Defensively, we got to do the same thing. We got to hone in on that guy. We got to make sure he's locked in there. We've got to limit the explosive plays. They're probably going to have 1 or 2 because they're an explosive team, but we got to limit a lot of the big plays. And then offensively, we got to convert on third down in the red zone and finish drives.
Coach, good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There he is, Sharon Moore. Kickoff is straight ahead. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
When you're injured, the first thing you need is a huddle. The right offense, the right plan, the right call. For 35 years, Morgan & Morgan has been that huddle, fighting for the people and recovering more than $25 billion for our clients. This season, we're teaming up with the University of Michigan Athletics because the right huddle doesn't just protect you, it helps you win. Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Injured? Just dial pound log. Morgan & Morgan, Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, 48266.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com for Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Michigan basketball season is quickly approaching. Both the men's and women's programs have high expectations along with jam-packed home schedules. And now is your chance to secure single-game tickets for the upcoming season. Visit mgoblue.com/tickets to lock in your seats as the men's team tries to hang another banner after last year's Big Ten tournament title, and the women's squad builds around the loaded core of Olivia Olson, Silas Swords, and Mila Holloway. We'll see you at Chrysler Center this winter. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Back to the drawing board, right? Every week is a new week.
All you can worry about is this game and don't worry about anything else.
Us as a team, we got to come together more than ever now.
We have to trust ourselves, and we have to trust each other, and we have to trust the coaches that we're going to make adjustments.
Just focusing on our next week and focusing on us so we can do better and execute well.
Focusing on making perfect execution on every play.
We just got to make sure we're all doing what we're supposed to, doing our assignments, and really straining through the plays.
It takes all 11 to do their job and do their job right.
Big Ten conference play, bro. We just got to keep going, keep rolling, and then we'll be all right.
All our goals are still in front of us, though, so we just got to keep going.
We just got to go 1-0 this week.
We will persist until we succeed. That's what we will do.
Michigan football is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan athletics. By the Michigan Lottery. For fun, for schools. Your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Coke Zero Sugar. Game day deserves the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar because fan work is thirsty work. And by Don'tRegretTheBet.org. Helpful tips to play it smart when you gamble from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Once again, with national champion John Jensen, here's Doug Karsh.
Welcome back inside the big house. It's Michigan and Washington today on a gorgeous day in Ann Arbor. We'll get this one going shortly, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. It's 4-2 Michigan coming off that loss at USC against a 5-1 Washington team. Head coach there, former Michigan passing game coordinator Jed Fish. His 6th year as a head coach, UCLA, Arizona, and now Washington. In Seattle, it's year 2 where he is 11-8. And he was a big part of the early Jim Harbaugh years here in Ann Arbor. And John Jansen, very well-coached team offensively, the Huskies.
They are. They're very disciplined. You're not going to see a lot of penalties. You're not going to see a lot of guys out of position. They're going to be doing what they have to do to give themselves a chance to win. And now it's up to Michigan to figure out how you're going to crack the code against a dynamic quarterback in DeMond Williams and a rushing attack that is... It's potent. 11 touchdowns from one guy to this point in the year. They're very good in the red zone. They're very good at putting the ball in the end zone.
You mentioned DeMond Williams, 402 yards passing last week for the Huskies, 2 touchdowns plus 143 yards rushing, non-sacks yards. That's 545 yards of total offense. Now, look, hey, it was Rutgers, and their defense ain't great, but still, 545 is 545.
Right, and it was largely all in the second half of that Rutgers game. So I'm not sure what happened in that game, but that's what you expect from Jed Fish, as a guy that can make adjustments at halftime and come out. And I love the opportunity that this defense has to go against a quarterback like this. Coming out of that game against USC, a lot of questions swirling around this defense, about the violence, about the fight. This is a great opportunity to be able to respond against a very good player.
The best quote on DeMond Williams this week came from Michigan defensive tackle Damon Payne. Does he remind you of anyone? Yep, he reminds me of a great player. So there you go. Tackling. It's real simple. Got to tackle better than they did a week ago. Michigan's rush defense was a disappointment as the Wolverines come charging out of the Lloyd Carr Tunnel on the eastern sideline. John Jansen, they got to be better tacklers today.
They do, and some of that is how do they get to that position? And up front, you can't have any heroes. You've got to be able to if you're supposed to take on a block or a double team, do that. Let the linebackers make the plays. Make sure that they know exactly what you're doing. And if you're a secondary guy coming up, or if you're in the open field, it's about the track, the path that you take. You put yourself in position to even make that play.
Sherrone Moore, his second full-time year as the head coach of the Wolverines, 4-2, 11-7 overall. Said the guys understood what happened last weekend at USC. The message, go back to work. Coach had his blue-collar work coat on at his presser Monday. Offensively, he wants them to finish drives better today. Chip Lindsey also saying we shot ourselves in the foot, and that was an emphasis in practice all week. When you have one of the better kickers in the country and you have points, you can't have negative plays to take you out of field goal range.
No, if you've done the work to get into scoring distance, you got to be able to come away with whether it's 3 or 6. And one of the challenges has been for Michigan is putting the ball in the end zone, in the red zone, and for this Washington defense, they've given a lot of yardage in between the 20s. They really stiffen up in the red zone, so it's going to be a huge opportunity for Michigan. And there's a lot of talk about, hey, we understand, and you go out there and you show the work shirt. It's going to be about what they show today.
Well, you look at Michigan offensively, there was discussion early in the week about trying to up the tight end usage in the pass game. Issue is, no Marlon Klein today. The captain is out. Now, Hogan Hansen's been getting healthier. Hogan is a very, very talented young player and a kid that probably wants to show well as being a native of Bellevue, Washington. He becomes your primary target from the tight end spot today.
Expectations for the position. Hogan Hansen, we saw him do it last year against USC. We saw it when Colston couldn't go. He's got to be that guy when Marlon Clant goes. Zach Marshall has been the most consistent player at that position because he's been the healthiest. He's ready to go as well.
We await final word on Justice Haynes, but he did go through pregame warm-ups, fully padded, looked good. We'll see if indeed he is a go. He left last week's game against USC with an undisclosed injury. As far as Michigan's quarterback position, Bryce Underwood, last week they liked his poise and his playmaking ability. They're putting more on him week to week in terms of RPOs, but the sack he took that took him out of field goal range and the interception, those were the things that stood out. And this week, Chip Lindsey said it was 5 or 6 plays, but they were costly 5 or 6.
They were, and in regards to that sack that took him out of field goal range, he's running away from a linebacker that came from depth, and I don't know if whether he didn't know he was coming or didn't feel like coming from that distance he'd be able to take him, but there's got to be that clock that goes off in his head. Now he knows what that looks like, what it feels like, and I expect him, what did we hear about him early in the season coming out of training camp? Not a guy that makes the same mistake twice. Opportunity today to show that he's not going to be that guy that makes the same mistake over and over.
Well, it's been a more explosive Michigan offense this year. Plays of 20 yards or more. Last year, the entire season, 36. This year so far, 30. Pretty good, but they're going to need a big part of that is Justice Haynes.
Right, yeah, whether he's able to go or not, how much he's able to go if he's in the game. And then other guys, whether it's Jordan Marshall, he's going to have to step up. He's going to be, carrying a lot more of the load back there. We might see Jasper Parker, but it really comes down to some of those wide receivers as well. Being able to have Andrew Marsh with 8 catches last week, it's just, hey, explosive plays are still there to be made, even without Justice.
We go downstairs for the coin flip. We'll hear from our lead official, Jason Nickleby. He said you want the rock? You want the rock?
Yeah, hell yeah, we want the rock.
Michigan gets the rock first here in Ann Arbor.
Washington has won the toss and has deferred their choice to the second half. Michigan will receive at this end of the stadium. Good luck, men.
Wolverines will move right to left their first possession. Out there with the Wolverines, one of the all-time greats, All-American edge rusher and Philadelphia Eagle, Brandon Graham. What a great player Brandon was.
Yeah, and what a great NFL career. You talk about the opportunities to play in the Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl, and the moments, the Michigan on Michigan crime with the sack that he had against Tom Brady. So great to see him down here.
Jason Avant's down below. I saw you just had a couple words with Brandon.
Yeah, I did have a couple words with Brandon. I have Brandon here. How does it feel to be back, Brandon?
Man, I feel good.
back in the big house, baby. You know, wish I was playing, but you already know. You know how it goes.
Well, enjoy your time with your family.
Yes, sir. Go Blue.
There he is. Well done, Jason.
Sounds like he is actually ready to play.
He is ready to go. His family is here. He wants to show out for his family one more time.
There you
Give him
go.
a jersey.
Let's set the Michigan offense. Evan Link, Gio Ahadi, Greg Crippen, Jake Guanara, and Andrew Sprague. There's your offensive line. The wide receivers, Samaj Morgan, Andrew Marsh, and Donovan McCulley. We expect to see Justice Haynes in the backfield, Hogan Hansen at tight end, and the quarterback Bryce Underwood on the season. 59.7% of his passes have been completed for 1,210 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. So we get Andrew Marsh standing on the goal line on the far side. He'll field the kickoff from Grady Gross to get this one underway here in Ann Arbor. Gross approaches the football, and the kick is returnable if Andrew wants to bring it out, and he decides not to, and Michigan will take over on the 25-yard line. So we'll set the Washington defense. Couple guys keep an eye on. Jacob Manu, a linebacker. If he plays, he's dealing with a redshirt situation. Alex McLaughlin, their safety, outstanding playmaker. He's their dog back there. 2 6'4" safeties in Ephesians Prysock and Takarion Davis. They will give Michigan's receivers problems with their size today, but here we go as Michigan leaves the sideline offensively in their traditional blue uniforms with the maize pants and the winged helmet. Washington in all whites with their gold helmets and the W on the side. Wolverines will be moving right to left as Bryce Underwood is in a shotgun. And in the backfield, indeed, it is Justice Haynes. And the first pass is tipped at the line of scrimmage and falls incomplete. It was Jordan Marshall actually getting the start for the Wolverines. Incomplete. It'll be second down.
Yeah, trying to get the ball in and out of Bryce's hands quick, trying to get an easy pass there, just overthrown. And, hey, you live to play another down.
2nd and 10 for Michigan on this opening series. Bunch formation to the left. Now they put Marsh in motion from right to left, bring him back the other direction, and they hand it off to Jordan Marshall running right. There's not much room. He gets maybe a yard. It'll set up a 3rd down and long in this first possession.
Yeah, that's where Michigan has struggled early in drives, early in games, is you really need to be able to find a way to get more yardage on first down. Obviously, an incomplete pass gets you 0, and then you run the ball for a yard. Now you're sitting there looking at 3rd and 9. It's not a great position to be in here to start the game.
Neither of these teams have been fast starters. Michigan, specifically defensively. Washington has fallen behind 20-0 and 10-0 their last 2 weeks. They won both games. So here we go on this 3rd down and 9. Underwood in a shotgun. Off his right hip is Jordan Marshall. Takes the snap. Looking, he's got time, fires over the middle, and it's caught, but short of the sticks and dropped at the 31 is Hogan Hansen. Check that, it was Deacon Tonelli in there. Wow.
Yeah, I felt like if Bryce, it wasn't rushed on that, the protection was good. If he just takes a little bit longer, he had Zach Marshall coming over the top, right over the top of where Deacon Tonelli was, and might have been able to pick up. He definitely had first down yardage, so check that one down, probably a little quicker than he needed to throw it.
First career catch for Deacon Tonelli. Standing on his own 31-yard line is Denzel Boston to field his punt from Hudson Hollenbeck, and it's returnable. He catches it at the 36, spins out of 1 tackle, and gets drilled right there as Troy Bowles is making an impact on special teams with a stop, and they'll mark the ball at the 36-yard line, and that's where we will see the very dangerous Damon Williams for the first time today. Jonah Coleman is key guy in the backfield. Watch out for the aforementioned Denzel Boston. Michigan's defense up front. You got Rayshon Benny, Damon Payne, Trey Pearson, Derek Moore, Jason Barham, and Ernest Hausman. We'll see where they line up Barham today. They look like they're going to have him at an edge spot to start this game. Jimmy Roller at the linebacker spot. Jair Hill, Brandon Hillman, Rod Moore, and Zeke Berry is your secondary, though they're going to go with Jaden Mangum on this first snap from scrimmage, as he is in at the safety spot. 5 defensive backs on the field. Williams will open in a shotgun from his own 38-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Huskies, their first possession. They'll hand it off to Coleman up the middle, and he's drilled by Ernest Hausman in the hole, giving maybe a yard and a half. Wolverines' leading tackler taking down Jonah Coleman. It's been tough sledding between the tackles for the Huskies of late.
And I like what I've seen from that defensive line. Big plays happened last week because guys were taking edges. They've got to be able to take on those blockers, even if it's double teams. You've got to rely on, whether it's Ernie, Jimmy, Jay Sean, who's ever at that linebacker position. This time it was Ernie to come up and make that tackle.
2nd down and 8 for Damon Williams, who's in a shotgun here for the Huskies. The ball just shy of Washington's own 40. Back to pass as Williams quickly delivers in the flat. He's got his tight end, and he's drilled immediately and dropped right there by Zeke Berry. Coming up from his corner spot. Tucker DeGraff on the reception.
Great reaction by Zeke. And, an 8-yard cushion, but the reaction to be able to come up and make that tackle right away.
Washington going quickly on this 3rd down and 5. From their own 43, back to pass is Williams looking downfield, steps up in the pocket, bails out of there. He's got some room to run. Can he get to the sticks? He can, and he steps out of bounds at the 49-yard line. Move the chains for the Huskies here.
Yeah, that's the really challenging part about playing against Damon Williams is when nothing's there and there's a breakdown in the rush lanes, you let him out of the pocket, it's really hard to stop him, especially when it's only about 5 or 6 yards. He's so quick to make that decision and pick up the first down.
1st and 10 for the Huskies from their own 49-yard line. Michigan showing a 4-man front. Just underway and scoreless here in Ann Arbor. Damon Williams in a shotgun takes the snap. Hands it off to Jonah Coleman. He's got a little room running right into Michigan territory and down to the 46-yard line, where he's taken down by T.J. Metcalf up from his safety spot. Gain of 4.
You're going to have run support from the secondary. You're going to have it from the corners. You can't shy away from those hits. And when you make that read that it's a run, just like I talked about Zeke Berry being able to come up and make that reaction, make that tackle, you're going to have it from the secondary as well.
2nd down and 6. Williams back to pass. Sets up a screen to his tight end. He's got some room across the 40 down to the Michigan 38-yard line. It's DeGraff again. Jimmy Roller on the stop. Move the chains as Washington is moving into the scoring zone here in Ann Arbor. Early first quarter.
As a party, that right tackle was able to get up on Jimmy Roller, and just that little bump on him created the first down.
Williams takes the snap, hands it off to Coleman, surveys the Michigan defense, cuts it back to his left across the 35 down to the 34-yard line, a gain of 3 on 1st down.
Little counter action by Washington. They pulled that left guard. Nice job at the point of attack, and they've got to find a way to close that gap. If Derek Moore can just close that gap on the backside.
And Washington going quickly, snaps the ball, but we get a flag. Were they not set? Do we have a legal procedure?
Full starts. Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Aaron Hatchett, transfer from Oklahoma, playing on this line with his brother Landon Hatchett, the center.
And we'll see how aggressive Link's going to be here. Now you start to get him at 2nd and 12. You want to be aggressive against Damon Williams, make him make a quick decision, but you got to be careful not to let him out of that pocket.
As John mentioned, 2nd down and 12 here for the Huskies. The Michigan at 39-yard line. Williams takes the snap, back to pass, fires far side. And it's incomplete.
Come on, should
have been picked off by Jair Hill, and quite frankly, that should be 6. He threw that well behind his intended receiver, Boston, and Jair had a catch-and-run touchdown. I mean, nothing but green turf in front of him.
Jason, that's why they play defense, right?
Exactly. That's why they're on defense. But I will say this, the last 3rd down, Barham had a chance to cage rush Damon Williams. You can't get past the quarterback at defensive end.
Yep.
Williams back to pass on this 3rd and 12. Fires near side, and it is broken up. Zeke Berry got in there and give him the pass breakup right near the sticks. Intended for Desmond Roebuck, incomplete. It'll be 4th down, and we'll see what Jed Fish decides to do.
Great job by Zeke dropping into his coverage, and then being able to come up and make that play right when the ball gets there. Great timing, great break on the ball. Zeke is seeing everything right now extremely well.
It'll be a 56-yard field goal attempt, but looks like Coach Fish has opted to punt, as they're going to send Luke Dunn out there. He's only punted 9 times all year. And he'll roll to his right and go for the coffin corner. Samaj Morgan back deep for Michigan. This ball will bounce and into the end zone. And Michigan will get the touchback and take over on the 20. So the defense gets a stop. Wolverines will get the football back. 10-13 to go first quarter, and scoreless in Ann Arbor. Michigan football from Learfield.
Why are potatoes on my head?
Sebastian Maniscalco. 2 shows, Friday, November 21st at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
I had dry hands 3 months ago. Now I got no fingers.
Tickets for the 7 and 10 p.m. shows start at $72 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com.
If I'm not talking or smiling, it looks like I could murder your entire family.
Sebastian Maniscalco, the It Ain't Right Tour, November 21st at Soaring Eagle Casino, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
He's got the speed. He's got room. He's going to score.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
For the win! Got it! Let's go!
Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go.
Deep to center field! Oh, it's gone!
Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025.
Hey, Meier's the presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field, Rob Joyce in our studios. Anchoring our coverage today is Brian Bush, and of course we've got Jack Miller. Our engineer is Tony Butler. We've got Bruce Monty on stats. Rich Marion is our spotter today. Michigan and Washington, they exchange punts. Michigan has the football on their own 20-yard line. Their second possession after going 3 and out. As Bryce Underwood will leave the sideline with the offense. And being a shotgun here with Jordan Marshall still in the backfield, we await word on Justice Haynes, see if he will give it a go today. Dealing with an injury and went through warm-ups, fully padded. We'll see if he is available. First play from scrimmage here as Bryce claps his hands and hand it off to Marshall running left. And he's got some room across the 25 out near the 30-yard line. There you go. Good blocking up front. Jordan Marshall finding a hole for 8. Exree Alexander on the stop.
Yeah, where Max Bredesen goes, generally the ball goes right there with him. He goes in motion, comes across, and they pull Jake Warnera and do a nice job of running that counter and blocking right up inside.
They go empty set with 4 receivers split wide right. Now they're going to put in motion Marsh from right to left. Empty backfield here for Bryce Underwood on 2nd down and 2. Quickly delivers on a slant. He's got his man at the 35-yard line. Samaj Morgan, a gain of 7, moved the chains for Michigan.
And when you go 5 wide like that and they're going to blitz that extra guy off the edge, you know Bryce is going to have to get rid of that ball. And that was Jacob Manu, so apparently they're going to be playing him. They brought him right off the edge, and he's going to take a hit. Great job standing in there and getting rid of the ball.
From the 35, 1st and 10 for the Wolverines. 3 receivers split wide to the right, 1 to the left. Underwood takes the snap, will hand it off to Marshall running left, and not much room. He bounces off 1 tackle, tries to get going, scampers and gets what he can. Actually gets about 3 yards out of it, John. Not much there, but he squeezed out of it what he could. Exree Alexander on the stop.
Not a lot at the point of attack. Not getting any movement up front on that left side, but Jordan Marshall he's not going to be a guy that they're going to take down easily. He's stopped at the line of scrimmage, ends up bouncing it outside, fighting, scratching and clawing for 3 yards.
2nd down and 7 for the Wolverines. McCulley and Marsh will split out wide right. 2 tight ends in the ball game. Pistol formation with Marshall deep behind. Bryce Underwood claps his hands, takes the snap. Back to pass is Bryce. Looking, fires to Marshall out of the backfield. He's got it. Across the 40, beats his man to the corner, turns upfield, gets the 1st down, and steps out of bounds at the 47-yard line. Move the chains for the Wolverines, a gain of 9.
Hey, if it takes 6 offensive linemen to protect, he's going to take 6. They had Blake Frazier in there as one of the tight ends and does a nice job of holding things off. They bottle everything up. They kept Max Bredesen in it as well. So in essence, you got yourself a 7-man protection, just enough time for Bryce to be able to find Jordan in the flat.
It was a good decision by Bryce there. They had a high 77 concept that takes long to develop. Wasn't there, so he went to the flat right away.
I'm going to go back and find out what high 77 concept is.
It's
time allows here in this
back in college on a Saturday night.
1st and 10. And they go reverse to Donovan McCulley. Coming to the near side across the 50 into Washington territory and down to the 42-yard line. Another first down for Michigan. Ryland Dillard Allen on the stop as Michigan goes a little trick play on the reverse, and Donovan McCulley moves the chains.
Well, and here's what's nice about this is they're using different guys at different positions. So right now, Washington's they're doing a number count. Hey, where is 1? Where is 0? Where are all these guys lining up? And Michigan gets to the ball quickly. They run a play, and Washington's not really sure what's coming at them.
Underwood in a shotgun, takes the snap. Play action's going to roll out to his right, looking downfield. Pump fakes, gets away from a defender. There's a flag down. He throws it away. Incomplete, but we wait to see what this flag is. Andrew Marsh coming open late.
Might be a hands to the face on the defense.
Yeah, that's what Jake Guinera is indicating.
Holding. Offense. Number 44. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Oh, we were wrong.
Yep. And obviously it's Max Bredesen. I'm not sure what he did out in the middle. I didn't see it, but here's what I like about what Bryce did there. And we talk about not making the same mistake twice. He's rolling out just to be able to get rid of the ball and making sure that he doesn't take a sack. Gets it back to the line of scrimmage, throws the ball out of bounds, which you can do once you're outside that tackle box.
Last week, Michigan couldn't overcome negative plays. They're looking at a 1st and 20 here from their own 48-yard line. 3 receivers split wide right. 1 to the left. Underwood takes the snap. Back to pass. Setting up a screen to Jordan Marshall across the 50 back into Washington territory. And he's banged out of bounds right in front of the Michigan bench at the 48-yard line.
I think the best thing that Bryce does right now is when he's throwing that ball to Samaj in the flat or to Jordan Marshall or any of the backs, he does such a nice job of putting that ball in front of them so they can catch and run. They don't have to try and turn back. He put that ball right in front of Jordan Marshall so he could get maximum amount of yardage.
4 yards there, 2nd down and 16. 2 receivers split to either side, ball in the left half. Underwood's got Marshall in the backfield. Claps his hands. Washington brings a blitz. Underwood steps up, fires down the middle, and it's caught at the 25 and dropped. Is it incomplete or is it a fumble? They're saying incomplete. Oh boy. Was that Deacon Tonelli?
Yeah.
He had it down the seam, inside the red zone or close to the red zone, and couldn't hang on.
What a beautiful pass by Bryce Underwood. I mean, he put that ball right where it had to be. And Deacon Tonelli getting some opportunity here with some injuries. He's going to have to come up with that catch.
And Jacob Manu was the man that dislodged it. He got there right after the ball did. Give him credit on that play. Tonelli probably wants that one back. It's 3rd down and 16 for Michigan from the Washington 48-yard line. Underwood takes the snap. Back to pass. Over the middle. He's got his tight end. That is Zach Marshall, and he dives forward close to the first down. Just looks like a half a yard shy.
Got to go for it.
You have to. And we got an injured Wolverine, and it's Evan Link. Oh boy, he's holding his left knee. 15 yards on the reception with Zach Marshall. Injury concern for Michigan right there. As Evan Link, starting left tackle, is on the ground holding his left knee. It'll be 4th and 1. We'll take a timeout here at the Big House. Scoreless, 6:08 to go, first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Lobs it up in the end zone around Tree. He adjusts to the ball. He's interfered with. He makes the catch.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain for Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor.
official partner of Michigan Athletics. Whether you're tailgating or headed to the Big House, Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. New or pre-owned, our team has a large inventory of vehicles ready for you today. And a special offer for Wolverine fans, receive a $1,000 discount and 3 years of maintenance on any new Lexus purchase when you mention this ad. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor or get started at lexusofannarbor.com.
3 nights, 3 unforgettable experiences, only at Motor City Casino Soundboard. Feel the rush at Night of Knockouts October 24th. Catch the Whispers perform their timeless R&B hits October 26th. Close out the month with a night of laughs with Little Rel Howery October 29th. It's all happening here at Motor City Casino Soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help learn more at bcbsm.com. Well, this is not good news, as Evan Link is still down on the field. And John...
yeah, they're getting the wagon out for him, and he's up. They're going to get him on the stretcher, put him on the cart, take him up the tunnel. And Michigan team gathers around him.
We got to like this. The whole team is going out to show their support for Evan Link, the junior left tackle out of Burke, Virginia. Started last year at right tackle, moved over to left this year, and this means Blake Frazier's going to have to step up. Now, we know Blake, you've known Blake for a long time, as his father, Steve, was a teammate of yours on the national championship team. I've gotten to know Steve over the year, great guy. And it's now his kid's turn.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mama Frazier's probably sitting there going, "Oh boy, here we go." And you know, you never know when your opportunity is going to come up. We've talked about him as going in there as that extra tight end. I just mentioned him just a minute ago as the extra protector. Now all of a sudden, hey, you're thrust into a role where you're going to have an impact, and you got to step up. And I've seen him at practice. He's ready to do it. Now he just has to go perform.
Evan Link getting a long hug from his roommate, Nathan Afobe. Evan, Nathan Afobe, and Jake Guerra share an apartment in Ann Arbor, and Afobe with a long hug of Evan Link as they load him onto the cart.
I always hate to say it. Evan's such a good kid.
Yep.
And we saw him at right tackle last year, earned that spot, and they moved him over in the bowl game. He's been the starting left tackle since the start of the season, but Michigan's going to have to find a way to move on. And what it does is not only it puts Blake in position to be that left tackle, it takes away some of what their game plan was. Are they going to bring in another guy now? And maybe it's Afobe, maybe it's any number of guys that can come in there to be that extra blocker if they go extra offensive lineman in that tight end position.
Shouldn't forget that Michigan is going without Andrew Babaloa, who might have been a starter on this team as a true freshman, a 5-star recruit. As the offense takes the field on what is a 4th down and 1. 6:08 to go first quarter. 4th and 1 for Michigan from the Washington 33-yard line. What a time to come in there for Blake Frazier on a critical play in this Michigan drive in a scoreless game. Here we go, 4th and 1. Underwood in a shotgun. 2 receivers split wide to the right, 1 to the left. Claps his hands. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Going to deliver to Samaj, and it's off his chest, and he dropped it. John, first, that might have been a touchdown.
Yeah, it hit him
but
right.
it had to be a first down.
It was. I mean, it's a tough catch because he's turned around, running the opposite way, but turning around, looking at the quarterback, but that ball hit him right in the middle of the zero. If that was a bullseye, Bryce threw it and hit a bullseye.
That's the second drop pass here in Ann Arbor. And this one on this same drive, both of them costing Michigan. Scoreless, Wolverines turn it over on downs. Washington takes over on their 33. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Hey, Wolverines, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field design Michigan t-shirt. And most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Michigan in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
The Wolverines are back at Michigan Stadium, taking on the Washington Huskies. And today's game is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit michigananswers.com.
Michigan fans, choose chill and celebrate responsibly. 21 means 21. Coors Light, choose chill. 2025, Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado beer. Well, John, coaches always say, players always say, games come down to 4 or 5 plays.
Yeah.
There have been 3 plays in this game that could have been big for Michigan. A drop pick 6 interception, a drop catch into the edge of the red zone, and now a drop 4th down pass.
Yeah, and you can't, against a team like this with an explosive offense, you got to take advantage of every opportunity to put points on the board. And, I mean, we're literally looking at what should have been 7 points on the dropped interception, and possibly, at worst, maybe 10 points because you get a field goal out of it. Could be up 2 touchdowns, yet it's still 0-0. So these missed opportunities, they're costly.
And the plays are there. You have to make them. 1st and 10 for Washington from their own 33. They're going to roll Damon Williams out to the right. He's going to take a shot deep downfield. It's Boston. He goes up and gets it between a pair of Wolverines and comes to the ground at the Michigan 19-yard line. 2 players were there. Boston adjusted to the football, and it looks like Michigan's DBs overran it a bit. 1st down Washington in the red zone.
Well, Zeke Berry's coming in support from the other side. Mason Curtis kind of fell for a fake, but Zeke was there, just ran past the ball.
Handoff to Jonah Coleman, running right. The Wolverines defense clogs it up, and a flag flies in. 2 flags fly in. He gets a yard, maybe 2, as we await this call from our lead official, Jason Nickleby.
Just a note there that Rod Moore or Brandon Hillmans hadn't started this game at all. So you got young secondary back there.
There is no foul for the blocking. The block was deemed legal.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you could throw that into the missed opportunity as well, whether it's a batted ball, possible interception. But I think Zeke just simply couldn't find the ball, could read the receiver's eyes that ball was headed their way, but he turned around and just couldn't simply find the ball.
2nd down and 8 for Washington from the Michigan 18-yard line. Empty backfield here for Damon Williams. 3 receivers split wide to the right, to the left. Williams, quick pass, wide receiver screen, gets it out there. Wolverines are swarming, and they're going to swarm under the receiver, Raiden Vines-Bright, for no gain, maybe a loss of a yard. Dominic Nichols, one of the first out there to make the stop. It'll be 3rd down and long for the Huskies.
Anytime you have those wide receiver screens, you need corners, you need defensive backs that are going to be able to step up, take on blocks. Shug did a great job of forcing that ball back inside to where the rest of the defense is pursuing from. He doesn't make that play doesn't take that outside leverage, and you might be looking at a touchdown for Washington.
3rd down and 9 now for Washington from the Michigan 19-yard line. We're scoreless with 4.5 to go here first quarter. Williams in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking to his left. Going to deliver into the end zone. Incomplete as he overthrows his intended receiver in the left corner of the end zone. TJ Metcalf in coverage, stride for stride. And incomplete, and that'll be a field goal attempt.
Little contact at about the 5-yard line with TJ, inadvertent contact. But the thing is, he looks back towards the ball, and that contact might have actually been generated by the wide receiver. But nice job of being in phase with them and forcing that incompletion.
Grady Gross, 6 for 7 on the year. He missed from 39 last week against Rutgers. This from the left hash will be a 36-yard attempt. Snap is clean. Hold is clean. The kick is up, and the kick is no good. He misses it wide right, and the Wolverines defense comes away unscathed. Back-to-back weeks and back-to-back misses for Grady Gross. And Michigan will get the football back as we stay scoreless here in Ann Arbor with 4:20 to go, first quarter.
Honestly, no team wants to take control of this game early on. Both have had opportunities. You get a big play downfield, and you can't capitalize on it. You come away with no points. Washington has done their job for Michigan in regards to inviting them into this game and making sure it stays 0-0, as Michigan has done with Washington on the same side.
We've got a little bit of a pause in the action, so we'll take this opportunity to learn a little bit about the wide receiver position. We are going to break. Okay, we will take a break with them. We are scoreless in Ann Arbor with 4:20 to go, first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Rob Joyce with you in the network studios with a quick check of the out-of-town scoreboard. 7 other Big Ten games today. Ours is the only one in the noon window. Everything else begins later on, starting at 3 o'clock at Evanston. Northwestern takes on Purdue. 3:30, the Big Ten leaders take on the conference basement dwellers. Indiana hosts Michigan State. Ohio State heads to Wisconsin. Hoosiers and Buckeyes, the only teams without a loss. Spartans and Badgers among 5 without a Big Ten victory. Rutgers among that list as well. Scarlet Knights at home against Oregon. 6:30, 7 o'clock. Reeling Penn State interim head coach Terry Smith tried to snap their 3-game losing streak at Iowa. UCLA seeks a 3rd straight victory tonight at home, meeting Maryland. Tonight in the league rounds out 7:30 South Bend USC, a non-conference clash with Notre Dame nationally. A couple of games going on right now. Top 20 clash in the SEC. Number 17 Vandy, a 7-3 edge on 10th ranked LSU late in the first in Nashville. And number 12 Georgia Tech, an early 7-0 lead on Duke late in the first in Durham. Ranked on rank still to come. Georgia Ole Miss 3:30, Alabama Tennessee 7:30, and then the Holy War at 8 between BYU and Utah. That's your check of scores. We'll run through the entire day in college football, get to the highlights of our game, and get halftime highlights all on the halftime show driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor. Guys.
Sorry, Rob, didn't give you the proper introduction. My apologies to Rob Joyce back in our studio. Red Cap guy had some confusion down below, and it led to confusion up here in the booth. All right, let's learn about the high 77 concept, Jason?
Yeah, high 77 concept is a 2-man concept. One receiver goes high. We call in NFL and college a 7 route is a corner route.
Okay.
So he goes high to the back pylon. And then the guy that's low, he takes his a little bit lower. You're trying to take the 3rd corner away and make it a 1-on-1 with their center field safety down the field deep. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get a 1-on-1 with the free safety in the middle of the field, going toward the corner.
It takes a long time for that to develop, too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it takes a long time, and Bryce recognized that it was going to take too long or the coverage was bad, and you dump it off to the flat route, and that's the safety blanket.
All right, good to know. There'll be a quiz after the game for those of you out there listening.
Yeah, so 2 corner routes, 1 high, 1 low.
There you go.
Yeah,
and
there's 2 options, my answer versus his answer.
Oh, I wanted to say what Zeke Berry tried to play the ball like a receiver. He turned his body. Receivers are going to locate the ball better than defensive back. You just look at the receiver the whole time and play through his hands.
There you go. Well, the Wolverines remain scoreless here with Washington. Late first quarter from the 20, 1st and 10 following the missed field goal. Underwood, play action, back to pass, delivers underneath. He's got Tonelli, puts his head down and gets out to close to the 25. Deacon Tonelli, who's made his first career catch earlier in this quarter, and now another catch. Ephesians Prysock on the stop, gain of 5.
And a nice job watching, obviously, the new tackle there. Left tackle doing a great job with his punch, rebalancing, which protection has been good for this Michigan offensive line here in the first quarter against Washington, which has allowed Bryce to be able to sit back there and get comfortable and deliver the ball.
Jordan Marshall in the backfield. Pistol formation behind Bryce Underwood. Heavy set now as they motion Max Bredesen into a fullback offset right. Snap, handoff to Marshall running right, and he's fighting out close to the first down, and he lunges at the end, and I think he got it across the 30. Devin Bryant on the stop, a gain of 5 for Jordan Marshall, and indeed a first down for the Wolverines.
Jordan Marshall, he's one of those running backs that just seems to always fall forward. And the difference between Jordan and Justice has that top end speed. He likes to bounce the ball a little bit. And Jordan is more of the hammer, and we're starting to watch some of that hammer today.
Wolverines will send 4 wide to the left. Marshall in the backfield. Now they'll shift Tonelli back in and also put Samaj Morgan in the backfield. Snap. Handoff to Marshall, running left. He tries to jump over a defender and does across the 35 out to the 38-yard line. Jordan Marshall with a gain of 8 there. Takarian Davis on the stop for the Huskies. Good run.
Yeah, it was a good run. Another counter action, and nice job by Jordan of feeling things out. You could start to see his confidence start to grow. Not that he didn't have it before, but every time you get into a rhythm, you get more carries and more carries. You start to get a better feel of how the defense is going to play him.
2nd down and 3. Feels like a good time to take a shot downfield, huh?
Yeah, down a distance favors that.
From their own 37-yard line, Underwood takes the snap. Back to pass. Going to fire it out of the backfield. Jordan Marshall across the 40. He's got the first down and powers his way out to the 44-yard line where he's knocked out of bounds. A gain of 7. Alex McLaughlin on the stop. Moved the chains for the Wolverines.
It's another one of those plays just out in the flat. That ball's laid out right in front of him. And Bryce he feels, it looks like he's so comfortable in the pocket right now. It's just a little flip out to him. Effortless, but it's right on the money.
Well, if we were wondering if Justice Haynes is going to play, Jasper Parker, the freshman tailback, just checked in for Michigan. On this 1st and 10 from their own 44. It'll be Parker, and no play action. And it's McCulley on a slant, caught from Underwood, and he's dropped at the 41 of the Huskies. Another Michigan first down. Mikkel Easton on the stop. A gain of 15 for Michigan, who quickly goes to the line of scrimmage from the 41 of the Huskies. Underwood takes the snap. He's going to roll out to his right, fires. He's got Zach Marshall, 40, 35. Zach Marshall, 30, 25. Out there blocking his Channing Stribling, and Marshall is taken down at the Husky 22-yard line. Another Michigan first down.
A nice job by Jasper Parker coming in, first couple of reps in the backfield, meaningful reps, and does a great job with the ball handling skill. Sells the run, draws those linebackers up, and then Bryce is able to pick apart the defense. And love to be able to see Zach Marshall in the open field. We'll take a first down any chance we get.
19 yards, Michigan from the Washington 22-yard line. Scoreless here, 44 seconds to go, first quarter. 1st and 10, Michigan. Underwood takes the snap. Back to pass. They set up a screen. They got it to Andrew Marsh across the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown, Wolverines. Beautiful play call against a blitz. Chip Lindsey, you dial one up right there, and the Wolverines take a 6-0 lead.
John, that was the middle screen from USC. They just basically hijacked their play.
Yeah, hey, if it works for them, like, why not make it work for us? And I'm with you. Great job by the offensive lineman of selling the pass rush, making it look like, hey, we just got beat, couldn't possibly do that. Now all of a sudden they leak into the secondary and they set up blocks, and you give that much space to Andrew Marsh, and boy, he's just going to be gone, which he was.
Greg Tarr will snap it. Hudson Holenbeck will place it down for Dominic Zavada for the extra point attempt. The kick is up, and the kick is good. A 22-yard touchdown pass from Bryce Underwood to Andrew Marsh gives Michigan a 7-0 lead. That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 7 plays, 80 yards, over 3 minutes and 47 seconds. How about this Marsh kid, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he has really come on, and we're going to see more and more. I mean, 8 catches last week. What was it, 6 against Wisconsin? And now he comes back with another touchdown here in the first quarter. It was a well-designed play. And I'll tell you what, Greg Crippen, Jake Warnera, 20 yards downfield throwing blocks. That's great hustle, and it's just a great, honestly, that drive right there is one of the best that we've seen from Chip Lindsey. with the ball handling skills in the backfield, being able to get the ball in and out of the quarterback's hands quickly, they should have a lot of confidence coming out of that drive. And it opens up so much more for this offense to do now.
I like to say Bryce Underwood is balling. Starting out this game focused, putting the ball where it should be. He is coming out to play today.
Yeah, and think about it. He's 10 of 13 right now.
3 drops.
And yeah, well, the first play of the game wasn't a drop, but you had 2 drops in there that he should be a 12 of 13.
Beckham Sunderland will kick it off, and the Huskies will take the touchback as it sails 5 yards deep into the end zone. Jason, I know you love seeing wide receivers make plays. Does this Andrew Marsh kid remind you of anybody?
Well, you know, I don't know if we've had one with his skill set, because usually we have bigger guys or smaller guys. He's that middle guy, but he's definitely a pro body type with his skill set. So he definitely has pro talent. It's just going to take him getting like the nuance, the fine-tuning of playing receiver. Once he gets all of that down, sky's the limit for this kid. They need to feature him a lot more than they do.
Touchdown receptions in back-to-back weeks. He took a reverse to the end zone earlier in the year. His 3rd touchdown of his Michigan career, and I think, Jason, you're going to get your way. I think you're going to feature him a lot. 1st and 10 for the Huskies from the 25. Here comes the blitz. Williams bails out of there, as he's known to do. Fires underneath. He's got Jonah Coleman at the 30, and he's knocked out of bounds in front of the Michigan bench at the 30-yard line, and Williams gets what he can there. Gain of 5 on 1st down.
Jaden Sanders is in coverage over on that side, does a nice job of taking away the streaker down the sidelines, and then a nice job of recognizing, hey, that ball's been thrown, I'm going to come up and make a play.
Caleb Anderson's in the game for the Wolverines defensively. Those young defensive backs, and that'll be the final play of quarter number 1. Michigan has fought through some mistakes here at the Big House, and they lead it 7-0 after 15 minutes of play here in Ann Arbor. Second quarter action straight ahead. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front 7. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age, everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Hey, when you're out of town and you want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available on both Apple and Android. Listen to College Sports Live with the Varsity Network app, and this is where we invite all of you out there listening on the app across the country and around the globe to tweet us at MGoBlueRadio, at MGoBlueRadio on Twitter. Send us, let us know where you are listening from.
You know, everybody wants to say that Chip needs to open up the offense, and we'd love to see more plays downfield, but when the last part of that drive, you've got a pass complete to Jordan Marshall coming out of the backfield for 7 yards, and then you hit Donovan McCulley on that slant for 15. You follow it up with Zach Marshall for 19, and then the wide receiver screen in the middle there that ended up being a touchdown. to Andrew Marsh. Like, those are 4 dynamic plays, and it's all because, and Jason mentioned this, Bryce is dealing right now. He is really throwing the ball well. He's throwing the ball accurately. It only has 3 incompletions, and 2 of those were drops. So,
yeah,
it looks good for this Michigan offense. If Bryce is going to play like this could be really exciting.
Yeah, Bryce has only struggled when teams throw a lot of pressure on him. Our offensive line can't hold up front. And in this game, thus far, the offensive line has done a good job of giving him protection, and he's been able to get the ball out of his hand. And that's when he thrives. But any freshman quarterback, if you give him a lot of pressure like Oklahoma and USC, is going to struggle a little bit. And I don't necessarily equate that to the offense not being opened up, just more so that he has growing pains as a freshman.
Yep.
A couple of notes here. Through the first quarter, not playing for the Michigan offense, Justice Haynes or Hogan Hansen. We're told that Marlon Klein was out of this game, and that's why we've seen Zach Martian and Deacon Tonelli. Defensively, no Rod Moore or Brandon Hellman yet.
Nope. And you're down Evan Lake as well on offense.
Yeah, injured Michigan's second possession of the game. 2nd and 5 for the Huskies. In this first play of the second quarter, they're going to go quarterback keeper with DeMond Williams, and he's going to get dragged down 5 yards in the backfield by Ernest Hausman. What a play against the slippery quarterback. It'll set up 3rd and long.
That's a great open field tackle. That is not easy to do, especially with an athlete like DeMond Williams. The fact that he was able to grab a hold on and ride him down, that's a big play for this defense.
That play went for 50 last week against the Rutgers, the same exact play.
Yeah. He was electric last week. 3rd and 10, Williams back to pass. Michigan brings a blitz, and they dump it underneath to Jonah Coleman, who's got running room. 30, 35, 40, across the 50 and into Michigan territory, and chased out of bounds as he runs all the way across the field from left to right at the Michigan 48-yard line. Good play call against the blitz there.
It was, and you're in man coverage on him, and you get caught up in the wash there, and it was the young fella that just wasn't able to keep up with him, Cole Sullivan. Once he gets into the open field, there's no help there at all, and it's just a matter of running away from the man coverage.
1st and 10, Washington from the Michigan 48. They have been in Michigan territory each of their first 2 drives. They have been held scoreless so far. 7-0 Michigan. Handoff to the backup running back. That is Muhammad, and he's got some running room to the right side. And down to the Michigan 43-yard line where Ernest Hausman brings him down. Good gain on 1st down of 6.
And those 3rd downs have really been the bane of Michigan's defense existence. Last week it was a 3rd and 25 and went for 45. This was a 3rd and 10 after a great play by Ernest Hausman. And you've got to find it. You've done all the hard work. You got to find a way to get off the field when it's 3rd and long.
2nd down, and we'll call it 4 for the Huskies from the 42-yard line of the Wolverines. Williams takes the snap. And he's going to roll out to his left and turn the corner and get chased to the sticks and steps out of bounds with the 1st down at the Michigan 38-yard line. Caleb Anderson gets credited with the stop. Indeed, it is a 1st down for the Huskies. They move the chains.
Nice job by Caleb Anderson, and just making sure DeMond Williams knows that he's there, but not hitting him as he goes out of bounds. That's just a tremendous athlete there making a play. Boy, he's a dynamic quarterback.
He's had 2 big plays through the air. The one to Boston, and then they pass underneath to Coleman, which was a lot of yards after catch. They'll take a snap, flags fly, and I think we're going to get another legal motion on the Huskies, and that'll only make 110,000 people feel like they're more a part of it.
Yep. And, I mean, Washington has done enough to...
Full start. Offense, number 86. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
They've really stunted their opportunity to make scoring plays. They got down in the red zone, and it was, a procedure penalty. And now this here as they cross the 50-yard line. Michigan's got to take advantage of these down and distances. 1st and 15. Find a way to minimize the yardage on this one. Now he's starting to be aggressive on 2nd down.
You see the true freshman Nate Marshall in at the left edge rusher spot here. 1st and 15, back to pass is Williams. He's got time. Now he runs out of time, but bails out of there towards the Michigan sideline, creating some space, and then throws it away as he had no one downfield. Incomplete. Cameron Brandt was the first to flush him out of there.
Cameron Brandt with the bull rush on the left tackle, and then transition to come inside. And when you come inside like that, obviously if you're the contained rusher, you've got to be careful because he gets outside the pocket, and there's a lot of green grass out there. Great pursuit by this Michigan defense. Enoeta is the one that covered up the vacated spot there by Cam Brandt.
2nd down and 15 for the Huskies. They trail it 7-0 here in Ann Arbor. From the 43-yard line of Michigan. Ball on the left hash as Williams takes the snap. Back to pass. He's got all day. Fires over the middle, complete to Muhammad, who gets undercut right there, just missiled by Jimmy Rolder. And Muhammad goes down with a gain of 6. It'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, Michigan's got to find a way to win up front. They're not winning any one-on-one matchups. This offensive line is dominating on the pass pro. Now they've done the hard work. You're 3rd and 9 again. Got to find a way to get a stop.
Wow, they've got Derek Moore and Jayshawn Barham lined up on the same side on this 3rd and 9. Williams back to pass, and we get another flag. And if this is going to be another false start, it's only going to get louder here at the Big House.
Full start. Offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Drew has a party, is the guilty party. And here we go. Listen to the fans getting into it.
And some of it is that offensive line trying to communicate. You made a great point. Derek Moore, Jayshawn Barham on the same side. They're trying to identify where guys are, who are the rushers, who's going to be dropping out, and some of that communication. There's a hangover effect, and you can get some of those offsides penalties. Those are legal procedures.
7-0 Michigan, 11:25 to go first half. Washington with a 3rd and 14 from the Michigan 42-yard line. Wolverines with 3 edge rushers in now with TJ Guy back to pass. They set up a screen to Muhammad. He's got nowhere to go as Jayshawn Barham, the first there, will wrangle him and drop him for another loss back at the 45-yard line. They went screen pass. Wolverines sniffed it out and learned from last week against SC. It's 4th down.
Jayshawn Barham had that one read from the very beginning. He watched those offensive linemen. He was in the stand-up position right on top of the center, had a great view of what was developing in front of him, and he just undercut all those offensive linemen to make the play in the backfield.
Wow. Again, 3 trips into Michigan territory, and Washington with no points so far as they will punt this one away. It's Dunn to put his right foot into it, and he will sail it over the head of Samaj Morgan. It'll check up at the 6 and roll out of bounds at the 8-yard line on the far sideline, and Michigan will be looking at a lot of field in front of them. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Seven 0 Michigan here in Ann Arbor. We have an injured player down on the field following the Washington punt. It is one of the Huskies as he is laying on the Michigan side of the field at the 45-yard line. It is Quentin Moore, a tight end. 7-0 Michigan on top. We'll take a break. 10:31 to go first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Every day is game with the Michigan Lottery. Choose your favorite way to play with the Detroit Lions Instant Game Fast Cash Pull Tab, an online game with chances to win up to $500,000. Well, this is a scary situation here at the Big House. Quentin Moore down on the field. And Jason, you got a good look. We don't want to speculate, but they were
trying to cut his chin strap off to get to his helmet, get his helmet off.
They had to cut his chin strap off. It looks like his neck is still speculative, but doesn't look good at all. You hate to see this on the field. Both teams are out there. Medical staffs are helping. He was grunting, and he does have some movement, but he's struggling, and they're dealing with his neck area.
Okay. Well, in fact, you did see movement. You said.
Yes, he was movement. He was moving, and there was moving his arms. They had him fold his arms, and he could do that.
All right. Good.
So that was good.
It's Quentin Moore, a tight end there for the Huskies, a senior out of Kenmore, Washington, transfer from Independence Community College. His dad actually was a defensive back at Oklahoma State and played in the NFL with Seattle, and we wish nothing but the best for Quentin Moore. This is the second time we've seen the cart on the field today. The first time Michigan losing Evan Link. As they continue to attend to Quentin Moore, we'll take another break. Michigan on top, 7-0 here at the Big House. Wolverines with the football with 10:31 to go in the half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Attention, Michigan drivers. Are you paying too much for auto insurance? Visit insuringmichigan.com now for a quote in less than 5 minutes that could save you hundreds. Whether you're navigating Ann Arbor's streets or cruising through Traverse City, Pioneer State Mutual has the coverage you need, combined with the personal service of a local agent. Don't wait. Head to insuringmichigan.com and see how much you can save. That's insuringmichigan.com, your go-to for auto insurance in Michigan.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
He can't stop, and it is Michigan's ball game. Look at those Wolverines.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think forward first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Easy Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months, with only $359 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for a low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCL cash, $1,000 Open Trade Assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Focus Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, they're inviting retirees and pre-retirees to attend another night out at the Big House on Thursday, November 6th. Visit mgoblue.com/bighouse for more details. Well, they've got the injured Husky Quentin Moore on the cart and have taken him up the tunnel. Class move. Not only the Washington staff, medical staff, the Michigan staff was out there. Jerome Moore was out there, and of course, we wish Quentin Moore nothing but the best. And John, scary moment. They had him on the backboard, had him secured, face mask off. They cut his chin strap off. So
every footballer's worst fear is that something's going to happen to the head and neck area. You see knees, you see ankles, you see arms, you see all that all the time. But the one that really makes you, it gives you those moments of pause is when you see something like that. So we, thoughts and prayers, and we wish him the best. Hopefully all good news.
Yeah, the good thing is that he was able to move his arms and he was showing some facial expression, so that's good.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason. Meanwhile, Michigan now with the football. It's going to be marked on their own 7-yard line following the outstanding punt by Luke Dunn, a transfer from Oregon.
Well, Michigan on the last drive, 7 plays, 80 yards, and I mentioned the last 4 plays being pass plays. A lot of confidence in what Bryce is doing right now. He's seeing the field well, not a lot of pressure on him, and this is with a brand new left tackle in there. And this is what I like about what Michigan's doing with that extra lineman. They bring him in. You'll always have that guy in your back pocket that is in the flow of the game. It's not like he's going out there cold. Blake Frazier has stepped in and done a tremendous job to this point.
And it looks like Michigan will be without Justice Haynes today, who has not checked in the ballgame after warming up in full uniform. Jordan Marshall, 5 carries, 24 yards. And again, you've talked about the job that Michigan has done up front with Blake Frazier in there for the injured Evan Link. And we already heard that Michigan playing without Marlon Klein. Boy, it seems like these captains can't stay injury-free this year.
Yeah, it's been a tough go for them, but they've had other guys be able to step in there. Zach Marshall at the tight end position has been really a consistent performer.
I'd like to see it. Zach is one of the more likable kids on this team.
Yeah.
All right, 1st and 10, Michigan from their own 7. Marshall in the backfield off the right hip, but Bryce Underwood, who takes the snap. And we'll hand it off to Marshall, running up the middle, and he tries to bounce outside to the right. He gets tripped up as he gets back to the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Yeah, little read option there. They hand it off to Jordan Marshall, and trying to read that defense, trying to see how they're going to play that. Don't be surprised to see some of those be kept by Bryce because they're starting to crash down pretty hard on Jordan.
Wolverines now with 3 receivers split wide to the right, 1 to the left. Now they'll shift people back in tight. On this 2nd down and 9. Underwood puts Max Bredesen in motion, takes the snap. Back to pass, looking and delivers, and it's caught by Zach Marshall at the 20, and he gets undercut there, but that's good for a 1st down. Good for Zach. Ryland Dillard to Allen on the stop. 1st down, Michigan at the 21.
Boy, Bryce is really seeing this defense well and doing a nice job. That ball is just over the outstretched arms of one of the Washington linebackers, right on the money for Zach, and converting into an easy 1st down.
1st and 10, Michigan from the 21. They put Andrew Marsh in motion. He yo-yos back from right to left. Back to pass is Underwood. He's going to bail out of there under pressure. Looking downfield, he's going to tuck and run, 25-30, and he slides as he's got the 1st down at the 31-yard line. Move the chains for Michigan. There's the athleticism, a gain of 10.
Yeah, and when the pass protection breaks, that's the first time it's happened. You got a bull rush on the left tackle. He falls down. Right tackle gives up some pressure. All he does is spin out of it.
Wolverines go quickly, and they're going to roll out Bryce to the right. He's going to fire, and it's caught with one hand by Andrew Marsh at the 50, and he's chopped down at the 48-yard line by Mikel Easton. But another play by the freshman to freshman combination. That is good for 20 yards.
I'm trying to see where that defense was, and I don't know if Bryce is throwing that one behind him because he saw the safety in the middle, but Andrew Marsh, what a great adjustment. I mean, Jason, that might be one of the tougher things to do is put the brakes on and reach back and try and make a catch like that.
That right there is talent. You can't coach that.
No.
Wolverines leading at 7-0, 8:15 to go 1st half. Michigan 1st and 10 from the Washington 48. They're going to go reverse to Donovan McCulley, who's looking downfield and will deliver, and it's broken up by the Huskies, almost intercepted.
Thank God the defensive backs can't catch.
Rashawn Clark.
Yeah. Thank goodness. Yeah, I mean, we got our own issues with Shug catching a pick 6, but Donovan McCulley, that had to happen at some point this year. Donovan being the former quarterback down at Indiana, high school quarterback. It was a matter of time before it was going to happen. I'm just surprised with his experience that he would even try and throw that football.
Yeah, you're trying to throw the ball deep. You're not trying to throw a deep over route. That's the quarterback's job.
3 receivers split wide to the right. Now they'll motion Bredesen back into the line of scrimmage. Now he'll shift all the way over to the left. Underwood takes the snap. We'll hand it off to Marshall. Up the middle to the 45, plowing forward, close to the 40. Yards after contact there as he bulldozed for 8.
Well, I tell you what, Max Looks like Max is running about 100 yards on every play because they take him all the way across the formation and they bring him back in, and he drops the hammer on the outside linebacker to be able to cut off that backside. That's what creates that big hole for Jordan Marshall, and he's just, again, he's that bull.
3rd and 2 for Michigan from the Washington 40. Underwood looks like he wants to change the play, barking some commands at the offensive line. Now we're set to go. Big play here. Takes the snap. They go delayed handoff to Marshall. Makes a man miss in the backfield, and he's going to get the first down. Now across the 35, down to the 30. As he runs outside the hash mark and is dropped right there. Move the chains. What a move in the backfield as he gave him the dead leg, 10 yards for Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, he's showing that, hey, Justice isn't the only one that can make a guy miss in the hole. And, you know, when you have the motion coming across the formation, it takes the eyes of that defender. It also is Bryce showing that rollout that takes the eyes of the defenders as well.
1st and 10 from the Washington 30. Parker in it, running back, the true freshman. Play action. They're going to roll Bryce out. He's going to deliver, and off the hands of his intended receiver, Zach Marshall. A little too far out in front of him.
A little too far out in front. And I think when they had the fake to Jasper Parker, and Jasper aborted the fake, came over in protection, and when Bryce turned around, I think he felt like that defensive end was going to be right in his face. He had just a little bit more time to take one more step and deliver a strike to the receiver.
2nd and 10 from the Washington 30. 6:40 to go. Michigan leading 7-0 here first half. And we get a whistle and maybe a false start up front on Michigan.
Illegal snap. Offense, number 51. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Greg Crippen.
Yeah, the Washington Huskies and the officials aren't going to let him go for the pump fake.
It's just a little flinch with the football.
Yep.
Okay, so here we are. This is the brink of field goal range, right? Remember last week getting knocked out of field goal range?
Yep.
Chip Lindsey says this is a point of emphasis. It would be a long field goal from here, but no more negative plays. 2nd and 15 for Michigan for the Washington 35. 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Ball's on the right hash. Bryce back to pass. Tries to set up a wide receiver screen and does to Andrew Marsh. He's got it, but is dropped immediately. That time defended better by the Huskies. Marsh gets a yard, maybe 2. Exree Alexander, the transfer from UCF on the stop.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be about, 3rd and 13?
Call him a 3rd and 14 here at the Big House. Whatever Carl Grapentine says, we'll go with.
Yeah. So 3rd and 14 here. This is where that pass protection is going to have to be solid, and Bryce is going to have the clock in his head. They're showing an all-out blitz.
3rd down and 14 for Michigan. Yeah, Huskies really crowding the line of scrimmage. Snap. They're going to go handoff, running right with Jordan Marshall, and he'll get down close to the 30 and fights. Gets all he can before he is stopped right there. And so Michigan, after a gain of 4, will settle for certainly a more makeable field goal for Dom Zabata.
It seems like the wind is swirling around a little bit. You look at the north end zone, and there's nothing. You look at the south end zone, and the American flag is flying around. Jason, what's the wind feel like down there?
On the field, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but yes, as you're looking up, as the ball is going up, it looks like there is some wind going a little bit to the left of Dom Zabata.
This will be a 48-yard attempt from the right hash from Dom Zabata, trying to extend this Michigan lead. Good snap, ball placed down, the kick is on the way, and the kick is no good. Looked like it was wide left from up here, and each team has missed a field goal to that end of the field.
Now, Doug, you mentioned in pregame that we might have some gusty winds, and it feels like it's swirling down there, and both teams are struggling on that south end zone.
Michigan leading it here at the Big House 7-0, 5:11 to go first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Hey, Wolverine fans. As you head into the Big House this season, cheers with a toast to Michigan-made excellence. Founded by U of M alums Susan and Will Bramer, Laurentide Winery is proud to debut their award-winning amazing wines as the house wines of the Big House. 100% grown in Leelanau, crafted with passion, and perfect for your game day celebrations. You can find our wine on the concourse, club, or suites menus. Explore shop.laurentidewinery.com to learn more. Thank you, and go Blue!
Forward down the field, a charging team that will not yield.
Lions fans have even more to cheer about with the new Detroit Lions games from the Michigan Lottery.
Rah, rah, rah.
Featuring a roster of fan favorites, instant ticket, pull tab, fast cash, and online play. You could win prizes up to $500,000.
Our Lions victory.
With the new Detroit Lions games, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
Chrysler Center is the place to be on Sunday, October 19th, as Michigan Volleyball welcomes in traditional Big Ten power Nebraska. Fans can enjoy a pregame volley fest on the concourse with stations for photos, posters, and face tattoos leading up to the match at 2 o'clock. For your tickets, head to mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to support Michigan Volleyball against Nebraska on Sunday, October 19th at 2 o'clock.
Shot Jansen, Jason brought down on the field. Back to the Big House, 7-0 Michigan following the missed field goal from Dominic Zavada from 48 yards. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Well, this Michigan defense has given up some yards, and Washington has been in Michigan territory 3 times in 3 possessions and have 0 points.
Yeah, so the Michigan's defense knows something about Washington. Washington is an explosive offense, meaning that they get chunk plays. But this entire year, they've struggled to sustain drives. That's why they go down so much in the last few games, is that they're dependent upon the big play. If Michigan doesn't give up the big play, it's going to be tough for them to keep scoring and moving the ball.
Keep seeing these kids cycle through the Michigan secondary. True freshman Shamari Earls is in there to start this defensive drive here. We've seen last possession, Nate Marshall, another one of those true freshmen in there.
Nate Marshall, we've been talking about Jaden Sanders quite a bit.
Wink calls him the playpen. 1st and 10 from the 30 for the Huskies. They trail it 7-0. Both teams had missed opportunities, and we get a whistle, and I think we get a timeout taken by Washington before the snap. Redfish saw something he didn't like.
That was a shot.
What's that?
That was a play-action shot route.
Do you think they were going to take a shot downfield?
Yes, Boston was beaming off the ball, running toward the post.
Yeah. Oh, those kids back there.
Yeah.
It's a little scary. Jaden Sanders, though, Shamari Earls, they played well.
Yeah.
Elijah Dotson has one of the big interceptions this year.
Yeah, we saw Jordan Young early in the season as well. I mean, you look at all of those positions back there, and you've got a young guy that has stepped up at different times throughout the course of the year because of some of the injuries. And now you get Rod Moore back, but those young guys, those valuable reps that they've had at the beginning of the season, this is when, and Doug Sharon has talked about this. Week 6, week 7, you start to see more of those young guys start to really earn some time.
Defensively, 3 DTs in there for the first time for the Michigan defense. Changing up looks here as they're going to hand it off to Coleman up the middle, and he's going to get good yardage across the 35. Rides a defender to the ground at the 36, a gain of 6. There's Cole Sullivan. And Jimmy Rolder in there on the stop.
This offensive line that Washington has, and I know they're playing with a couple of backup guys on the left, and McCree and Finau, but they're technically sound. They play with good pad level. You're going to get some of those 4 or 5 yard runs just simply because they're doing a good job of meshing on their double teams and getting push.
2nd and 4 for Washington. Williams play action back to pass. He's getting flushed out of there, going to deliver, and he's got his tight end underneath across the 40 and is wrangled out of bounds at the 42-yard line on the far sideline. That was Cade Eldridge on the reception. Dominic Nichols on the stop. First down, Huskies.
Yeah, it's one of those new looks or one of those odd looks by Wink where you've got an edge defender that has the assignment of either fullback or tight end.
1st and 10 for Washington. They trail it 7-0. The 42-yard line. Williams, quick pass. It's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Actually batted up by Rayshon Benny. flew back to the 30-yard line, incomplete.
That was a big point of emphasis this week with all the quick passes that they've seen the last couple of weeks against Wisconsin and USC. If you're not going to get home, you got to get into those passing lanes, get those big paws up, and Rayshawn does a nice job. He's unblocked in that, but he knows he can't get there by the time the ball's going to be thrown, so he just tries to read the quarterback's eyes, does a great job of getting in the passing lane and batting it down.
4 minutes to go first half, 7-0 Michigan, 2nd and 10 for the Huskies. Ball on the right hash, Williams back to pass, Wolverines blitz. Screen pass set up, it's to Coleman, and Zeke Berry gets out there and closes nicely and knocks Coleman out of bounds at the Michigan 49. A gain of 9. It'll be 3rd and short.
Well, Zeke made that one as hard as possible on him because he didn't have his eyes on coming out of the backfield and got caught inside. Fortunately, sideline wasn't that far away. He was able to knock him out of bounds.
This is a 3rd and 1 for Washington. Williams takes the snap, hands it off to Coleman, who bounces outside and gets the first down to the Michigan 45-yard line. Move the chains for the Huskies, 3:30 to go in the first half.
Cam Brandt was engaged with that offensive tackle. The right tackle just couldn't get off. He was in position to make a play, but wasn't able to make it at the line of scrimmage.
Well, once again, here's Washington in Michigan territory. No points to show for it yet. 3:15 to go first half. One of those freshmen, Jordan Young's in there at a safety spot, and they will deliver on the far sideline. Will Williams caught at the 40. Zeke Berry in coverage there. Pass caught by Desmond Roebuck, the freshman wide receiver.
Zeke has to be patient and realize that they're going to double move him at some point.
2nd down and 5. Here's a handoff. And getting down to the 32-yard line is Adam Mohammed. Ernest Hausman stops him short of the first down. It's going to be 3rd and 2.
3rd and 2, 2:39 left to go. Nice job by Ernie Hausman of being able to fill that hole. Much better job this week by that defensive front of holding on to their responsibilities, taking on those double teams and those blockers to allow those linebackers to make the plays. Big 3rd down here.
Clock running. 2:19 to go in the half. 3rd and 2 from the 32 of Michigan. Williams is going to roll out to the right and deliver, and it's caught by Boston, who takes a big hit, but has the first down as he's dropped at the 33-yard line. Zeke Berry on the stop.
And I got to believe, just like Jason talked about, Zeke is all of the secondary and corners need to be aware that those double moves are coming at some point. They're playing very aggressive. They're tired of seeing those passes completed in front of them, but going to have to remain disciplined in their assignments.
We're at the 2-minute timeout. Michigan leading 7-0. Can the Wolverines defense bow up and get a stop again? This is Michigan football from Learfield.
When you're injured, the first thing you need is a huddle. The right offense, the right plan, the right call. For 35 years, Morgan & Morgan has been that huddle, fighting for the people and recovering more than $25 billion for our clients. This season, we're teaming up with the University of Michigan Athletics because the right huddle doesn't just protect you, it helps you win. Morgan & Morgan, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Injured? Just dial pound law. Morgan & Morgan, Michael Hanna, 150 West Jefferson Avenue, Detroit, 48266.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Core breaks a tackle to the 10, to the 5, Blake Corum to the end zone.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect what's important to you. Whether it's your business, home, or auto, turn to Lake Michigan Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance to keep you covered. Visit Lake Michigan Insurance Agency today at www.lmiainsurance.org. That's www.lmiainsurance.org.
John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan and Washington At the 2-minute timeout here of the first half, the Huskies have it 1st and 10 on the Michigan 33-yard line. 7-0 Wolverines in a game that could be 17-0 Wolverines. Could be 17-3.
Yeah.
As both teams missed field goals.
And Michigan just has more missed opportunities. Washington has done their fair share of penalties when they've gotten on Michigan's side of the field or in the red zone. And now it's a matter with 2 minutes left, Washington with 2 timeouts. They got to find a way to keep them out of the end zone.
Wolverines we haven't seen play defensively. Rod Moore, Brandon Hillman. And we're wondering if Trey Pierce is hurt.
Yeah, we don't know if it's injury or, if they looked at the film and said, hey, you guys, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
I do like the way that Rayshawn and Eno Etta have been playing at those defensive tackle positions. They've done a nice job of taking on those blocks.
Rayshawn has one of those great quotes so far this year. He says, doesn't matter who's in there, same 11.
Yep.
Always the same 11. And they've kind of adopted that. So see if this 11 can get the stop like they've done on all 3 previous Washington trips into Michigan territory. 1st and 10 for the Huskies from the Michigan 33-yard line. Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage. Now they back out of there. Williams in an empty backfield, back to pass. Under pressure, and down he goes! Derek Moore drops him back at the 42-yard line. A 9-yard loss on 1st down. What a play.
What a great job by Derek Moore. He's been going full bull rush, and he showed the bull rush and came right inside, slapped the arms of that left tackle down, and basically came in untouched.
Clock running, minute 35 to go. 2nd down and 18 for the Huskies. Williams in a shotgun. Back to pass. Looking downfield, will deliver down the middle, and oh, what a pass and catch. Caught inside the Michigan 15-yard line. Raiden Vans Bright on the reception as Williams threaded the needle. Jaden Mangum on the stop.
Yeah, and right before he took a hit by Jayshawn Barham, I mean, that's when you know you've got something special at quarterback. Takes a sack, and it doesn't fluster him at all. Comes right back and hits a pass, threads the needle right down the middle.
That was one heck of a throw. 1st and 10 for the Huskies from the Michigan 11. Minute 7 to go, clock running. Empty backfield again for Williams. Now they're going to shift Jonah Coleman back in there. Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage. Snap. Handoff to Coleman, and he breaks one tackle at the 10 and gets down to the 6. And Washington takes a timeout with 50 seconds to go. Who had him there?
Rayshawn Benny had him right at the line of scrimmage and just couldn't bring him down. That's what happens, though. When you got a guy that's got 11 touchdowns, he's hard to bring down. Jonah Coleman, especially in the red zone.
I mean, he's built like a propane tank, man. I mean,
I know, yeah. What is he, 5'8", 225 pounds?
Yeah.
He's a squatty guy, and those guys are really hard to bring down, but you got to make those plays. So it leaves Washington with 1 timeout with 50 seconds left. 2nd down, 5?
Yeah.
They could get a 1st down just inside the 1-yard line.
The Michigan defense at least forced a field goal attempt.
And this is where having a quarterback like Damon Williams is really dangerous.
Yeah.
Simply because you want to load up against the run. You don't want to give him anything easy inside, but if you overcommit, it's an easy touchdown for him or on the edge.
Coming out of the timeout, they're going empty backfield again. Watch the QB draw here. Williams takes the snap, goes wide receiver screen quickly. He's got his receiver inside the 5, and he's knocked out of bounds inside the 1-yard line. That was Raiden Vines Bright again, and that is good for a 1st down with 44 seconds to go. So Washington will have multiple cracks at it here.
Yeah, and I mean, it was Ernie Hausman was a linebacker coming from the inside, just took an angle that was just a little bit shallow to be able to make that tackle.
1st and goal Huskies from inside the 1. Williams takes the snap, hands it off to Coleman up the middle and into the end zone for a Washington touchdown with 40 seconds to go in the half.
That's his 12th touchdown this year.
Yeah,
touchdown.
And I mean, you mentioned he's built like a propane tank. With 1 yard to go, it is really hard to stop him with a head of steam, and it's why he's now sitting there with 12 touchdowns.
Big play there was overcoming the 2nd down and 18 following the Derek Moore sack. So Washington hits pay dirt here late in the first half. Brady Gross on for the extra point to tie it up. Snap is high. The holder Dunn gets it down, and the kick is up, and the kick is good to tie the game at 7. So that drive, 13 plays, 70 yards, over 4 minutes and 31 seconds. Washington's got to be thrilled knowing they get the football to start the second half. And with 40 seconds to go here, do you invest in a drive to try and get some points?
Yeah, and I mean, Washington, they can only stop the clock one time. They got one timeout. So Michigan wants to take it to halftime and not do much of anything or risk a turnover. They certainly can run out the clock. I would expect that we'll see some type of run up the middle, maybe even a draw, quarterback run, just to see what they can get on first down if they possibly make a big play. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go into 2 minutes.
Yeah, Michigan has all 3 of their timeouts if they decide to get aggressive here. Again, only 40 seconds to go. You got a freshman quarterback. You got a second-string left tackle in there.
Yeah, but you got a freshman quarterback that's really playing at a high level right now, and he's made to this point good decisions today.
All right, here's the kickoff from Gross. Andrew Marsh is going to let it sail, as that one's going to go out of the back of the end zone, and Michigan will take over on the 25-yard line with no time coming off the clock.
Interesting play call here because, I mean, you could take a quick slant and just see, hey, maybe we'll get a missed tackle, somebody slip and fall, might be able to get a big play, something that's not going to put the ball at a big risk, or you could just try and see if you can run up the middle and see what you get.
Channing Stribling split out wide right. Andrew Marsh in the slot to the left. Donovan McCulley split out wide left. Pistol formation with Jordan Marshall in the backfield. Zach Marshall, the tight end. On 1st and 10 from the 25 with 40 seconds to go. They're going to go wide receiver screen to Andrew Marsh. And he gets chopped down in the backfield. Stribling couldn't get a block, and he lost a yard, maybe 2.
That ball might have been snapped just a hair early because Channing Goodwin couldn't get over there and in position to make that block. He was trying to get there, but that defender's the one that tripped him up.
Channing Goodwin, not Stribling. I knew I'd do that eventually. There's a pass down the seam for Bryce Underwood to Zach Marshall, who lays out and can't come up with it. The 45, incomplete.
That was a perfect ball.
Yeah, that one went right through Zach Marshall's hands. That's the big play that you wanted on second down. Now you're sitting there at third down with 15 seconds.
You got to run this.
Yeah.
Well, and Washington still has a timeout, so they can make Michigan punt it. Unless the Wolverines get a first down. It's third down at 11. 3 receivers split wide to the right, 1 to the left. Snap, wide receiver screen to Goodwin across the 25 to the 30 and out of bounds, stopping the clock with 8 seconds to go, 1 yard shy of the first down. And do we have an injury down there?
Yeah.
Was it Samaj?
No, it's not Samaj. It looked like Goodwin down.
And he's down right in the Michigan bench area. We're tied at 7. There's 5 seconds to go in the half. Michigan looking at a 4th and 1.
Yeah, they're working on his left shoulder. They're underneath his pad. Wow.
So I guess we will take it to half.
Down inbounds.
Yep.
All right, well,
yeah.
We'll go to the half. Channing Goodwin is getting addressed down below on the Michigan sideline. The Wolverines have gathered around. Now some of them start off to the locker room. As we're tied at 7 here at the half in Ann Arbor, we'll give you an update on Channing Goodwin as soon as we have word. In the meantime, halftime festivities to come here in Ann Arbor, including scores from around the country with our Rob Joyce. Ryan Bush will anchor our coverage. We'll hear from our guy, Jack Miller, as well. 7-7, Michigan and Washington. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain for Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, official partner of Michigan Athletics. Whether you're tailgating or headed to the big house, Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. New or pre-owned, our team has a large inventory of vehicles ready for you today. And a special offer for Wolverine fans, receive a $1,000 discount and 3 years of maintenance on any new Lexus purchase when you mention this ad. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor or get started at LexusofAnnArbor.com.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the energy you need for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience a refreshing taste made with proven ingredients, zero sugar, and essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius keeps you energized for every quarter. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com. Celsius. Live fit. Go.
Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The 4th annual Night Out at the Big House sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 6th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to Tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime for the Big House, a touchdown apiece. Michigan 7, Washington 7, as we look back at the first 30 minutes with the highlights. Wolverines took the ball first, went 3 and out. Huskies moved the ball a bit on their first drive. A couple of first downs, wind up punting in plus territory. Better second drive for the Wolverines. 3 first downs to cross midfield. 3rd and 16, picked up 15. Did lose left tackle Evan Link to a knee injury on the play. Wound up going forward on 4th and short. Threw it, incomplete pass. Turnover on down. Some missed chances for Michigan early. Well, it was Washington's turn to do the same. First play after the turnover on downs by the Maize and Blue. 48-yard completion to Denzel Boston. Washington's in the red zone. Ends in a missed field goal. 10 minutes in, we stay scoreless. And then finally, Wolverines would throw the first punch. Couple of Jordan Marshall first downs on the ground. Then first down completions to Donovan McCulley and Zach Marshall near the red zone. Then the stud freshman finished the job.
Underwood takes the snap. Back to pass. They set up a screen. They got it to Andrew Marsh. Across the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown, Wolverines. Beautiful play call against a blitz. Chip Lindsey, you dial one up right there. And the Wolverines take a 6-0 lead.
4 receptions for 42 yards, and that score for Andrew Marsh to lead all receivers in the first half. 80 yards, 7 plays, the drive, end of 1. It's 7-0. Early second, Huskies try to respond. 3rd and 10, a screen picks up 27 yards across midfield. Again, though, forced to punt in plus territory. Pins Michigan deep. Doesn't matter, it seemed. 3 plays, 3 first downs, including a one-handed grab by Marsh at midfield. Jordan Marshall, a tough conversion on 3rd and 2 near the 40. Cannot turn it into points, though. Dom Zavada misses a 48-yard field goal attempt. 5 minutes to halftime, still 7-0. Then a chance for Washington to again go on the move, but this time they'd get points. Cross midfield. Huskies did that on every drive in the first half. This occasion, a 31-yard pitch and catch inside the red zone with under a minute to go in the half. Then late in the second quarter, the Huskies would even it up.
First and goal, Huskies from inside the 1. Williams takes the snap, hands it off to Coleman up the middle and into the end zone for a Washington touchdown with 40 seconds to go in the half.
A 13-play, 70-yard drive. Michigan doesn't do anything with the final 40 seconds. And at the half, we're tied at 7. Huskies will get the ball to start quarter number 3. Today's halftime show driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, online at lexusofannarbor.com. We'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what else is going on a busy Saturday around the rest of college football. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown!
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Intercepted by Charles Woodson. Powers home the Heisman.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
Michigan and Washington tied at 7 at the break. Time for another check of scores. We're the only Big Ten game in progress right now. Everything else begins later on. It starts at 3 o'clock in Evanston, where Lucky Northwestern takes on Purdue. A Wildcats victory against the yet-to-win a Big Ten game Boilermakers. Wildcats will be 3-1 of the league. At 3:30, the Big Ten leaders will take on a couple of folks also looking for the first Big Ten victory like Purdue. Indiana hosts Michigan State, while Ohio State heads to Wisconsin. Hoosiers and Buckeyes, the only remaining conference teams without a loss. Spartans and Badgers among the 5 without a Big Ten victory. That list also includes Rutgers. The Scarlet Knights are at home at 6:30, taking on Oregon off of last week's loss to Indiana. 7 o'clock, reeling Penn State heads to Iowa. Try to snap that 3-game losing skid. New interim head coach is Terry Smith after James Franklin got fired on Sunday, and Smith outlines what the week has been like and what's been a disastrous October in State College.
I think the guys are responding somewhat. We still have some work to do. They're all hurt and torn, and disappointed in what happened. Coach brought everyone in the building in, so there's just these are young people. They're not used to this. We as adults, we have to adjust quicker. But we're just taking the time to mentor these guys and spend some quality time with them to get them, interested and motivated back out here.
So that's at 7 o'clock. Also at 7, the team who started all of Penn State's woes, UCLA, goes for a 3rd straight victory. Tonight they're at home at the Rose Bowl against Maryland. Terps have dropped back-to-back games. And then the night in the league rounds out with non-conference play at 7:30 in South Bend, a monster game for number 20 USC, now ranked, taking on 13th ranked Notre Dame in what could be a playoff eliminator. That's the day of the Big Ten. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. A couple of good ones going on right now. We'll start in the SEC. One of 3 top 20 clashes in the SEC today. In Nashville at the half, number 17 Vanderbilt leads 10th-ranked LSU 17-13. Good one at the half. In the ACC, a couple of 3-0 teams in that conference. Number 12 Georgia Tech on the road, tied with Duke, same score as ours, 7-7. And then one other game in progress in the SEC. Number 14, Oklahoma, off of last week's loss to Texas, has a 14-0 advantage at South Carolina midway through the second in Columbia. Notable games still to come include number 9, Georgia hosting 5th-ranked Ole Miss at 3:30. First time the Rebels go into a matchup against the Bulldogs as the higher-ranked team since 1999. Then at 7:30 tonight, number 6, Alabama looks to make it 11 straight victories at home against 11th-ranked Tennessee. Haven't won in Tuscaloosa of the Vols since 2003. Lastly, 8 o'clock tonight, a pivotal rivalry game in the Big 12 race. It pits number 15 BYU against 23rd-ranked Utah in Provo. BYU 3-0 in Big 12 play, along with Cincinnati, along with Texas Tech. Utah trying to stay alive in that race. The Utes are 2-1 already in the Big Ten. Other mid-afternoon games to start alongside ours. Technically no other games until 5:30, where Arkansas and Texas A&M got pushed back, and then also at 4 o'clock, the other Big 12 co-leaders, Texas Tech, is at Arizona State. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete in our game. Michigan 7, Washington 7. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, Jack Miller. We'll break down the first half when we return as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Donovan Edwards throwing deep down the sideline. He's got a receiver wide open. It's a house call for Michigan.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This message is for Shauna, my mom, who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You told me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Seven all, Michigan and Washington here from the Big House. Today's halftime show is driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, online at lexusofannarbor.com. Brian Bush and Jack Miller back with you here in the press box. Jason Vaught down field level. Jack, just your overall takeaways to what was, I think, a pretty promising first, 25 or so minutes from Michigan, but it is a bit of a gut punch to have that touchdown get there with the final minute of that first half.
Yeah, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth the way they finished that half. I mean, 220 yards of offense in the first half. You'd say, okay, we'll take that. They weren't able to finish some of the drives that they were able to move the ball down the field on. I think they've played pretty well offensively. Defensively, I think they've been pretty sound, save for that last drive, and it's just unfortunate because they've done a good job keeping Williams contained for the most part. They've done a good job with those wide receivers and being down the field. We haven't gotten much of a pass rush. They haven't allowed us the opportunity all that much, and when they have, we haven't gotten enough of a pass rush. That's a credit to the secondary that, save for a couple plays, has been where they need to be and has played okay. So, you got to wipe the slate clean. It's a 0-0 ball game. Go make some adjustments and come out better in the second half, hopefully.
Jason, your big takeaways from those first 30 minutes.
Yeah, just missed opportunities. Michigan, in my count, has 4 drop passes, and I thought that Bryce Underwood is delivering the ball and putting it in spots where guys should make plays. They haven't made those plays, and I would say that's the difference in the game thus far. You're talking about a Michigan offense who probably should have at least 17 points right now, and when you look at it on Washington's offensive end, I think our defense is doing the job. Washington is an explosive offense, and if you can avoid giving up the big play, which we haven't thus far. We've given up 1 or 2 good big plays, and it's hard for them to sustain offense. They did that last, but they gave up an explosive play in that drive on the 2nd and long. So I think if you can, limit them getting explosive plays, it'd be a lot easier to stop them for our defense. But offensively, we've shot ourselves in the foot. Jason, you know this as a former wide receiver. It seems like when Bryce is throwing those balls, man, it's a 100-mile-an-hour fastball sometimes. And, yes, some of those drops, those receivers should have caught the ball. But it's just it's so hot coming in there. Do you think he can slow it down to an 85-mile-an-hour fastball instead of 100 and give those guys a better chance to see it into their body and make that play happen? It's just he gets I think that's some of the inexperience from a freshman is just he gets excited and he darts that ball in there at 100 miles an hour. If he can slow it down, maybe it helps with some of those catches. Now, again, they should have those plays. And that's really, we got to capitalize when we have opportunities. There's been times out there that we have not taken advantage of it. The interception that could have been, probably would have been a pick six. There's a lot of that stuff out there. So even though it's 7-7, you feel like there's still a lot out there. That's the good news. You got a second half to go capitalize on it.
And Damon Williams Jr., Jason, you talk about the defensive effort. In Washington's 5 wins this year, he has rushed for 50-plus yards. In the loss to Ohio State, he was in negative yardage. 4 carries, -4 yards. It seems like, certainly from the ground game standpoint, Williams is going to have his passes, but they've really bottled him up as a rusher.
They have. You have to rush them discipline. We talked about it in the pregame show. It's about that cage rush, not getting beyond the quarterback when you're rushing around the edge. Make sure you retrace your steps. I thought they did a great job of that. And when you talk about guys that are making plays, I thought Ernest Hausman was able to tackle him in space on a play last week that he went for 50 against Rutgers. So they're doing a good job defensively of knowing where he is. Sometimes the pass rush isn't getting there and he has a little extra time in the pocket, but that's the game that you play. That's what you give up when you say, we can't let this guy run. So you have to give up something. Now we just have to cover better on the back end.
Evan Link, Jack, left in that first quarter. Blake Frazier comes in. Your thoughts on how the offensive line has held up?
Yeah, I think they're doing okay. I think Jordan Marshall's running really hard. There's been times where they've gotten great movement and great push, and he hasn't just run into the offensive line at 3 or 4 yards and fallen down. He's doing a better job this weekend of churning his legs, falling forward for another couple yards. I think, the silver lining, you never want to see a guy go down, and we wish all the best to Evan Link. Blake Frazier, a highly touted guy, a legacy here at Michigan. Could this be his coming out party? I think he's played pretty solid thus far.
Quickly, Jason, what do you need to see from Michigan here in the second half?
Well, I need to see us get out of second and long and stop with the avoidable things, right? So we can, not make those negative plays. The times where Michigan has stopped themselves offensively has been, them with a false start or a drop pass or something like that. So stay ahead of the sticks, and I think that will be the key to the game. Second and short, third and short, and then we can maybe take the air out of the ball a little bit in the second half from Washington's offense.
Yeah, I agree. You just got to take advantage of the opportunities that come to you. I think we've done a good job, have called a pretty good game for 90% of this. That other 10% can't be so detrimental that you go in 7-7. This game feels like Michigan's been in control for the most part, besides a couple plays. Just play a little more consistent. Don't let that 10% of plays hurt you as bad as it did in the first half.
More from Jack and me during our post-game show. That was the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield. Michigan 7, Washington 7. Huskies getting set to receive the second half kickoff. Stay tuned. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant bring you the second half of action next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champions Circle is the leading Michigan athletics fan engagement community. We connect fans with once-in-a-lifetime experiences, produce public and private events, offer club memberships, and operate an online retail store, selling exclusive apparel, trading cards, autographs, and other memorabilia featuring Michigan student athletes. To become a member or learn more about how you can support your favorite Michigan student athletes, visit championscircleUofM.com. Champions Circle is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics.
And we pause for a word over this, the very maize and blue Michigan Football Network.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think forward first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Easy Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months, with only $359 cash due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCO cash, $1,000 Open Trade Assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Today's game is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. Another Michigan-Washington matchup is on the air. Now let's return to the Big House. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Michigan and Washington tied at 7 after a half play here in Ann Arbor. We welcome you back to the game, brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. And we go down to the field for Sharon Moore's comments to his team at half. Jason Avant, what did the head coach have to say?
To the offense, sustain blocks, the inside zone is working. Be prepared for more of it. Finish drives, stay focused and composed, execute at the highest levels. To the offensive line, grind, strain, strike them and our plays are good. Blow them off the ball. Defense need to knock them back up front. More physical. Can't let the backs get loose and the quarterback. Good eyes. No extra yards. Make the tackle to the team. Start fast, play with passion, and finish. One thing that he didn't say was catch the football, so I'll say it, catch the football.
Thank you, Jason Avant. That welcome back brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Kraft. So a couple injury notes. Channing Goodwin is indeed still in uniform following that injury late first half. But we see Rod Moore, Justice Haynes, and Brandon Hillman all in street clothes here, changing out a full uniform at halftime. So they are clearly unavailable.
Yep. Down a few bodies. Now it hurts, that Rod Moore's not out there, especially in playing against an offense like this where you need that coach on the field. Defense has done a nice job of minimizing some of those explosive plays, but going to be tested here coming out of the second half. That's where it really got to Rutgers last week.
Beckham Sunderland will put his right foot into it, and Mohammed will let it sail 5 yards deep into the end zone, and Washington will take over to start the second half from their 25. All right, so a decent job done. If you told me at the beginning of the game they'd hold Washington 7 points in the first half, I'd take it. Can they hold them to that or less here in the second half with the dangerous Damon Williams at quarterback?
Yeah, and we'll see who's going to make the best halftime adjustments. Is it going to be Wink, or is it going to be, what they're going to do on Washington?
Wolverines playing shorthanded defensively. Trey Pierce did start the game, did play in the game, but appears to have left the game with some undisclosed injury. So they're down 3 starters on defense. First and 10 from the 25-yard line for the Huskies. Snap, handoff, Coleman up the middle, and there's not much room there as the Wolverines stack him up as it gets across the 26, out to the 27. Ernest Hausman leading the Michigan tacklers, second down.
Yeah, trying to run that counter to the right side. Nice job of getting in the hip pocket of that, pulling left guard. That's where you really can impact some of those pulling plays, is if you can beat that center and his block back side and get underneath, you can really put a dent in that scheme.
Second down and 8 for the Huskies from their own 27-yard line in this first possession of the second half. Williams back to pass, going to take a shot downfield, looking for Boston, and he overthrows it incomplete out of bounds. It'll be third and long for Washington.
Derek Moore back to the bull rush. He's walking that left tackle right back into the feet of the quarterback, Damon Williams.
It was Jair Hill, stride for stride there with Boston.
Yeah, that was a great jam at the line of scrimmage by Jair Hill. He got both hands on Denzel Boston right there, which forced the incompletion.
Wolverines have Jayshawn Barham lined up over the football here on this third down and 8. But he is in a standing position. Back to pass is Williams. And he's in trouble, and down he spits out of it. Wow, Williams looking downfield will deliver incomplete right in front of the Michigan bench. Whew.
Cam Brandt had him, and he had him so wrapped up that he tried to throw him down. And when you're playing against a player with the balance and the athleticism like Damon Williams, you can't just think he's going to go down. You've got to actually take him to the ground. That was scary.
Well, how about that? Getting a 3 and out, just what the doctor ordered here in the second half. And Michigan will send Samaj Morgan back to return this punt, standing on his own 29-yard line. Luke Dunn will let it fly. It's going to be a short punt and bounce out of bounds right in front of the Washington bench on the far side. We wait to see where they mark it. This is one where the official's just walking up the field with his hand in the air, and he stops at the 40. So that's where Michigan will take over on this first possession in the second half on their own 40.
Yeah, and we talked about some of the adjustments at halftime. One of them is just catch the ball. But for this offense, got to get back to the rhythm that they had on that long drive, that touchdown scoring drive, where they paired the run. The last 4 plays were nice, quick passes.
Offensively, no Evan Link, no Marlon Klein, no Hogan Hansen, who I saw in street clothes at halftime. First and 10 from the 40. Pistol formation here for Bryce Underwood with Jordan Marshall deep. They put Andrew Marsh in motion. Snap, and they're going to roll out. Bryce Underwood fires underneath to Andrew Marsh. Makes a man miss at the 42 and out across the 45 to the 47-yard line, where he's flung to the ground by Devin Bryant from that Washington defense, a gain of 7.
Well, I really like what I see from Andrew Marsh when he's got the ball in his hands, of being able to make a guy miss, or at least hit him on one of the armpits, one of the outside numbers, so that he can gain a couple of more yards. I mean, he could have very well easily been tackled for about a 3-yard gain. Instead, he goes out for 7.
Early third quarter, we're tied at 7. Wolverines with the football, following the defense, forcing a 3-and-out. 2nd down and 3 from the 47. Marshall in the backfield off the left hip of Bryce Underwood, who takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Mark. Nope, he'll play action, pull it down, and fire it on a slant to Andrew Marsh, who's got it. Flag comes in late. Marsh has a 1st down at the 42.
I don't know if there's a chance we could have had a lineman downfield.
Yeah, private lineman downfield.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense, number 51. 5-yard penalty. 2nd out.
That's a risky run when you run some of those RPOs. The lineman got to know there's only a certain level of aggression that you could play with. Boy, you hate to take away a 1st down like that. I like the ball handling skills in the backfield. I mean, we all thought that Jordan Marshall had the ball. That's one of the things that Bryce is really starting to do well.
3rd penalty on Michigan in this game, and it backs them up to a 2nd down and 7 from their own 42. Underwood in a shotgun will hand it off to Marshall, running right across the 45 to the 50 and into Washington territory, down to the 47-yard line. A good run there. Devin Bryant took him down. Jordan Marshall with both skis pointed downhill as he hit the hole, a gain of 11.
And normally we're talking about Max Bredesen, that guy going in motion. This time it's Jalen Hoffman, and they're using him just like they use Max. He does a nice job of coming in motion and cutting off that backside, allowing the space for Jordan Marshall to cut up inside.
1st and 10 Michigan from the Washington 46-yard line. 3 receivers, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Ball's on the right hash. Wolverines going left to right here, early 3rd quarter. Underwood back to pass. Bails out of there under pressure. Now it looks like he's going to run and get tracked down from behind as he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Jacob Lane on the stop there for the Huskies. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
One of the things Bryce, normally I would say he's doing well, is keeping his eyes downfield, trying to make sure he can throw that ball all the way up until he hits that line of scrimmage. But there comes a point when you're under duress like that where, hey, just tuck it and run it. If he does, instead of pump fake it, he probably runs away from the linebacker. Instead, it's just a no gain.
2nd down and 10 for Michigan from the Washington 46. 11:55 to go, 3rd quarter. Underwood takes the snap. Hands it off to Marshall. Cuts back against the grain and gets down to the 43-yard line of the Huskies, a gain of 3.
Well, getting some good push up front, but we're not getting off on the linebackers. And, I mean, the defensive line is doing their job. They're trying to eat up those double teams, but you got to find a way to create leverage and push that defender onto, whichever way he wants to go, onto the other offensive linemen so you can get up on those linebackers.
1 of 5 on 3rd down is Michigan. This is a 3rd and 6. They gave Marshall 4 there. They go empty backfield here on this 3rd down. And now they're going to shift Marshall back into the backfield. He's to the right of Bryce Underwood, who takes the snap. Here comes a blitz. Underwood fires. He's got Zach Marshall on a crossing route to the 40, far side, 30, and he's chopped down at the 32, or checked at the 27-yard line of the Huskies by Mikel Esteen, and moved the change for the Wolverines. A big 3rd down conversion to Zach Marshall, 15 yards.
Well, Bryce knows he's got man coverage on Zach, and as he's cutting underneath, it's just a matter of him running away from the safety. And the accuracy of Bryce right now, of being able to throw it when a guy's running left to right, but away from him, he's got really good accuracy on those throws.
Good play call against the blitz, too. 1st and 10. Bryce quickly delivers to Samaj Morgan, who catches it. 25-20, outside the numbers at the 15, and is knocked out of bounds at the Washington 14-yard line. Good run after catch, weaving through the defense by Samaj.
And a great block downfield by Donovan McCauley. He's the one that springs him for the 1st down. You don't have that blocking downfield, and you're going to come up short every single time.
Yeah, I was proud of the receivers on that play right there.
Did he look that one in, a special extra beat there to make sure he hung on to it, Jason?
Yeah, it was behind him, so he had to. So, yeah.
We see Jasper Parker in there on this 1st and 10 from the Washington 14-yard line. Underwood in a shotgun, brings Max Bredesen in motion. Will hand it off to Parker running right, puts his head down, not much running room there. Burrows forward, down to maybe the 13, give him a yard.
No, that one kind of felt like a pillow fight up front. Not a lot of push, not a lot of contact. We're going to have to get some more push up there, especially when you get in the red zone. Michigan is really struggling. This is where Washington has really been able to bow their neck. They've given up yardage in between the 20s, but they've been one of the best teams in the country of being able to stop a team in the red zone.
2nd down and 8 from the Washington 12. Wolverines got 3 receivers split wide left, 1 to the right. That's Donovan McCulley. Underwood surveys the defense and takes the snap. Back to pass, fires, and incomplete. Looking for Jordan Marshall on a quick screen out of the backfield.
Jason, are you right there? That one looked like it was that was a fastball. That was a heater.
Yeah, that was a fastball, and it was off target, but that play was going nowhere anyway because there was 2 defenders out there.
Yeah, might have actually been better that it was incomplete. Might not get back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. Big play here. Wolverines can get a 1st down inside the Washington 4-yard line. They're looking at a 3rd and 8 from the 12. Empty backfield for Underwood. Now he'll shift Marshall into the backfield to his right. Play clock winding down. Underwood takes the snap, looking left, going to fire underneath. He's got it caught right at the line to gain and just short to Donovan McCulley for 6 yards.
They're going for it. Sharon Moore right now signaling go for it. You got 4th, and is that about 2, or it looks like at least a long 1?
I'd say it's 4th and 2.
Yeah, it's 2. I got 2 here. I'm right on it.
Wouldn't be shocked if they try to get Washington to jump here.
It's just before 2.
Underwood's going to go under center here. Marshall deep. Bredesen fullback offset right. Now they bring him in motion. They're going to hand it off to Marshall running left, and he's met at the hole. He's battling. Can he get there? The push is forward, and where that's getting marked, I don't think he got it. No. He did not.
The referee came in before the play was over and spotted it.
Well, I think they deemed his forward motion was dead on arrival, and they blew it dead.
Boy, I'm looking at a replay here. They marked him well short, and he looked way ahead of where they marked him. Marshall wants a replay. And we'll see if we get one. I'm looking at a replay from above. They had to get the 4-yard line. Marshall first got hit at the 5.
And Sharon is all over the officials. I don't know.
Let's see a reverse angle. Well, we get a timeout. We'll see if this one gets reviewed. Otherwise, Washington gets a stop and will take over on their own 5. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Michigan fans. Is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Michigan fans, choose chill. Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes those moments when you choose to rise above the noise and choose chill even better. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics, so crack one open and take a sip. Coors Light, choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Beer.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Doug Hart, John Jansen, Jason Arana. Does not appear as they will review it. I thought Marshall got inside the 5. I'm not sure he had the first down, but he got inside the 5.
I was talking to the official over there. They were on the sideline, It was a late push, but the referee had already blew the whistle.
Listen to all things college sports, including live games and talk on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, streaming on the Sirius XM app. First and 10, Washington from the 5. Jonah Coleman running left, gets to the 10. He powers forward to the 12. A good gain there on first down.
This is where defense needs to come up big. You got them, they start this drive inside the 10-yard line. You got to try and force a punt somewhere, some way, somehow, so you get the ball back at about midfield.
It'll be second down and 2 for the Huskies. Wolverines showing a 4-man front. Williams looking at the Michigan defense from under center. Will take a snap and hand it off to Coleman, and he gets swarmed under right at the line of scrimmage. Good job there from Trey Williams. Trey groovy on the stop, no gain.
Yeah, nice job by Ernest Hausman of shooting that backside A-gap. As the offensive line is all rolling to the left, he does a nice job of shooting in that backside A-gap, knowing that's where the running back wants to cut back to.
Big play here. Third down and a long one. Huskies put 2 guys out, wide right, snap, handoff, Coleman up the middle, and he just has the first down across the 15. Out to the 16, Ernest Hausman and Jimmy Rolder combined on the stop. Move the chains for the Huskies.
Just enough push inside to be able to find a little crease to pick up the first down. Take a shift change of the big boys up front.
Both teams have been able to move the ball reasonably well. They've had problems finishing drives. That's why we're tied at 7 here, 6:54 to go, third quarter. 3 receivers split out wide right, 1 to the left. 4-man front for Michigan. Williams in a shotgun, has the snap, back to pass. Going to bail out of there to the right, looking downfield. Now he's in trouble. Oh, a Wolverine gets taken down. There's the flag. Ball gets batted away on the delivery by Williams, incomplete. But I think we're going to get a holding call.
Yep, there was a tackle in the backfield.
I believe it was Nate Marshall, the freshman, that got taken down.
First down.
Indeed, it was Nate Marshall. Good job by the freshman. Half the distance to the goal. The ball gets backed up to the 8.
Yeah, anytime you roll a quarterback out like that, you're trying to reset the launch point of the quarterback. We talk about it from Michigan's perspective all the time, but great job by Nate Marshall, the young guy doing what he's supposed to do, and that is hold backside in case you have that rollout or a cutback.
4th penalty on the Huskies. They're looking at a 1st and 18 now. Almost half the distance to the goal, and we're going to get a whistle. What's this about?
Please reset the game clock to 6 minutes, 37 seconds, please. 6:37.
All right, well, it's at 6:27, so. Look, we've seen a Michigan second half defense like Nebraska.
Yeah.
They came out and dominated the game. And then we saw Michigan's second half defense last week against USC.
No.
I'll choose the Nebraska defense for this one.
Well, and 3 and out to start is the way. It's more of that Nebraska style than it was last week against USC.
Clock is reset and we're ready to go. 1st and 18 for the Huskies, backed up inside their own 10. Williams back to pass, looking right, delivers wide open to his tight end to the 20, out to the 22-yard line. Pitch and catch right there.
Yeah, everybody's dropping back into his own defense and just lost sight of the tight end. He was just able to leak right out over top of the formation.
14 yards for Decker DeGraff. Out to the 22-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 4. 2 receivers split to either side. Empty backfield for Damon Williams, who's back to pass, looking right, now looking left. Now he's bailing out of there to the right, going to deliver and throw it out of bounds. Nobody open. Good job by the secondary.
Yeah, because there wasn't much pressure.
We got an injured Wolverine, it looks like. Wolverines already. It's Rayshon Benny. They're playing without Trey Pierce, who played, I believe, only 1 play in this game. He did get the start, but was hobbled, and it's Rayshon Benny on his back. And it looks like we're going to get a timeout as they address this injury, and we got a huge 3rd and 4 coming up from here at the Big House, tied at 7, 6:04 to go, third quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. Let's go, Wolverines! SeatGeek.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan completes a 15-0 national championship season here in Houston. Bet.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Fogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The 4th annual Night Out at the Big House sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, November 6th. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to Tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that will spoil them at prices that will spoil you. From jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant. Sean Benny walked off the field under his own power. So that is good news, but already rolling defensively without Trey Pierce up front. They always raved about their depth here, so now we're going to get to see how deep they are. Damon Payne, Trey Williams, Eno Etta.
Yeah, and I mean, Jason, the heat that's down on the field. I know we're in mid-October. It's not supposed to be this warm. How's it feel down there?
Yeah, it's a high 70s. I had to take my sweater off, and I was burning up down here. So now I'm in a polo. But the guys seem like they're not being affected at all. There's a bunch of guys that are not even sweating, so they're used to this, especially with being out in California last week.
This is 3rd down and a long 4 for Washington. Fans know the assignment here as they rise to their feet and make some noise at the Big House. Williams has 2 receivers split wide left. Now they motion Boston out there in a bunch formation. He's looking that direction, will deliver, and it's caught by Boston, but I think he's short of the 1st down. He is at the 25-yard line. I think he's going to be just short.
Yeah, looks like he's about a half yard short, and it'll be interesting to see what
Washington's going quickly. They're sprinting to the line of scrimmage. It's 4th down and less than a yard. Wolverines get lined up. Here we go. Williams takes the snap, hands it off to Coleman, and he breaks a tackle in the backfield and gets the 1st down. Oh, man.
God, they had him dead to rights in the backfield. The penetration was there. They just got to finish. If they do, it's a turnover on downs. It's as good as an interception, as a fumble.
That would have been deep in Washington territory as well.
Sharon was headed over toward the official for a timeout, but didn't get it in time.
1st and 10 for Washington from their own 27-yard line. Big risk there. Pays off for Jed Fish. Williams under center. Takes the snap. Play action back to pass. Setting up a wide receiver screen, and it's caught. 25-30 and dropped at the 34-yard line. Wow, Cole Sullivan was there. A bunch of Wolverines were there, and they just broke it and got a gain of 6.
It's not a game of getting close or being there. You got to actually figure out a way, whether it's on 4th down or in a position like this. Cole Sullivan was right there. Could have made a play for about a 2-yard loss. Instead, it goes for a 6-yard gain.
So I missed that.
I thought that Cole Sullivan got pushed in the
back.
Blocked in the back.
There. Yeah, I was just about to say. That's why I missed the tackle. 2nd down and call it 5. Williams rolls out right, fires, and it's caught, but dropped immediately by, who was that? Jimmy Roller out there. It's a tight end to Graff. No gain. In fact, he lost a yard.
All right, so now they force him into 3rd and long. It's, 3rd and 6?
Yeah.
This is another opportunity to get this team off the field.
Ball's at the 32. They got to get across the 38. Is that Trey Pierce back out there? Trey Pierce back in the game.
Yep, Pierce is back in there. Then they have a speed defensive end package out there now.
3rd and 6 for the Huskies. Late third quarter, tied at 7. Big play here. Williams takes the snap. Back to pass. Under duress. Delivers. It's tipped and incomplete. Out at the 45-yard line. Desmond Roebuck couldn't come up with it. And Washington looking at a 4th and 6. I doubt Jed Fish will go for it here.
No, Trey Pierce was the only big in there, and they had T.J. Guy, they had Cam Brandt, Derek Moore. I mean, they had all the speed guys in there along with Jay-Sean Barham, and just too much speed for Washington to handle on that 3rd down.
Indeed, Washington will punt with Luke Dunn, who only punted 9 times all year coming into this game. 3rd punt? I believe it's his 3rd punt. Samaj Morgan standing on his own 24-yard line. Dunn puts his right foot into it, gets off a good one. Samaj backing up, catches it at the 14. Make a man miss, son. Makes one man miss, tries to spin out of it, but gets tackled right there at the 18-yard line. So good punt there. A good time for the Huskies and Luke Dunn. We're tied at 7, 3:39 to go here, 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Here's a club you'll want to get into, Club Citgo. It's the super easy app that opens the door to great fuel savings and more. Sign up and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up, plus everyday savings that really add up. You can also enter our sweepstakes with multiple winners and giveaways, like free gas for a year. And Club Citgo makes paying easy with a convenient mobile pay feature. So welcome to the club where all the action is. Download Club Citgo today. Savings could up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Fall is in season at Kohl's, and you know what that means. Pumpkins, plaid, and anything that smells like cinnamon. This week, take an extra 20% off decor, home furnishings, bedding, and more. So whether fall is your entire personality or you're just a casual pumpkin enthusiast, the deals at Kohl's are here for your seasonal style. Select styles, some exclusions apply. 20% offer ends October 19th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
If you haven't listened to the Defend the Block podcast, here's what you've been missing.
With Will Cheddar, I think that's what our team really needs to be focused on, that 1-0 mentality. Obviously, everyone's aware of what everyone's saying. Like, I mean, it's kind of inevitable. Like, if you have a cell phone, you know what's going on. But being able to kind of block that out.
Defend the Block, covering Michigan basketball all year long on MGO Blue Podcasts. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Today's game is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. Wolverines, Huskies, we're live in Ann Arbor for this Big Ten showdown.
John Jansen recognized along with the rest of the Hall of Honor class in the TV timeout there. Congratulations, John.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Imagine being mentioned with Carol Hudson.
Yes.
I know, she's definitely the star of the show.
She got a huge roar from the fans here at the Big House. 1st and 10, Michigan from their own 18, tied at 7. Handoff Jordan Marshall running left. Gets out to about the 20 before he's pushed backwards. They're going to get a gain of a couple there on 1st down. Running behind Blake Frazier, in for the injured Evan Link.
Now, Michigan's been able to put together a couple of nice drives. Obviously, the touchdown that they had was 7 plays, 80 yards. Before they turned it over on downs inside the red zone, it was 10 plays, 55 yards. They've found a decent rhythm. They now just have to figure out, hey, put that together with putting it in the end zone.
2nd down and call it 7 for Michigan. Underwood takes the snap. Going to go quarterback keeper running left. 20, puts his head down out to the 24-yard line. Short gain there. 3rd and manageable. Bryce so far in this game, 19 of 25 for 192 yards. I would argue that should be 23 of 25.
Yeah,
minimum.
I mean, there's only been a couple of missed throws. There's just been a whole lot of drops.
Utilize them there in the run game to make this 3rd and 4 from the 24-yard line. Tied at 7, 2:35 to go, third quarter. Bunch formation to the right on this critical play. Underwood brings Samaj Morgan in motion. Snap. Back to pass is Bryce. Going to step up in the pocket. He's in trouble. Stays up, puts his head down, and gets close to the first down. They're going to call him a yard short. And here we go again. Does Sharon Moore go for it on 4th and short this deep in his own territory?
That official on that side of the field is...
That's not a very friendly spot.
Both down in less than a yard. And
playing field position. And I know the crowd obviously wants them to go for it. We saw Jed Fish do that just a few minutes ago on the Washington side of things. But
well, Michigan did it on 4th and 2 and came up short.
Yeah.
Back will punt. Fans want him to go for it. Back is deep. Has the snap. Puts his left foot into it. Gets off a good one. There you go. Denzel Boston will signal for a fair catch back at his 18-yard line.
Yeah, I know that the fans wanted him to go for it. And, I mean, honestly, Washington should not have converted that 4th and 1. And I think the fans probably feel a little bit differently not having seen that already.
55-yard punt at a good time for Hudson Hollenbach as the Wolverines and Huskies get late in this one. 1:32 to go, third quarter, tied at 7. Let's throw it to the update desk and Rob Joyce. Rob?
Hey, Doug, there are 7 other Big Ten games today, but ours is still the only one going on. Everything else begins later on, top of the hour. Northwestern will take on Purdue and Evanston. 3:30, the Big Ten leaders both in action. Indiana hosting Michigan State, a chance to move up in the polls after Miami's loss last night. Ohio State, meanwhile, on the road at Wisconsin. Badgers starting a stretch of Ohio State, Oregon, Washington, and Indiana. Elsewhere, Rutgers and Oregon meet in Piscataway at 6:30. At 7, Penn State tries to snap its 3-game losing streak at Iowa. And UCLA trying for a 3rd straight win at home, meeting Maryland. Night in the league rounds out 7:30. USC's on the road at Notre Dame in a top 20 clash. Nationally, some good ones going on right now. Late third quarter in Nashville. Vanderbilt 24, LSU 21. That's a top 20 SEC game. While number 12, Georgia Tech late in the third, tied at 10 with Duke. Both teams 3-0 in ACC play. Still to come, Georgia hosting Ole Miss at 3:30, Alabama, Tennessee 7:30, and then BYU and Utah at 8. All of those are ranked, unranked matchups. We'll run through the entire day in college football, get to the highlights of our game, and get post-game reaction all on the SeatGeek post-game show, guys.
Of course, John Jansen back at the big house. You got the Frisbee dog out there, and he dropped the Frisbee, and John, it's contagious today.
It is. It seems like it's contagious, but he just caught a 30-yard pass, so
there we go.
Let's see if that's contagious as well.
By the way, great moment there. They were throwing out T-shirts during the updates. One of the T-shirts supposed to go up in the stands. It fell behind the Michigan bench, and our boy Waz picked it up. Good friend of ours, Tom Wozniak, who then turned around and gave it to a kid.
Of course he did. That's what he would do. But
he's the man.
He is.
I miss him from being down there on the sidelines.
Yeah, he's always the one that has great insight as to what's going on down there.
Always said smart stuff.
Well, he's already came to speak to me a few times already. I'm not going to say what he said.
Well, there's been missed opportunities for Michigan. They're right in this one, and this is, they're not playing their sharpest game, but still in it against an exceptionally good opponent. The defense coming out here in the second half. A couple first downs, but that's it. And now they're asked to get the ball back for the offense again. Hudson Hollenbach, bravo. Good time for a 55-yard punt.
Yeah, he's not been consistent, throughout the course of the year. But we'll take all those that we possibly can get. And I mean, here's the thing: this is an explosive offense that Michigan is facing, and to this point, they've kept them in check. But you can't keep playing with fire. Michigan is going to have to eventually get some points on the board and support this defense.
And it's weird to only have 7 points on a day where it really feels like the quarterback's having a good day.
Yeah, I mean, he's thrown for 192 yards to this point.
Late third quarter, tied at 7. Washington with the football from their own 18-yard line. Damon Williams in a shotgun takes the snap, looks right, fires, picked off! It's Cole Sullivan at the 15. He's knocked out of bounds. His third of the year, which leads the Michigan team. And the Wolverines are set up on the doorstep thanks to the Pittsburgh native Cole Sullivan.
Oh, wow. If the offense isn't going to do it, defense step in and do it for you. You're not going to get any better field position than that. And, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what DeMond Williams was looking at because Cole Sullivan wasn't doing anything sneaky. He was right in the passing lane, and, God, you love it when one of those defensive guys finally makes a catch.
I thought that ball was tipped, but it didn't matter. He was there. We need to put him on offense. He has hands. He needs to be at tight end.
I guess it was the right decision to punt.
Yeah.
Here goes Michigan, 1st and 10 from the Washington 14-yard line. Can they capitalize? 3 receivers split wide right. It is Bryce Underwood in a shotgun with Jordan Marshall, sidecar right. They shift Max Bredesen from right to left. Now he comes back towards the line of scrimmage, and they'll hand it off to Jordan Marshall, running left, 10-5, Jordan Marshall to the end zone, and into the blue. Touchdown, Wolverines, and Michigan is back on top, 13-7.
They've been working on this play all week, and what they're doing is they're basically letting the 3-tech leak into the backfield, and Max is coming back instead of taking the end of the line of scrimmage, which they have been doing really for a couple of years now. They let that 3 technique come upfield. Max kicks him out, and there's just a gigantic hole for Jordan Marshall there. Great play design, great execution.
Number 23, the interception. Number 23, the touchdown. And on for the extra point is Dominic Zavada. Snap is clean, hold is down, the kick is up, and the kick is good. One play, 14 yards in 6 seconds. That's an efficient touchdown drive.
Yep, and just like you said, I think we're okay with that punt now.
14-yard touchdown run by Jordan Marshall. Brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Wolverines cash in on a great play by Cole Sullivan, who leads this Michigan team now with 3 interceptions. Not something you always see from the linebacker spot, huh?
No, but he's such a great athlete, and he's long, right? He has the ability to cover some ground because of the speed, but he's also got a great reach and doing a nice job of reading the quarterback's eyes, dropping into his zone, and just taking the play that's there to be taken.
Yeah, and he doesn't play all the snaps, right? So he's only playing, a third of the snaps defensively, and you have 3 picks. Sounds like he needs more snaps.
Well, he's going to get them.
Well, you go back to the beginning of the season against New Mexico, he only had a handful of snaps, but then he had a sack as well as the interception. And as the year's going on, every single game, he's getting a little bit more. That just allowed them to use Jayshon Barham in creative ways. When you get play like that and the depth that this group has at the linebacker position, by far the best position that on either side of the ball is the way that these linebackers have played.
He also said after that game where he had the sack and the interception, asked which was his favorite. He said, actually, I blew up a guy on the first kickoff of the game. I like that the best. Yeah. That's a linebacker talking, right? Mm-hmm. Beckham Sunderland's kicking will go into the end zone, and it'll be a touchback, and Washington will take over on the 25-yard line. All right, here we go. 1:20 to go, third quarter. Michigan back on top, 14-7. Boy, the defense, Wink Martindale, has dialed it up here in the second half.
Well, and it's we talked about this. It's going to be more like the defense that we saw against Nebraska, where they tighten things up in the second half, and that's honestly what we've seen. They come out, force them into a 3-and-out, and they gave up a few yards, but force a punt. Michigan doesn't do anything offensively, but just to get that big play, that turnover, that momentum shift, and to be able to capitalize on it.
That was the second interception of the year for DeMond Williams, who will take the snap and drop back to pass. Looking right, he's going to deliver far side, and he's got a man at the 35 who breaks a tackle out to the 40, where Jimmy Rolder brings down the receiver out there. Desmond Roebuck, first down for Washington to the 42, 17 yards.
And in large part, the protection has been really good for DeMond Williams, and they're going to start taking some shots downfield.
They're going no huddle. Williams back to pass. And delivers as the pass rush comes and gets it to Boston at the Michigan 45, and he is dropped at the Michigan 42-yard line. Boy, he just got that away before the pass rush got home. 16 yards there. Clock running, 42 seconds to go in a quarter.
He's not a big guy, but boy, he's a tough sucker. He stands in there and takes some hits.
Back to pass again, delivers over the middle, and is it picked off again? Jimmy Rolder comes up with it. DeMond Williams throws his second interception, and less than a minute later, his third interception of the season, both times picked off by Michigan linebackers.
And I'll have to see this one again. I think that ball might have just ended up in Jimmy Rolder's hands. I don't think he was looking. I think he just found it laying right there in between his hands, and a nice job of just simply holding on.
Yeah, I'm looking at the replay.
Oh, man, what a great play. Ball was just behind the tight end and right there for Jimmy Rolder to snatch it out of the air.
Well, suddenly the Wolverines have the lead and the football as Jimmy Rolder puts on the shades on his turnover buffs on the sidelines. How about these linebackers making plays? Brian Jean-Marie.
Yeah, how about we take a shot downfield here? See if we can capitalize on this.
The 38-yard line. Jasper Parker in at running back here. Bryce Underwood looks like he wants to change the play. And he takes the snap. Hand off to Parker running left across the 40 and out to the 41-yard line for a gain of 3 on first down.
Well, we'll take it, obviously. A nice first down, gain of 3, 2nd and 7. Doesn't seem so bad, but we got to find a way to get up on those linebackers.
That'll be the final play of quarter number 3 as Michigan will take a 14-7 lead to the fourth quarter, and the Wolverines have the football, looking at a 2nd and 7 from their own 41. When we continue from the Big House, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
The Wild-Eyed Southern Boys return. 38 Special. With special guest Molly Hatchet. Saturday, November 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Tickets start at $39. On sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. 38 Special and Molly Hatchet. November 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino. SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure, like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Michigan takes a 14-7 lead to the fourth quarter. The Wolverines outgaining Washington so far 306 to 257. But the story of this game has been the third quarter. The game has changed on the 2 turnovers, both interceptions. Damon Williams, both picked off by Michigan linebackers. Cole Sullivan and Jimmy Rolder. And Michigan has the football now with a 7-point lead at their own 41-yard line, looking at a 2nd and 7.
And, I mean, to be able to capitalize on that, I mean, huge momentum. You get the ball in the red zone, and it's one play, Jordan Marshall touchdown. Now you get the ball back at midfield, right around midfield. What can Michigan do to, one, take a little bit of time off the clock, but then to capitalize on the momentum of punching this one into the end zone as well?
It is so big to get points out of this drive.
And even if you just get a field goal, to be able to go up 2 scores would feel so much better at this point.
We know this Washington team will not quit. They've been in this situation pretty much this whole season where they're down in a game, especially the last 2 games. But so we know they're not going to give up. So Michigan has to keep their foot on the gas.
And with an offense that is so explosive, I mean, they could change this thing with just one pass play. And so, yeah, to be able to go up 2 scores here, to give you a little bit of breathing room. And on 2nd and 7 here, I know I really wanted him to take a shot on that first down there. I think that would have been the time to do it.
Remember, Bryce changed the play, so maybe there was something about the coverage.
Yeah.
He didn't love.
here's the other thing. I do like the fact that they're getting up to the line of scrimmage and getting set, because when he changed the play, it was at about 16 seconds. So he does still have Chip Lindsey in his ear at that point, helping him out with identifying the defenses and possibly making a change at that point.
Wolverines playing this one without Evan Link, who left in the first quarter with an injury. The left tackle, Blake Frazier's been in his place. Marlon Klein out, Hogan Hansen out. Hasn't seemed to bother Bryce too much. Now, there's been too many drop passes, but none of that matters. Catch the ball from here on out. Finish this drive, take a 2-score lead. 2nd down and 7 from the 41-yard line. Ball on the left hash. Underwood takes the snap. Hands it off to Marshall up the middle. He's going to get out to about the 45-yard line, setting up a 3rd and 3.
Well, you got to like the massive bodies that are continuing to churn forward and put this team into a manageable 3rd down situation. Now it comes down to, they've so far in the game, Michigan is only 2 of 8 on 3rd downs in conversions. The goal is to be at 50%, so they got some work to do, but this is an opportunity to get one here.
They gave him the 46. This is a 3rd and 2.
Is this 4-down territory?
Ooh, I don't know.
No.
3rd and 2. Underwood takes the snap, hands it off to Marshall, and his second effort comes close to the 1st down.
I think he got it.
Yeah, the referee spotted him.
Referee on the far side has not been a...
Would have been a friendly spot.
No, but he did get the 1st down. That's big. Ball's on the 48-yard line. We are inside of 14 minutes to go. Michigan leading Washington 14-7.
That's when you need a guy like Jordan Marshall, where he's just at the battering ram, because there wasn't a lot there. That one was earned almost exclusively by Jordan Marshall.
And we're going to get a timeout by Michigan. That play clock ticked down to inside of 10 seconds to go. And the Wolverines will take a timeout.
First of the half. Full immediate timeout.
There you go. Wolverines up by 7 with the football near midfield. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Since 1980, Grand Traverse Resort and Spa has been a Michigan vacation tradition. A place where lake views meet legendary fairways, where spa days turn into starry nights, and where family memories last for generations. Whether it's a summer getaway, a fall color tour, or a cozy winter escape, your perfect Michigan vacation starts here. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa, a Michigan tradition since 1980. Book your getaway at grandtraverseresort.com. Proud partner of Michigan Athletics.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions, and real care. That's why at Blue Cross, we're dedicated to finding solutions. To learn about this critical issue and our efforts to make healthcare affordable for all, visit mibluedaily.com/affordability today.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beers for your game day traditions. Founders has been brewing up high-quality, highly rated beers like All Day IPA, MI Pilsner, and their Mortal Bloom Hazy IPA right here in Michigan for over 25 years. Whether you're at the game, tailgating, or watching from home, there's nothing like enjoying a Michigan-made beer from Founders Brewing Company.
Nothing says home like Aunt Millie's. Whether it's in your cupboard, at your local Meijer, or even at the Big House. From pregame breakfast, tailgate sliders, or postgame victory food, Aunt Millie's is baking memories from their family to yours. Pick up all your Aunt Millie's favorites at your local store, or grab a hot dog or hamburger at the Big House to see what we're all about. Aunt Millie's, closer to home.
Time to share today's attendance. 110,701 brought to you by Aunt Millie's. That is the 327th consecutive crowd of 100,000 fans at Michigan Stadium. That's another great home attendance presented by Aunt Millie's. Nothing says home like Aunt Millie's. Whether it's pregame breakfast, tailgate sliders, or postgame comfort food, Aunt Millie's is baking memories from their family to yours. You can pick up all your Aunt Millie's favorites at your local Meijer. Aunt Millie's, closer to home. All right, Wolverines have the football, 1st and 10 from their own 48. 3 tight ends in there. They shift him from left to right. Underwood in a shotgun pistol formation with Jordan Marshall. Underwood takes the snap. Hands it off to Marshall, running left into Washington territory down to the 49-yard line. Give him the 48. Gain of 4 on first down. Jordan Marshall moving in on 100 yards rushing today, John.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a terrific job, but I like the fact that they got Jalen Hoffman backside. They put Max Bredesen in motion, and they use him as a puller, basically as the extra pulling offensive lineman, but it's all gap schemes. And last week they really struggled with identifying linebackers and seeing run-throughs. How do you solve that problem? You run more gaps.
Second down and 6 for Michigan, leading 14-7, early fourth quarter. Back to passes, Underwood. And he bounces out of there to the right, looking downfield, and he's in trouble. He might want to throw this one away, Bryce. He does not. He steps out of bounds for a loss of 4. He's got to get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure when. I mean, hey, trust me, he's under duress. We're not the ones that are running for our lives, but at some point he's got to have that thing that goes off in his mind that just says, hey, get rid of the football. Don't lose 4 yards. Now instead of being third and 4, you're 3rd and 8.
Ball's back at the 50. They got to get inside the Washington 42-yard line. Big play here, and we get a whistle, and I believe Washington is going to take a timeout.
After review, the ball is being placed at the 47-yard line. 3rd down.
Oh, boy.
That's going to make it 3rd and 11.
Yeah, I mean, you get to the sideline there, and he's outside the pocket, so he doesn't have to worry about it being intentional grounding. Just throw that one into the 6th row.
A difficult job, just got made harder. 3rd and 11 for Michigan. Ready to go, Underwood. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Here comes the blitz. Protection holds up, delivers down the middle, and it is caught for a first down at the 30. Carrying tacklers down to the 25 is Deacon Tonelli. Well done, young man.
I think he just made up for that drop he had in the first half on 3rd down. That was an absolute small window for Bryce to fit that ball into, and a great catch by Tonelli.
Off his back foot, too, under duress. The offensive line held up against the blitz. And Tonelli, who dropped a similar ball in a similar place in the field earlier, big catch there.
Yeah, you want to talk about throwing the ball to a spot and let your receiver go get it. That was it.
From the Washington 25, 1st and 10, in field goal range now. Underwood with 2 receivers, split wide right, 1 to the left. Takes the snap, hands it off to Jordan Marshall, running left. He's got good room, and he runs over a guy at the 20. Still going inside the 15, and down at the 14 is number 23, Jordan Marshall. Over 100 yards now on the day with that carry. Move the chains again with the clock running, and the Wolverines up 7.
The battering ram, not one guy is going to take him down. I mean, he is absolutely up to the task of, taking over for Justice Haynes, who wasn't able to go today. He has done everything you've needed him to do to be a productive running back today.
10:55 to go in the ball game. 14-7 Michigan, 1st and 10 from the Washington 14-yard line. Emphasis all week long. Finish drives. Can they finish it in the blue? Hand off to Marshall, running right. He's inside the 10 and down close to the 9-yard line where Alex McLaughlin up from his safety spot gets the stop.
And here's where you need, obviously they're going to bring in Jasper Parker here to give Jordan just a little bit of a breather. But when you run the ball as hard as he is, you're going to take a lot of hits. And I know that Tony Alford right now is going to whisper into his ear, make sure you keep possession of that ball. Keep it high and tight, 2 arms, 2 hands.
Underwood under center, snap, fakes a reverse, rolls out to his right. He's got a man wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, Zach Marshall, the first of his career, comes at a great time here in the 4th quarter and gives Michigan a 20-7 lead against the Huskies.
Boy, I tell you what, the ability to capitalize on the momentum. Interception, 1-play touchdown. Interception, they go 9 plays, 62 yards, almost 5.5 minutes time of possession, and they just ram it right down the throats of the Washington Huskies.
What a play call. Talk about a guy coming wide open, huh? Dominic Zavada on for the extra point. Snap is good. The ball's placed down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. 21-7, Michigan on top. 10:05 to go in the ball game. That 9-yard touchdown pass to Zach Marshall brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 21-7 Wolverines. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey Michigan fans, is it time to upgrade your outdoor living space? As the #1 brand in premium decking, TimberTech scores big points for real wood looks without the costly maintenance. It will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck can perform at the top of its game season after season. TimberTech, official decking and railing partner of Michigan Athletics. Order free samples at timbertech.com. That's timbertech.com.
This is your home for the Hometown Call, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Easy Plan customers who trade in their current vehicle can lease a 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months, with only $359 cash to its signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit Red Carpet Lease. Payment includes $1,000 RCL cash, $1,000 Open Trade Assist, and $400 AXZD BFG bonus cash. Offers are only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by November 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and details. So take advantage of this great offer and lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for $359 a month for 36 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Our cars, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. 10:05 to go in the ball game. Michigan leading Washington 21-7. John, if you told me this late in the game, Michigan will have held Washington to 7 points, I would have taken that 100 times out of 100.
Oh, no question.
Can they close it out is the question.
Well, and having those two scores obviously gives you a little bit of breathing room because this is an explosive offense and they could strike at any second. But against this defense, I don't know that you really believe that you're going to give up 2 scores the rest of the game. They've only been able to manage 1 through the first 3 quarters and 5 minutes.
Here's a crazy thing. Think of the defense last week in the second half, and think of what we're seeing now. Mm-hmm. Night and day.
It is night and day, and you think of what's happened here in the second half. First drive that the defense was out there, Washington gains 2 yards, they punt. And then it was in 10 plays, 27 yards with a couple of penalties in there, but they turn over on downs. They punt, and then interception. So this has been a dominant defense here in the second half.
I'll tell you, I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but give Chris Jenkins a microphone every game. That's going to get this crowd fired up.
Yeah.
Former Wolverine. How about that?
He's cut his hair, too. He doesn't have dreads anymore.
I don't have dreads anymore either, Jason.
You are bald hair brotherhood right here, baby.
Right. It's a tight-knit group. Beckham Sunderland will kick off. And Mohammed deep in the Washington territory will let it go into the end zone for a touchback. So 10:05 to go. Wolverines with a 14-point lead here. The defense has come up big with interceptions in back-to-back Washington possessions. And we see Trey Pierce out there again. Trey is, I don't know, I'm not sure this isn't his 3rd play of the game. He's been in it, start of the game, came out, played a play in the 3rd quarter, now he's back out there in the 4th.
This is a critical moment for the defense because when you go up 2 scores like this is the time where defense is kind of let down. We have to avoid that temptation and not give up the explosive plays because Washington will be desperate to get the ball down the field.
1st and 10 for the Huskies from the 25. Hand off to Coleman, running right. He's going to bounce it outside. Gets to the 30. Ernest Hausman meets him there, and he's chased out of bounds. Check that. That was Caleb Anderson. And he's chased out of bounds at the 32, a gain of 7.
You mentioned that 7 points up to this point.
Yeah.
In the second half, this Washington offense that we were so concerned about, and still are, has only gained 70 yards here in the second half.
Yeah. Link Martindale doing a nice job at halftime. They didn't give up a long first possession drive this week either.
Yep.
Snap. Inside handoff to Coleman, breaks a tackle in the backfield and is out close to the first down. They're going to mark him just shy. Derek Moore on the stop.
Trey Williams had him right in the backfield for about a yard loss and just couldn't hold on. And now we got another Wolverine down.
Oh, no, it's Ernest Hausman. They can't afford that. I mean, there's depth at linebacker, but they're dropping like flies. Already no Rod Moore, Brandon Hillman. Rayshawn Benny left this game. Trey Pierce has been in and out, and now they're addressing Ernest Hausman out at about the 35-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and 1. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Looks like they're looking at Ernest Hausman's knee here in Ann Arbor. 3rd and 1, we'll take a break and have this critical play straight ahead. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Any true Wolverine knows you're a Wolverine for life. At Greenleaf Trust, we believe in that same lifelong commitment. With a 99% client retention rate, our relationships span generations, just like your loyalty to the Maize and Blue. We specialize in goals-based wealth management, trust administration, and retirement plan services for today and generations to come. Because staying true isn't just a Michigan tradition, it's our tradition too. Learn more at greenleaftrust.com and go Blue.
Need metal? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Our customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. Alro Metals Outlet stores offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Grand Rapids, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Livonia, Troy, and Warren. Learn more at alro.com.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
He's got the speed. He's got room. He's going to score.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
For the win. Got it. Let's go.
Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go.
Deep to center field. Oh, it's gone.
Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025.
Today's game is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. More of today's Michigan-Washington game is coming your way right now.
Ernest Hausman walked off under his own power. See him down there on the Michigan sideline. Looks like he's testing that knee a little bit. They will run this play without him on the field. A critical 3rd and less than a yard for Washington. They've got one of the toughest backs to bring down in their backfield, especially in these situations. And Jonah Coleman, 5'9", 220. He's in the backfield off the right hip of Damon Williams. Troy Bowles is in for this play as we've gotten down the depth chart here a little bit with all the injuries. Jimmy Rolder at linebacker as well. Here we go, 3rd and less than a yard. Williams takes the snap, hands it off to Coleman, who's buried 4 yards deep in the backfield. Jimmy Rolder was in there, and Trey Pierce. And that's going to make it 4th down and 3.5, and inside 10 minutes to go, and Michigan leading by 2 touchdowns. It looks like Washington's going to go for it.
And all that was Trey Pierce knifing across the right tackle's face to get some penetration in the backfield.
4th down and a long 3 for the Huskies. Jerome Moore's trying to get a timeout, and he does. Before the ball is snapped, and now a flag comes in, but I believe Michigan got the timeout first. Boy, Sharon, he was flying up the sideline to get that timeout.
I know, might have to put the clock on him.
Yeah, coach was on the move.
Timeout, Michigan, their 2nd of the half.
Guys, what do you make of this call by Jed Fish to go for it here?
Well, I mean, you got to start thinking about how many opportunities is he going to have. He's down 2 scores, and Michigan just went on a, 5-minute, 25-second drive, very methodical drive down the field. I'm not sure he's got 2 possessions left. I'm not surprised that he's going for it.
I'm kind of surprised in that Michigan, when they get a lead, they're going to probably run the ball. You stack the box, you make it a stop, and may get the ball back with 4 minutes to go, and hopefully you can get something. But I won't say surprised, but
I think it's the ultimate confidence in his quarterback, Damon, to be able to make something happen here. Whether they're going to keep it on the ground, he's going to throw a quick out.
They got to get it across the 35-yard line. 4th and 3 for the Huskies. Here we go. 3 receivers split wide to the left. Is Ernest Hausman back out there? It looks like he is, yeah. 4th and 3. Here we go. Back to pass. Here comes the rush, and he's hitting the balls out. It's on the ground. And it doesn't matter who recovers it back at the 16-yard line. It will be Michigan football. Derek Moore unleashed, provided the hit, and the Wolverines will take over deep in Washington territory.
And as a pass rusher, all you're doing is you're waiting for that moment. And on 4th down and 5, you know it's going to be a pass of some sort. He's saving his best pass rush, and they put a tight end on him, which it's hard to believe. They went max protection.
Washington recovered the football, but on 4th and 3, it didn't matter. A 7th tackle for loss today by Michigan. Credit Derek Moore.
that's so funny that Derek Moore kind of just spoke him up. An NFL scout was like, hey, what do you think about Derek Moore? And he's like, he gets to the quarterback a lot, doesn't finish. I was like, he's going to get his opportunity to finish, and definitely did today.
You just told that to a scout?
Yeah, Ryan Myers, Eagle Scout, yep.
Handoff to Jordan Marshall, running right inside the 15 and down near the 12. That is the 20th carry of the day for Jordan Marshall. Give him 5 yards. He's got 112 yards rushing and a touchdown. Alex McLaughlin on the stop. 8:19 to go, clock running, 21-7 Michigan.
And this is where, hey, it's just a pound the rock. Find a way to continue to pick up yardage. And when you got a battering ram like Jordan Marshall, been using that term for him all day long, you're going to pick up a couple of yards.
2nd down and 5 here, Washington. You know they're going to stack the box, and you know Michigan's going to want to run it. Can they salt this one away on the ground? Play clock's inside of 5 seconds. Underwood under center, traditional I formation. Hand off to Marshall, up the middle, puts his head down and gets down close to the 10, but is stopped right there. It will be a 3rd down and about 4.
And this is where Michigan, no matter what they do on this play, they need to milk this clock all the way down. If they were huddling up, just like I was talking about USC last week, you don't break it until it's at 13 seconds. So take your time. There's no rush to get to the line of scrimmage. 20 on the play clock right now.
They are at the line of scrimmage with 14 on the play clock. 7:11 to go in the game. Michigan leading this one 21-7. 3rd down and 4. Underwood takes the snap. Delayed handoff. Jordan Marshall to the 10. It puts his head down inside the 5, and he's got the 1st down. Jordan Marshall brought down by Ontario Thompson, and that's going to keep the clock running and get Michigan closer to pay dirt here. 1st and goal from the 5.
Well, I'm a little surprised that on 3rd down like this that that Washington's not stacking the line just a little bit more. And because all they're doing, this offensive line, who I've talked about having a hard time coming off on linebackers, there's no linebacker to come off of. So all you have to do is, as an offensive lineman, pin your ears back and just hit some of those double teams, pick up that 1st down.
Play clock inside of 10. Tick-tock. Snap. Handoff. Nope. Bryce is going to keep it. He's going to get buried in the backfield. Should have handed that one off. That was one of those zone read plays. Yeah. Whoops. Alex McLaughlin with the TFL.
Well, I think
Michigan up 4 yards.
The read was right, but I don't think he was expecting a whiff up front.
Well, that'll do it. Yeah. Still, a field goal here would be massive. Make it a 3-score game. And this clock is moving. It could be inside of 5 minutes to go. Washington has all 3 timeouts, and time is becoming an issue for the Huskies. Second down and goal from the 8. Underwood in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Jordan Marshall. Tries to bounce it outside and does. Puts his head down at the 5 and is brought down right there by Leroy Bryant. And with 5:30 to go in the clock running, Michigan's facing a 3rd and goal from the 5.
Yeah, nice job by Jordan Marshall of bouncing that ball outside. Not much to gain there in the middle. That was the same play that they ran Jordan Marshall's touchdown run on after the first Cole Sullivan interception. Little wham block by Max Bredesen. Just not as effective on the inside of that defense.
3rd and goal from the 5 for the Wolverines. Jasper Parker, the lone setback, the freshman. One receiver to either side. McCulley, or check that, Marsh and Samaj. And they'll go pitch to Parker running left inside the 5, and he's knocked out of bounds, stopping the clock with 4:54 to go. And it'll be 4th down from the 2-yard line. And yeah, you kick the field goal here.
Yeah, there's no debate here. This is not a tough guy situation. This is go up 3 scores.
Clock running because we're outside of 4 minutes. So 4th down from they spotted it at the 3. For Zavada, this will be a 21-yard field goal, basically an offset extra point.
And this is where I'm telling my guys, hey, don't even get in your stance until we get to about 7 or 8 seconds.
That's exactly what they did with 7 seconds to go. Greg Tarr will snap it. Beckham Sunderland will put it down. And we get a delay of game. Well, they did.
Yep.
They milked it for as much as they could.
Delay of game.
Yeah.
Kicking team. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
If nothing else, 5 seconds or 5 yards to go matter here. It may actually help Dom with a better angle in regards to being able to hit it through the upright. So go ahead, take every second off the clock, walk them back 5 yards, and go ahead and rip a field goal.
4:14 to go.
Sherrone Moore was on Parker coming off the sideline. Definitely let him know about running out of bounds.
Oh, here we go. Big field goal here. Now a 26-yard field goal attempt. Clean snap. Ball's placed down. The kick is up, and the kick is good, and they run into Zavada. And he pops up. This is going to be, I'm sure, marked off on the kickoff. Wolverines will likely take the points in the 24-7 lead.
Yep, going up 3 scores is certainly where you want to be.
Running
at this
into
time.
the kicker. Defense, number 7. That penalty is declined. The field goal is good.
There you go. So a 17-point lead with 4:10 to go. I can't say enough about this defense.
Well, the defense has been tremendous, and when you think about what they've done here in the second half, we talked about the first possession. They set the tone, only allowing 2 yards. It was a 3-and-out. They force a punt on the second possession, and then it's interception, and I'm going to go ahead and count. I know it won't count in the stat column, but turnover on downs, whether it was a sack fumble, there was no way they were going to complete that ball. So you take over inside the red zone already. You're able to salt away another 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes off the clock, but this defense has been vicious in the second half.
Let's remember, that was a 2nd and 3 and a 3rd and 1, which led to the turnover on downs. They really stepped up when Washington looked like they were close to getting a first down. That field goal brought to you by Citgo. Here's a club you want to get into, Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up.
I was wrong on that last possession. They had the ball inside the red zone, and they were still able to take 4 minutes and 24 seconds off the clock.
Take that every time in this situation. 24-7, Michigan on top, 4:10 to go. Sunderland approaches the football and kicks it deep. And once again, it will not be returnable. Washington will take over on the 25-yard line. I'm still impressed with Damon Williams, but Michigan's defense has made life tough on him. Really, here's where he hasn't hurt him. He hasn't hurt him on the ground.
No, he hasn't, and that's kind of surprising. With over 140 yards last week, taking away any sack yardage against Rutgers. Today, he's been relatively ineffective. You account for all that sack yardage, 5 carries minus 19 yards. That's a big win for Michigan.
Game's not over, though. Washington with the football on the 25-yard line. Williams in a shotgun. Got a bunch formation out to the left. Back to pass. Looking right. Now he looks back to the left. Here comes the rush. He's going to let one go deep. Way downfield. Looking for Boston. Jump ball, and he drops it. Did it get picked off?
And it fell into his lap.
It fell into the lap of a Wolverine who was on the ground. It's Jaden. Oh, it's Jacob Oden. Was he on his back?
Yes, because he fell down trying to play the ball. Just all the things that can go right for you in that moment. You make a bad play on the ball and then end up with an interception.
I just saw the replay, John. I want to Jansen vision that. Here's a player laying on the ground and the ball falls into his lap. Jacob Oden with the interception. Michigan's third pick of the second half back at the Wolverine 29-yard line. Nice job, young man, the sophomore from Harper Woods.
Ask and you shall receive. Play 6.
Oh, we're going to do that one?
Why not?
Inside Michigan football tomorrow. Make sure you watch. Wow. And now the Wolverines in firm control with the football and 4 minutes to go. From the 29-yard line. Bryce Underwood takes the snap. Hands it off. It's Jasper Parker, and he gets a yard. Big 6'4" tailback. Check that, 6 foot. He looks taller than that. I got to tell you, this 3 interceptions in the second half. This extends Michigan's streak to 11 consecutive games with an interception.
I mean, that was a point of emphasis when you talk to every guy in the secondary, but especially on the defense. It was just about creating turnovers. Now, they haven't been able to create a whole lot of fumbles, but man, oh man, they've been ball hawks in the secondary.
24-7, Michigan on top, clock running, 3:23 to go. Underwood claps his hands, takes the snap, hands it off, running left. There's some room there for Jordan Marshall out near the 34, and Washington's going to use a timeout. Alex McLaughlin on the stop. Clock stops with 3:08 to go.
You know it's your day when you botch a play, end up on your back, and the ball comes right to you.
Well, I got to tell you, hey, you guys think about the first half, and we were sitting here logging the missed opportunities, dropped passes, dropped interceptions. They have more than made up for it in this second half.
Yeah, definitely have.
Well, and it's been some of the guys, too. Like, we talked about Deacon Tonelli and the dropped pass that he had over the middle. It was 2nd and 20. He would have converted that over to a first down, and then all of a sudden in the second half, he comes up with not just a great pass by Bryce Underwood, but a great catch by Deacon Tonelli. So,
yeah,
all's not forgiven, but we'll take it.
And now for the defense as well, you saw Shug with a pick 6, and then they come back and get 3 interceptions right there. The defense made up for theirs as well.
Yeah.
It'll be 3rd down and 6 for Michigan, who's probably more concerned with the clock ticking than getting the first down, which of course they go hand in hand if they can move the chains here. Pistol formation. Underwood puts Bredesen in motion towards the line of scrimmage and will hand it off up the middle, and is that Jasper Parker who gets the first down out to the 41, spinning out of a tackle. No, Jordan Marshall, my apologies. Move the chains though.
Yeah, Jordan Marshall, prior to that carry, it was 24, now it's 25 carries, 133 yards. So I know that, it was a lot was made, it should be made, about Justice Haynes and having the consecutive games over 100 yards, but insert Jordan Marshall, and very similar results.
1st and 10 for Michigan at their own 41-yard line, clock running, 2.5 to go. Bryce standing there, he can let the clock tick down under 5. Puts Bredesen in motion. The play clock inside of 5, he snaps it, and running left is Marshall, and we got a flag fly in as he gets out to the 44-yard line.
Lazy hands.
Is that what it was?
Lazy hands.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, you just, first of all, it's a lazy
holding.
feet.
Offense, number 53. 10-yard penalty. First down.
And when you get behind someone and you're just trying to, quick snatch them down, your hands get to where they're not supposed to be, and you just leave them there.
Back up Michigan 10 yards after the hold to the 31-yard line. It'll be 1st and 20. It's the 5th penalty on Michigan in this game. They got Parker back in there at running back. Underwood with 2 receivers split to either side. We'll hand it off to Parker running right. No, Underwood's going to keep it. Nice ball fake to the 40, to the 45, and he slides at the 50, just shy of the first down. Sleight of hand from the freshman quarterback and an effective QB run. And they mark him where he started the slide which is at the 48-yard line, and that'll take us to the 2-minute timeout.
Well,
and he stayed in bounds.
Yeah, he stayed in bounds, but a great job. I mean, that's one of the things that is really underrated, especially in today's football. You don't see great ball handling skills in the backfield, and there's been 3 or 4 times today where we thought that he's handed the ball off, and he's either kept it and thrown it, kept it and run it. That's a tremendous job, and a lot of work that's put in between him and the running backs.
We've reached a 2-minute timeout. This last call is presented by Founders Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, welcome to Craft. 24/7, Michigan on top. We're at the 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This gave a warning that there is weather moving into the area. We do not want a delay here. With Michigan up 24-7 at the 2-minute timeout. Suddenly this first down feels very critical.
Yes, it does.
2nd down and 3. Pistol formation. Underwood takes the snap, hands it off to Jasper Parker, and he's got the first down. Up the middle, almost broke it. And they'll move the chains. Hey, it's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be to support those striving to be the best in theirs.
I'm going to go with the linebackers, and when you're talking about the linebackers, it's the interceptions, obviously by Cole Sullivan to start things off here in the third quarter, and then it was Jimmy Rolder with another interception. They've been the most consistent group. Jimmy Rolder, leader in tackles with 8 tackles. Ernest Hausman with 7. Like, you go down the list, and it's linebacker after linebacker.
And the 46, snap and a handoff to Parker up the middle, and he's inside the 45, down to the 41. Clock running, 1:16 to go. As the Wolverines lead this one by 17. Let's preview the upcoming schedule, brought to you by Meyer. Well, John, it's Michigan State next week.
Yep, Spartans, and we'll find out either late tonight or early tomorrow morning what time that game is going to be. But they've had some struggles in East Lansing, but you can never underestimate what that game means to both sides and how physical that team is going to play. We'll see how they do against Indiana today.
Our preview of the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2025 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. The Wolverines are in victory formation here at the Big House as Bryce Underwood takes a snap with 39 seconds to go. Washington will let the clock tick down. The Wolverines will not have to snap it again. And thanks to a 17-point second half from the offense and a shutout from the defense in half number 2, Michigan gets the win over the Huskies here in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines improve to 5-2. Washington drops to 5-2 as Michigan riding the back of what I would say was the best game of Bryce Underwood's career. We'll have a look at his stats, and the Wolverines, hey, good job bouncing back from a sloppy first half with drop passes and mistakes and missed field goals. Well, they got it done in the second half here in Ann Arbor against the Huskies. Lots of post-game coverage to come from here in Ann Arbor, including a trip into the Michigan locker room, as we'll hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. Also, Jason Avant will be up the tunnel and talking to members of this Michigan team from inside the locker room. We'll have scores from around the country with Rob Joyce, analysis from Jack Miller, as he'll sit down with Brian Bush here shortly. From here at the Big House, again, the final score, Michigan 24 and Washington 7. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Fall is in season at Kohl's, and you know what that means. Pumpkins, plaid, and anything that smells like cinnamon. This week, take an extra 20% off decor, home furnishings, bedding, and more. So whether fall is your entire personality or you're just a casual pumpkin enthusiast, the deals at Kohl's are here for your seasonal style. Select styles, some exclusions apply. 20% offer ends October 19th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
People can't have access to quality medical care without affordable health insurance. At Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we understand increasing health insurance costs are becoming more of a strain on the budgets of the businesses and people we serve. Affordability matters. It affects real families, real decisions,